Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced his resignation in the face of rising discontent over his leadership after the abrupt departure of his finance minister signaled growing turmoil within his government. Now, Trudeau had said that it had become clear to him that he cannot be the next leader during the next elections due to what he says are internal battles. He also planned to stay on as the Prime Minister until a new leader of the Liberal Party is chosen. Listen in to what Trudeau had to say.
Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process.
My colleague Maha joins us with more details from Vancouver. Maha, in terms of the opposition as well, they were quite adamant in toppling Trudeau's government.
Well, that's right. And that is one of the triggers that has pushed Justin Trudeau to step down as the leader of the Liberal Party. It is not just the internal dissent, the heat of which he was feeling for over the last 6 months, but finally the fact that the NDP, which is a party that has been supporting the Trudeau minority Trudeau government, was supporting them till September from outside, later withdrew support and was then only supporting them on a case-by-case basis in Parliament. It is when Jagmeet Singh said that he will bring a non-confidence motion against the Trudeau government once Parliament reopens, which was supposed to reopen on the 27th of January, but now it has been prorogued till the 24th of March. It is this that made Justin Trudeau's position absolutely untenable, because of which now he has finally stepped down as the leader of his party. The other opposition party as well, that is Bloc Québécois, which was also supporting the Trudeau government on a case-by-case basis in Parliament, had said that they will side with NDP's non-confidence motion. And the Conservatives have anyway been calling out for Trudeau to resign as the Prime Minister for a very long time, saying that he hasn't been able to manage the financial and the economic condition of the country well. There has been consistent inflation, a housing crisis, and even today, Pierre Poilievre, the opposition leader of opposition in Parliament, has said that if Justin Trudeau is a real fighter, as he said in his statement there, then he should immediately call for elections rather than take this route, which they believe is providing some sort of relief to his party till the 24th of March. And once a new leader comes in place of Trudeau, will the Liberals be fighting ready for the next election? That is the big question now.
Right, Maha, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. Shifting focus, 8 Jawans and a driver were killed in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district when Maoists used an IED to blow up their vehicle. The 9 were returning from an operation when the IED had blown up. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnudev Sai had condemned the blast and described it as a heinous and tragic incident. Earlier, remember, security forces had attacked Maoists in the Abu Marsh region of Chhattisgarh and had killed 5 rebels. Listen in to what Vishnudev Sai had to say.
विगत दो तीन दिनों से जिला बीजापुर नारायणपुर दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाका में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्टू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास महोदय द्वारा लाया गया एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट में आने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई थी, उसका एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत होगी। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुंच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे।
डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के 8 जवान सर्चिंग से वापस आ रहे थे और आईडी ब्लास्ट में उनका वाहन उड़ गया और सभी 8 जवान शहीद हो गए। साथ में जो वाहन का चालक था वो भी शहीद हो गया। शहादत को मैं नमन करता हूं उनको विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं कि शोक संतप्त परिवार को इस गहन शोक को सहने की ताकत दें और उनका शहादत बेकार नहीं जाएगा। नक्सली लगातार जिस तरह से उनकी पराजय हो रही है उससे बौखलाए हुए हैं और एक कायराना हरकत कर रहे हैं।
My colleague Anurag joins us with more details. Anurag, take us through this incident and what exactly happened.
In April 2024, also a similar attack in Dantewada claimed the lives of around 10 DRG personnel. And its aftermath, strategies like avoiding large vehicles in favor of motorbikes, and usually DRG Jawans travel on foot or on motorbikes only to reduce the casualties. But now again, this ambush raises questions about the implementation of such measures and evolving tactics of Maoists, because remember there was a road opening party also, and it has to be seen that why even after deploying the road opening party to secure the vehicles and still they have taken the same route, because this encounter started on 3rd of January and they were coming back, they were hungry, they were tired, and still these DRG personnel including Head Constable Budram Korsa, Constable Duma Markam, Pandru Ram Poyam, Baman Sodi, and constables from Bastar fighters, they were killed in this. Bastar fighter constables included Somdat Veti and Sudarshan Veti, Shubram Yadav and Harish Koram. And the driver, who is a civilian, Tuleshwar Rana, he was also killed in this attack. So, in the past few years, it is one among the most deadliest attack on the security forces which has happened in the Kutru-Bedre road. So now the Home Minister as well as the Chief Minister has said that, they have already said that Naxals will be eliminated from Bastars by March 2026. But these attacks
Right, thank you Anurag for joining us and bringing us those details. Several labourers are fear trapped after water flooded a rat hole mine in Assam. 300-foot deep coal mine is situated in Umrangso, a remote industrial town in Dima Hasao. The SDRF and NDRF teams have reached the area and that is close to the Meghalaya border. We're also learning that the army is set to join the rescue operations. Army divers and sappers have been moved to the spot is what we're learning. My colleague Ratnadeep joins us with more details. Ratnadeep, take us through the latest rescue operations.
Well, what we know is that the initial rescue operation had actually started yesterday itself by the local authorities, where they used whatever resources like the local pumps that they had to pump out the water. But as this mine is about, what we have been given to understand, about 300 feet deep, and then there are rat holes inside, as is the practice in that area of Umrangso, not very far from the border with Meghalaya, where, remember, in 2018, in the neighboring East Jaintia Hills of Meghalaya, which is also a coal mining hub, in a illegal rat hole mine, there was a similar type of an incident which took place, and 15 miners were trapped, and after months of operation, only 2 bodies were recovered. And this is also kind of a similar terrain, similar incident which has taken place yesterday. It was around in the morning yesterday, 7 o'clock, when several miners had gone inside, and then this incident had taken place. Now, remember, this small business hub, Umrangso, is a very remote location, even from the district headquarters of Dima Hasao. It takes hours to reach there, and therefore the initial information came in late, and SDRF, NDRF and police teams have reached there. However, Assam government, which has given out names of now at least 9 miners who are trapped inside, have sought the help of Indian Army. Indian Army has mobilized a task force which is now on way towards Umrangso and then onwards to that location. It includes divers of Indian Army, sappers and specialized equipment. Remember, in the 2018 operations, not only Indian Army but even Indian Navy's help was taken by Meghalaya government. Coal India had chipped in, and even other states had come in with experts and help, and still the operations lasted for months. And so it is unclear in terms of what would be the magnitude of this operation. But the operation has been launched. The focus at this moment remains in terms of pumping out the water from the Rifle mines, and also to launch a massive operation led by Indian Army.
Thank you, Rathadeep, for joining us and bringing us those details. We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau resigns from his top post and as party leader. Five HMPV cases reported in India, 2 in Karnataka, 1 in Rajasthan and 2 in Tamil Nadu. Five Jawans killed as naxals blew up police vehicle. Now, the BJP doubles down on their attack against Arvind Kejriwal over funds spent on the Chief Minister's residence.
Dharma, Earth, Kam, Moksha. The scriptures reveal their profound connection. The modern manifestation of this timeless wisdom. The incomparable Maha Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. 450 million devotees over 45 days. Budget allocation of 7,500 crore rupees. Mela grounds spanning 4,000 hectares. 13,000 trains in operation. Over 1,60,000 tents. 2,700 AI-powered CCTV cameras. 488 kilometers of roads in the Kumbh area. 67,000 LED lights illuminating the region. The world's largest gathering and the most significant conversation. The country's most esteemed spiritual leaders and economists will unite on a single platform. They will delve into the economic dimensions of the Kumbh Mela and its influence on employment, business, the economy, and India's global image. Gain insights from thought leaders at the Mumbai Conclave. Maha Kumbh Ka Arthashastra on NDTV.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice. bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Dharma, Arth, Kaam, Moksha. The scriptures reveal their profound connection. The modern manifestation of this timeless wisdom. The incomparable Maha Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. 450 million devotees over 45 days. Budget allocation of
Heavy rainfall on Monday brought down the temperatures in the national capital, while the IMD predicts dense fog conditions during late night to early morning hours are expected to continue over the parts of North India till the 9th of January. The air quality remains in the very poor category, and the fog has affected train and flight operations for the past few days as well. Airline operators have issued advisories amid the fog. Right, remember, there has been heavy fog for the past few days, which has affected flight and train operations. As of this morning, the fog situation seems to be lightened, but we'll get my colleague Shreya to give us more details about the train and flight operations. Shreya, take us to the latest as far as any delays that have occurred this morning.
Well, of course, because of the tipping of temperature, today's minimum temperature has been 7 degrees Celsius and the maximum temperature will go up to 17 degrees Celsius. The national capital continues to reel under the cold wave conditions, and after yesterday's rainfall, the temperature has further gone down, and therefore we have seen a low visibility early this morning, and there has been a layer of fog that has engulfed the entire national capital. But and because of that, safety, because of the safety concerns, flights and trains have been delayed to a certain extent. Several trains have been delayed because of the low visibility conditions. And in terms of flights, it's mostly the Cat 3 compliant flights which do not have the low visibility landing features. Those flights are being affected in the Delhi airport.
Shreya, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, a short break.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Dharma, Earth, Kaam, Moksha. The scriptures reveal their profound connection. The modern manifestation of this timeless wisdom. The incomparable Maha Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. 450 million devotees over 45 days. Budget allocation of 7,500 crore rupees. Mela grounds spanning 4,000 hectares. 13,000 trains in operation. Over 1,60,000 tents. 2,700 AI-powered CCTV cameras. 488 kilometers of roads in the Kumbh area. 67,000 LED lights illuminating the region. The world's largest gathering and the most significant conversation. The country's most esteemed spiritual leaders and economists will unite on a single platform. They will delve into the economic dimensions of the Kumbh Mela and its influence on employment, business, the economy, and India's global image. Gain insights from thought leaders at the Mumbai Conclave. Maha Kumbh Ka Arthashastra on NDTV.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
ये सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the
You are watching the World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. Canada's Justin Trudeau says he will step down as Liberal leader as soon as his party finds his replacement. This actually means he will not lead the Liberals into Canada's next federal election that's scheduled for October, but far more likely to take place this spring. The US Congress has certified Trump's election victory, with Harris presiding. An earthquake of magnitude 7.1 hit Tibet near the Nepalese border today, the tremors of which were felt in several parts of India, including Bihar and Assam. Millions of Americans were hit by a major winter storm that brought heavy snow, ice, strong winds and freezing temperatures as it moved east out of the center of the US and into the mid-Atlantic region, having killed at least 6 people. The United States will remove regulations that have prevented cooperation between key Indian nuclear entities and American companies. This is what US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has said in New Delhi. France has detected its first case of a new monkeypox virus, the health ministry has said, weeks after the World Health Organization maintained its highest alert level amid the epidemic. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has condemned lies and misinformation he says is undermining the United Kingdom's democracy after a series of public criticisms levelled at him by Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Well, our big focus, an earthquake of magnitude 7.1 hit Tibet near the Nepalese border today, the tremors of which were actually felt in several parts of India, including Bihar and Assam. The tremors were felt particularly in Bihar, where people were seen outside their houses and apartments. There have been no reports of any damage to property because of the earthquake so far. But as you are probably well aware, Nepal is actually nestled in a geologically active region where the Indian and Eurasian tectonic plates collide, forming the Himalayas and making earthquakes a frequent occurrence. But a strong earthquake with a magnitude of 7.1 and an epicenter in China's Tibet was strongly felt in India and Nepal, according to preliminary reports. This is a developing story, and of course, we will get you up to date with the latest details. With that, let's turn our attention now to Canada, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said that he'd step down as head of the country's Liberal Party after weeks of speculation that his time in leadership was coming to an end. This actually means that he will not lead the Liberals into Canada's next federal election, scheduled for October, but far more likely to take place this spring. The Prime Minister also actually pulled the plug on the current session of Parliament, paving the way for a leadership race. Now, Trudeau and his party were initially popular. He had a 65% approval rating shortly after taking office. That was nearly a decade ago. But they've suffered following a cost of living crisis due to inflation in the wake of the COVID pandemic, as well as criticism about the government's immigration and environmental policies, as we have been extensively covering as well. But the end of Trudeau's tenure as party leader and as Prime Minister was all but sealed last month after his one-time deputy Chrystia Freeland announced her departure from her post as Finance Minister. In fact, her scathing resignation letter included criticisms about Trudeau's ability to navigate the incoming Trump administration, their proposed tariffs on Canadian goods. But this announcement prompts serious questions about what comes next for a post-Trudeau Liberal Party and also for Canada. Listen to what Trudeau had to say, followed by Pierre Poilievre's reaction.
Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process.
We won't have an election before very late winter, early spring. Then there's the possibility that the Trudeau resigns and then goes to the Governor General and says we need to shut down Parliament, while the Liberal Party then chooses a new replacement. A Trudeau 2.0. Mm-hmm. And so there would be a leadership race. God knows how long that would drag on for during...
You think approximately in March, no earlier than March as far as you can foresee?
Yeah, probably. And during which time we'd continue to flounder and twist in the wind.
My colleague Maha Siddiqui has been tracking all the finer details for us. She joins us live from Vancouver at the moment. Maha, take us through the reactions in Canada. Is this being seen as a strategic exit by Trudeau to preserve his image, or a recognition that his time has passed? Many say it's not a surprise.
Well, certainly the second reason is more plausible, considering there was a lot of pressure on Justin Trudeau for the last over 6 months with internal dissent and members of his own party who were members of parliament asking him to step down, voicing a concern that they would not be able to fight elections well under his leadership and that they there would be a complete rout for the Liberals in the federal election this year if he were to lead the party. And therefore, the internal dissent, as well as the fact that the NDP, Jagmeet Singh's party, had said that they would bring in a non-confidence motion once Parliament reopens, which was supposed to on the 27th of January. Now, of course, it has been prorogued till the 24th of March. And that non-confidence motion would have been absolutely impossible for Justin Trudeau to actually be able to overcome. That's because the other party, Bloc Quebec, had also said that they would support the non-confidence motion, which meant that Trudeau's government would have fallen. And therefore, this does seem like, in some sense, a face saver for him, an exit before it was really too late for the entire Liberal Party, and therefore a change of leadership now in the offing for the Liberal Party. However, Jagmeet Singh of the NDP has said that even with the change of leadership, they are unlikely to support this government any further. So come 24th of March, we'll have to see whether the new party leader chosen by the Liberals over the next couple of weeks, how will that pan out? Now, the Liberal Party constitution, Parmeshwar, allows 90 days time to choose a leader, but there is some urgency here considering that this is also the election year and the Liberal Party needs to now come back from really behind and try to at least not face a rout that they were looking at in face of the rising inflation, the housing crisis in Canada.
As always, Maha, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown. The big question remains where the Liberals and Canada go from here. Well, for further clarity, we also have with us Sharon Kaur joining us. She's a political strategist. Sharon, thanks so much for making time for us on NDTV. Can Trudeau's resignation be viewed as a graceful exit, or does it reflect a failure to meet the expectations set when he first came into power?
Listen, I think what a lot of people need to remember is that when you have a government that's been in place for now 10 years almost, yes, you have a bit of that incumbency factor that comes into place where we had COVID pandemic, where we had restrictions in the country, we had a cost of living crisis, high interest rates, and what was a very, I would say, a honeymoon phase in the beginning of his mandate turned into, I would say, not so much in the second half. So his resignation today, given on Wednesday, there's supposed to be a large caucus meeting with the National Caucus, it wasn't going to go well for him. And I think if he waited any longer for that caucus meeting to happen, it would have really, truly made it look like they pushed him out. So he quite frankly should have left sooner when it wasn't so bad for him in terms of having a caucus revolt. But it is what it is, and he is now leaving.
Well, Sharon, from political novice to a three-time Prime Minister, though, how should one evaluate Trudeau's legacy? Did his accomplishments actually outweigh his controversies, or have the latter come to define his term in office now?
Well, you know, I think in the immediate time right now, everyone's looking at all the negative things because it's easy, it's fresh. But I worked in this government for 5 years, and I can say from 2015 to 2020, there were some really good things that we did. There's measures that were put in place that took children out of poverty. There's so much work on reconciliation with the Indigenous communities. So it's really important that we look at the good things that the cabinet and the Prime Minister did as a whole. And you know what? It's important to look at the things that didn't work out as well either. But every government's going to have their time. There's the good and the bad. I do think that right now everyone's very focused on the negative, but time will tell what the legacy is. And I think he's going to have to keep his head up and look at all the good things that were done and reevaluate the things that were not so great.
Well, you worked for Trudeau's government for 5 years, you've said. Would you say Canada's better off without Trudeau at the helm? And do you agree with those who say that Trudeau's charm has finally worn off with the Canadian electorate?
I think given the time we're in right now in 2025, it's time for him to go. We have to remember when he came into office in 2015, the Liberal Party was polling in third place. Yeah. They weren't polling in majority territory. And he brought in something that the Liberals didn't have for a while. It was this celebrity factor. I've been to events with him where people cheer him on. They want to talk to him. They want to shake his hand. They want to hug him. And that lasted for quite some time. But that changed. I think after a certain period of time, specifically after COVID, people felt disenfranchised. Some of the virtue signaling that he did in his language really upset certain types of people, and it's changed. So I do think that for the sake of the country and the Liberal Party, it is time for him to go. And I think he's doing what he needs to do. And now we have to have a robust leadership race. There's been a lot of talk around whether Chrystia Freeland should just be voted in by caucus, which I strongly disagree with. with. We need to have a robust leadership battle, because we need people to come forward and bring their ideas. It should not be an appointment whatsoever.
Absolutely. Also, in terms of home ground for us in India, Trudeau's relationship with the Indian government has not been the most pleasant since the last few years. According to you, how much did his handling of this diplomatic situation, as many call it a disaster, actually damage Canada's standing on the world stage, or would you say it didn't impact it?
Well, the Canada-India relations is a very difficult one for even people here in Canada to want to talk about. Yes. There's factions of groups, and we know what the issues are. We have a very large population of very pro-Khalistani individuals here in Canada. And I think the problem has always been is that people in government, not just Trudeau, they don't understand how one group doesn't represent the entire community. It doesn't represent the entire Indian community, the entire Sikh community. And it's created this tension. And I think we've seen that here lately. And we saw that when he went back to India. And then we've also had, there's been claims of India's interference here in Canada. So I do think that whoever comes into place next needs to tread very carefully with the relationship with India. India is an important partner. And we have to work out these difficulties in a diplomatic way and a proper way. And we need to listen to the entire Indian diaspora community in Canada. And politicians need to look at all of them, not just specific demographics in certain groups.
Well, thanks so much, Sharon, for joining us. We will, of course, revert you for regular updates as and when things settle down politically in Canada, and see where the Liberals and Canada go from here. But thank you so much for making time for us on NDTV.
Absolutely.
With that, let's turn our attention now to the United States, where a severe winter storm threw life out of gear in more than a dozen states, affecting more than 60 million people from Kansas in the central United States to New Jersey on the East Coast. In fact, governors in several states, including Kansas, Kentucky, Arkansas, West Virginia, and Virginia, declared a state of emergency, and weather forecasts say the storm was moving towards the mid-Atlantic region. But more than 3 lakh customers in states across the eastern US are without power since the storm began. And by the way, aviation tracking website FlightAware reported over 100 flight cancellations across the United States. Meanwhile, the US Congress formally certified Donald Trump's election victory during a session presided over by Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris, who lost the November contest. Well, she's cleared the way for Trump's inauguration in 2 weeks. It went like clockwork. It stood in sharp contrast to 4 years ago when a mob of Trump supporters stormed the US Capitol in a failed bid to block the certification of then-President Trump's 2020 loss to Joe Biden. Meanwhile, a New York judge rejected Donald Trump's request to delay sentencing set for later this week in his hush money case. Judge Juan Merchant ruled last week that Trump's sentencing should go ahead on Friday, despite his upcoming inauguration, rejecting his attorney's argument that his election victory should spell an end to the case. And meanwhile, let's get you an update as far as Donald Trump Jr.'s plans are concerned. Well, Donald Trump Jr. is heading to Greenland, visiting the Danish territory weeks after his father renewed suggestions that the US could somehow take control of it. In fact, the younger Trump is going for a day trip to shoot video content for podcasting and will not be meeting with any government officials or political figures as per initial reports. Now, Trump Jr. has said he has no plans to join his father's administration, instead intending to stay a key supporter of his father and his agenda from the outside. He's especially vocal online, where he often indulges in trolling and sharing memes, and hosts his own twice-a-week podcast, which is actually called Triggered with Don Jr. Meanwhile, in other crucial news, the United States will remove regulations that have prevented cooperation between key Indian nuclear entities and American companies. This is what the US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has said, marking a major step forward in implementing the landmark 2005 Civil Nuclear Agreement. Now, this move, Sullivan said, is an opportunity to actually move away from frictions of the past and acknowledges India's open and transparent engagement with the United States. The top official of the outgoing Joe Biden administration made the announcement during a public address at the Indian Institute of Technology, which is IIT Delhi.
United States is now finalizing the necessary step, civil nuclear cooperation between India's leading nuclear entities and U.S. companies. The formal paperwork will be done soon, but this will be an opportunity to turn the page on some of the frictions of the past and create opportunities for entities that have been on restricted lists in the United States to come off those lists.
Meanwhile, let's turn our attention to the United Kingdom now, where the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has condemned the lies after attacks by Elon Musk. Keir Starmer says the lies are undermining UK's democracy. This as Musk criticised Mr. Starmer's handling of the child grooming gangs. Musk has called for new elections, demanding Keir Starmer's imprisonment. Listen in to the reactions we have lined up for you.
Those that are spreading lies and misinformation as far and as wide as possible, they're not interested in victims. They're interested in themselves. Those who are cheerleading Tommy Robinson, not interested in justice. They're supporting a man who went to prison for nearly collapsing a grooming case, a gang grooming case.
Well, so much talk over the last few days about grooming gangs, or should I say rape gangs. And Keir Starmer today saying that anyone who's calling for a full public inquiry is jumping on the bandwagon of the far right. Wrong, Prime Minister. The vast majority of people in this country are absolutely mortified by what has gone on. But even worse, the cover-up we've had from the police, social services, and both Conservative and Labour governments. The inquiries that have happened so far have been nothing more than a whitewash. There needs to be a full public inquiry. Let us find out the truth.
And from the UK, let's turn our attention now to France, which has confirmed its first case of the new monkeypox variant, according to the country's health ministry. The patient, a woman from Brittany, had contacted with two individuals who recently travelled to Central Africa, where the virus originated. Health authorities are now tracing potential contacts and investigating the source of the infection. But this new form of Mpox, known as the 1B variant, has already been reported in neighbouring Germany and the United Kingdom and is tied to a global health emergency declared by the World Health Organization back in August last year. Well, news and updates continue in a moment, right after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Dharm, Arth, Kaam, Moksha. The scriptures reveal their profound connection. The modern manifestation of this timeless wisdom. The incomparable Maha Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. 450 million devotees over 45 days. Budget allocation of 7,500 crore rupees. Mela grounds spanning 4,000 hectares. 13,000 trains in operation. Over 1,60,000 tents. 2,700 AI-powered CCTV cameras. 488 kilometers of roads in the Kumbh area. 67,000 LED lights illuminating the region. The world's largest gathering and the most significant conversation. The country's most esteemed spiritual leaders and economists will unite on a single platform. They will delve into the economic dimensions of the Kumbh Mela and its influence on employment, business, the economy, and India's global image. Gain insights from thought leaders at the Mumbai Conclave.
Well, Donald Trump has denied a newspaper report that said his aides were exploring tariff plans that would only cover critical imports, deepening uncertainty among business leaders about future US trade policies. Trump actually responded on his Truth Social platform after the Washington Post cited 3 sources that were familiar with the matter, saying that Trump aides were exploring a narrow approach to tariffs focused on certain critical sectors. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken expressed concerns over potential cooperation between Russia and North Korea, highlighting the possibility of Moscow sharing advanced space and satellite technology with Pyongyang. This is according to a report. But speaking at a joint press conference in Seoul after discussions with South Korea's foreign minister, Blinken warned that Russian President Vladimir Putin might be on the verge of reversing long-standing policies by accepting North Korea's nuclear weapons program. Well, in other news, US Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel sued the United States government in a last-ditch attempt to revive their attempted merger after President Biden blocked it last week on the basis that the transaction actually posed a threat to national security. The lawsuit filed in a federal court in Washington accused Mr. Biden and other senior administration officials of corrupting the review process for political gain and of harming steel workers and the American steel industry by blocking the deal under false national security pretenses. For further clarity, we have with us Ray Locker at the moment. Thanks so much, Ray, as always, for making time for us. Now, could this legal battle potentially have a negative economic impact on the industry? Or does the merger actually present a real threat to competition and national security? What are you picking up on?
Well, I mean, this is in the eye of the beholder. Obviously, there are a lot of financial players behind the Nippon Steel, US Steel deal. They stand to make or lose a lot of money if this goes through or doesn't go through. And so they're willing to fight the court battle to make it happen. Usually when these determinations are made in terms of national security, there are a number of kind of mileposts that need to be met. And so you can demonstrate that you have the evidence to show that there are legitimate national security concerns. And I believe that the government feels that it has made that case very well here. But it remains to be seen. I mean, obviously, these people have the wherewithal to hire very expensive, very talented lawyers to pursue their case.
But Ray, in light of the legal action that's taken by US Steel and Nippon Steel, what does this actually tell us about the future of US regulatory processes in relation to foreign investments?
Well, I mean, look, we've had these problems before. We've had Chinese interests trying to buy a large port organization a few years ago. That was blocked. We've had other foreign entities trying to invest in US companies. They have been blocked. So this is not really a surprise.
Right.
And by the way, Donald Trump opposes this deal too. So it's not as if US Steel and Nippon Steel are going to get a better deal from the incoming Trump administration unless they find a way to get to him directly and make him change his mind, as he has on the ban on TikTok.
Right. Well, let's see how this plays out. As always, Ray, thanks so much for joining us on NDTV.
Thank you.
With that, let's turn our attention now to Indonesia, where they've launched a program to provide free meals for nearly 90 million children and pregnant women. This initiative actually fulfills one of the president's central campaign promises. And Southeast Asia's largest economy has set an ambitious goal to reduce poverty and become an advanced high-income country by 2045. Indonesia actually formally joined the BRICS bloc of major emerging economies as a full member on Monday. And this free food scheme is aimed at combating malnutrition in children. It's seen as a cornerstone of that goal. But the high cost of this initiative, which is about $4 billion for this year alone, has raised concerns about whether the nation can actually afford it. And a quick entertainment update. Well, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have settled their divorce and are asking a judge to finalize their breakup. Lopez filed documents in a Los Angeles Superior Court that show the former couple settled their divorce through mediation in September last year, about a month after she filed for divorce. And while most of the financial details of their split were not publicly filed, neither star will pay the other spousal support. And Jennifer Lopez, by the way, will drop Affleck from her legal name once the divorce is finalized. As always, thank you so much for investing your time and watching this edition of The World 24/7. We'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Show on NDTV. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy, joining you from Mumbai studios. Divya is joining us from Delhi. Divya, from international updates, including Trudeau's resignation, to hotel booking platform OYO's no unmarried couples policy in their hotels to more drama expected in Tamil Nadu Assembly. A lot of news and discussions coming up.
That's right, Radhika. A lot coming up, including the safety measures that are in place for us as the Kaziranga National Park is concerned because a woman and her daughter fell in front of a rhino. We will be getting you also an earthquake that has jolted Nepal, and the tremors have been felt here in the national capital as well. First, let's get you the headlines. Donald Trump has in fact reacted to the resignation of Justin Trudeau as the Prime Minister, the party leader in Canada. He's referring to Justin Trudeau for a while now as the Governor of Canada. Now he says if Canada becomes the 51st state of the United States, together they would be a great nation.
Earthquake of magnitude 7.1 hits Tibet-Nepal border. Tremors felt in parts of North India.
And 5 cases of HMPV have been reported in the country, 2 in Karnataka, 1 in Rajasthan and 2 in Tamil Nadu. The government says there's no need to panic but to take precautions as this virus has been around since 2001.
And in Meerut, OYO rejects entry to unmarried couples under a new check-in policy effective Jan. OYO says unmarried couples will no longer be welcome to check-in.
And in Kaziranga, a mother and a child had fallen just amid a safari near a rhino, and they had a very narrow escape, raising questions as far as the safety measures that are in place when it comes to the safaris in the national parks.
8 Jawans and a driver who were returning from an operation were killed in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district when Maoists used an improvised explosive device to blow up their vehicle. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister says their sacrifices will not go in vain.
And it's the governor in Tamil Nadu versus the government yet again. We're talking about the governor there who walked out over the national anthem not being played right after the state anthem was sung. It's MK Stalin who says that the governor's walkout was childish, and the DMK to protest against the governor in Tamil Nadu today.
Let's start with some important global updates which will also have its impact in India as well. Divya, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on Monday announced his resignation in the face of rising discontent over his leadership, and after the abrupt departure of his finance minister signaled growing turmoil within his government.
That's right. The finance minister, who also happened to be the deputy prime minister who stepped down in December, has also, had quite a tumbling effect when it comes to Justin Trudeau, who said that it had become clear to him that he cannot be the leader during the next elections due to the battles he's been facing internally. He planned to stay on as a prime minister until a new leader of the Liberal Party is chosen. Let's listen in to what Justin Trudeau had to say.
Holidays. I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process.
And we have Maha joining us all the way from Vancouver. Maha, take us to the reactions that are coming in as far as his resignation, which was on expected lines, but we were expecting it perhaps to come about on Wednesday. It's come about on Monday evening. Donald Trump reacting there, saying that if Canada becomes the 51st state of the United States, it would be a great nation.
Well, Donald Trump has been talking about it, and clearly, I mean, this is a sovereign country. Canada is a sovereign country, even though Donald Trump is pressuring Canada, and this is largely in the context of the trade tariffs that we're likely to see come in once, in fact, Donald Trump takes charge, he has said that he's going to impose a 25% tariff on Canadian products. So this is one of the reasons he's citing, in fact, saying that if Canada becomes the 51st state of the US, then all these aspects will not be something that Canada will have to face. Secondly, as far as reactions are concerned, Divya, we have seen one reaction coming in from Pierre Poilievre, who has said that if Trudeau is really a fighter, then he should call in for elections immediately. The other reaction we are seeing, important one coming in from the NDP, is that Jagmeet Singh is saying that time is up for this government. And he had said this in the past as well, when he had spoken about the non-confidence motion. He had said that even if there is a change of leadership in the Liberal Party, they do not have confidence in the government anymore, and that they do not want the Liberal government to continue anymore. So he has pretty much reiterated that point. So these are some of the reactions that have come into Justin Trudeau stepping down as the leader of the Liberal Party, and will be stepping down as the Prime Minister once a new leader of the Liberal Party is decided.
Right. Also, Maha, what does this really mean when it comes to relationships between Canada and the United States going forward?
It'll really depend on who becomes the leader of the Liberal Party. Now, some of the names that are being touted at the moment include the name, interestingly, of an economist as well, and that is Mark Carney. Mark Carney has been the governor of the Bank of Canada. He's also been the head of the Bank of England, and he has been speaking to members of parliament from the Liberal Party. He has been pitching himself as the possible leader for the Liberal Party. Now, many believe that he is a person who could, in fact, take on Donald Trump when it comes to the issue of the 25% tariff that Donald Trump has threatened to impose on all Canadian products or produce coming into the US. Another name that is being touted as the possible person who could take over is the former Premier of British Columbia, that is Christy Clark. She, again, is somebody who people believe could be able to take on the US.
All right. Thank you, Maha, for getting us all those details. In fact, we have two guests joining us on the show. Dean Baxendale, who is a columnist as well as a Canada expert on politics, national security, as well as geopolitics. And we also have Loveleen Singh, who's a barrister and a solicitor in Canada. Let's first go straight across to Dean Baxendale. My first question really is about how you see this development. What really led to the fall of Justin Trudeau? Of course, there had been discontent within the party as well as within opposition. But what really are the factors contributing to the decline, and how might this impact the party in general and Trudeau in particular?
First of all, thank you for having me on this morning. This has been, a constant discussion inside Ottawa circles, obviously, for the past month or so. But really, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals have sown their own fate a few years ago. And we've watched Canada, and this particular party not really addressing the needs of Canadians from an economic perspective. Coming out of COVID, the COVID crisis, we had a government that ultimately spent a lot of money to keep people employed, to keep the economy going. But after that, the average Canadian has suffered a great deal. The carbon tax has been taking away money from Canadians in order to have a virtuous policy around the carbon tax, and that we're fighting carbon writ large. Yet we're not addressing the problem that's emanating out of China, which we've exported all of our carbon footprint to. So this chaos has been sown by the Liberal Party. But what really sealed his fate recently was obviously Chrystia Freeland's resignation on December 16th, the morning of, or the day of. She was supposed to deliver the fall economic review, and ultimately that caused turmoil and chaos within the Liberal Party. It clearly sent the final nail in Justin's coffin to ultimately say, it's time to leave. We need to rebuild our party give Canadians a new leader here for the Liberals, and maybe we might be able to salvage a few seats in the next election. Right now, they're headed for a catastrophic defeat, one of which they've probably never seen before, but maybe under new leadership, they may be able to regain some confidence of Canadians that the party can offer something unique and different again. But right now, it's really a lost cause.
Right. We also have Loveleen Singh Gill. Loveleen, the Liberal Party's main challenge would be to find a leader with mass appeal. What are the names in the running, and what are the chances of the former finance minister, who was also the deputy prime minister, of perhaps her name doing the rounds as far as finding a replacement for Justin Trudeau?
Thank you for having me on the show. First of all, the time period, Liberals haven't got the luxury of time on their side. They have only got time till the end of March, because in the last week of March or the end of March, the Parliament reconvenes. And when the Parliament reconvenes, the government will face a no confidence motion, which they cannot defeat this time, because their allies have made it clear that they'll be voting for the no confidence motion and the government is likely to come down. So they have not got the luxury of time on their side. The names that are running, Mark Carney is one who has been the governor of Bank of Canada and Bank of England, and you have specifically mentioned Chrystia Freeland, which, as my fellow commentator has pointed out, her resignation was like the last nail in this government's coffin. But the thing is, Chrystia Freeland, as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, has written all the budgets and has been a part and parcel of this government's failures. So it will be hard for her to sell herself as an alternative to Justin Trudeau, or what substantive change will she suggest or bring on the table when she has been part of the cabinet. And Dominic LeBlanc is other name that is a possible contender, who's a possible contender for the leadership position. He's also known to be very close to Mr. Trudeau. So the names that are coming up right now, they all have been a part of the cabinet, and now they'll be trying to distance themselves from the failures of this government, which will be a difficult task.
Right. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us this morning. Of course, Trudeau has been accused of using allegations against India to deflect attention from mounting challenges that his party has been facing, the dissent within the party, and of course, the falling economy as well. Well, thank you for joining us this morning and, breaking it down for us as to what does it really mean for Canada and its future. Now, switching tracks to Nepal and getting you information, and this is in regard to tremors from a 7.1 magnitude earthquake that has jolted Nepal, and its tremors have been felt here in the national capital as well. Several North Indian areas, including parts of Bihar, have felt the tremors. The epicenter of the earthquake is believed to be near Goker Neshwar. This is the area in Nepal, and of course it was a very, very strong earthquake, Radhika, that has jolted parts of the neighbouring country India as well. Absolutely, Divya. In fact, strong tremors, as you mentioned, were felt in several areas in India, including Bihar. In Bihar, Patna is where the tremors were felt, and multiple locations in northern Bihar also felt it. The earthquake was also felt in West Bengal as well as northeastern states, including Assam. Let's go straight across to Prabhakar, who's joining us from Bihar. Prabhakar, of course, impact felt in several parts of northern India as well. But what is the situation currently in Bihar? Is there any sort of injuries or damage as a result of the tremors that were felt there?
Thankfully, not yet. We are learning that no major damage has been reported from most of the parts of Bihar, Bengal and Sikkim. Remember, these were the three states which were majorly affected, especially the North Bihar areas. The areas basically which adjoins Nepal, because the epicenter is believed to be somewhere between Nepal and Tibet, somewhere near Nepal and Tibet. So the areas which actually adjoins Nepal, where we felt the maximum tremors, the maximum impact of this tremor. This happened at around 6:35 a.m. in the morning. People were sleeping, most of them, and there were three tremors, three jolts actually, which people felt, and the third one was the strongest one. We are told many people walked out of their house, they left their buildings, and they went out in the open place, as it is always suggested in the case of the earthquake. but thankfully no major damage is as of now reported from all the three states, whether it's Bengal, Sikkim, and Bihar. But as far as Nepal is concerned, we are still trying to gather information as to whether there has been any damage there or not, because the epicenter was there. So there's a possibility that there might be some damage done to the buildings, or maybe even the loss of human lives.
All right. Thank you, Prabhakar, for getting us all those details from Bihar. We'll keep coming back to you. But let's move on now, Divya. This is to do with HMPV. 5 cases of human metapneumovirus, which is also called HMPV, have been reported in India, with 2 being detected in Karnataka and 1 in Gujarat as well. In fact, the virus, believed to have originated in China, has raised alarms worldwide due to its resemblance to the early days of COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, governments globally are on high alert as Beijing reports a surge in respiratory infections leading to hospitals, overcrowded hospitals in China and several parts of China really. So therefore, in India, alert being issued in several states, Divya.
That's right. You spoke about the cases, of course, 2 coming out of Karnataka, 1 in Gujarat and 2 in Tamil Nadu, making a total of 5 cases that have been reported this year. But the government is saying there's no reason to panic. The Health Ministry, addressing the concern, says there's no cause for alarm. Health experts have clarified that this virus is not new. It was first identified in 2001. It's been circulating in the entire world for many years. It spreads through air by way of respiration, and this can affect people of all age groups. The health systems and surveillance networks of the country are vigilant. There's really no need to panic, is what JP Nadda had to really say. In fact, precautionary measures are being put into place. The ministry plans to expand the number of labs testing for these cases, and this is something that Delhi and Maharashtra have issued guidelines and precautionary measures particularly. Let's listen in to JP Nadda.
On recent reports, the cases of HMPV in China, the Health Ministry, the Indian Council for Medical Research, and the National Center for Disease Control are keeping a close watch on the situation in China as well as in the neighboring countries. No surge in any of the common respiratory viral pathogens is observed in India. Joint Monitoring Group meeting was held under the chairmanship of Director General for Health Services on 4th of January 2025 to review the situation. The health systems and surveillance networks of the country remain vigilant, ensuring the country is ready to respond promptly to any emerging health challenges. There is no reason to worry.
The global spotlight is on the HMPV virus, which is essentially called the human metapneumovirus. Although in India, 2 cases have been found, but those 2 children are recovering as soon as possible. And to get more insight on this virus particularly, I am joined by the former Director General of ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, N.K. Ganguly. Sir, please tell us, we know for a fact that this is not a new phenomena. When was the first outbreak of this particular virus?
Actually, this virus is not new, relatively new, that it was discovered in 2001. And since then, it is being detected routinely in Indian surveillance system. And there is a 4 to 12% prevalence. 12% was seen in Vellore surveillance and 4% was seen in the Manipal. And recently there has been an outbreak in Pondicherry where they had around 1,000 cases where it was identified as 9.7% prevalence.
Any one particular region which is more susceptible in developing this virus?
At this given moment, the virology center which are there like NIV in Maharashtra, the Jipmar, the Manipal, Vellore, etc., who are good virology labs, they are reporting it through the routine surveillance system. And there are about 3% asymptomatic subjects also, those who harbor it and they don't express it. This is found during December, January, that is the peak season for most of the northern India. The northeastern, northwestern is a little different. There it is found in the March and April. The incubation period is only 4 to 5%, and most affected are children below 1 year. Recently in Karnataka, two cases of children have been, both of them are few months old, 3 months old or 8 months old. And the other susceptible age band is 5 to 9 years. And what they have is the symptoms are like influenza or mild COVID. There is a running nose, there is a fever, there is a body ache and malaise.
साल 2020 में आए कोरोना महामारी के 5 साल बाद एक बार फिर से एक नया वायरस HMPV अब दुनिया को टेंशन दे रहा है। चीन और मलेशिया के बाद कई देश, अब भारत में भी इसके केसेस आने लगे हैं और इससे क्या खतरा है, इसे क्या ये एक और वैश्विक महामारी का रूप ले सकती है, ये जानने के लिए हम एक महामारी रोग विशेषज्ञ जो हैं डॉक्टर सुनीला गर्ग, उनके पास आए हैं। मैम, HMPV वायरस जो है अब केसेस अब इंडिया में भी सामने आने लगे हैं। आप आम भाषा में अगर बता पाएँ तो क्या ये HMPV वायरस क्या है, क्या ये कोरोना जैसा ही है?
देखिए, इट इज़ ह्यूमन मेटा न्यूमो वायरस। दैट मीन्स कि न्यूमो वर्ड जहाँ आ जाता है तो समथिंग रिलेटेड टू निमोनिया जैसे। निमोनिया का मतलब है रेस्पिरेटरी ट्रैक्ट को अफेक्ट करेगा। तो करीबन ज़्यादातर ये देखा गया, आपने कोविड के टाइम में देखा होगा, हम परेशान थे कि वो एल्डरलीज को यानी कि बुज़ुर्गों को इफ़ेक्ट करता है, उसके बाद में जो कोमॉर्बिड लोग हैं उनको अफेक्ट करता है। परंतु जो ये वायरस है, अगर हम HMPV की बात करें तो HMPV वायरस की बात अगर करते हैं तो बेसिकली ये वायरस इन्फेंट्स को भी अफेक्ट करता है। इन्फेंट्स मतलब बच्चे जो कि 12 महीने से छोटे हैं, और उनमें से भी कौन से जो कि प्री टर्म बेबीज़ होते हैं, यानी कि फुल टर्म होने से पहले जिनकी डिलीवरी हो जाती है, लो बर्थ वेट बेबीज़ होते हैं, या उनको कोई और सिम्टम होता है, बेसिकली मेल नरिश्ड बेबीज़ हैं तो उनको होता है, प्लस बुज़ुर्गों को तो होता ही होता है अलॉन्ग विथ कोमॉर्बिड कंडीशंस। सांस जल्दी जल्दी चलना, पसलियाँ चलना, बुखार आना, तो ये सारे सिम्टम्स जो आपके कोविड के समय थे, और सीवियर केसेस में निमोनिया, उसमें पसलियाँ चलती हैं, और बच्चों में पर्टिकुलरली निमोनिया इज़ वेरी डेंजरस ऑल्सो।
इसके लक्षण आप कह रहे हैं कि कोविड जैसा ही है?
कोविड जैसा ही है करके, परंतु जैसे मैंने कि बताया कि कोविड वाज मच मोर सिवियर एज कंपेयर टू दिस वायरस।
Tanushka joining us to get us more on this. Tanushka, the ICMR saying that India is fully equipped as far as these HMPV cases that are coming about, 5 reported so far, and that it's a known viral infection. It is basically a respiratory infection, milder than COVID from what we're hearing from the doctors. However, this is something that's been around for years. In fact, the first case came about that was detected and reported back in 2001.
Right, exactly, Divya, which is why, stressing upon what the health ministry has also said, what the Delhi government health is also maintaining, is that this is not, a concern of worry at this point. There's no need to panic about the human metapneumovirus. This has been in circulation and in existence in our country for the past 20 years. The cases that are being flagged off right now are also, part of the many cases that are already there in the country. We know of, 2 cases in Bangalore, and one of the infants who was detected with the virus has already been discharged as well. There are 2 other cases in Tamil Nadu as well, and the children are being treated as well. As we've heard from health experts, everyone is repeatedly saying that this is not a worry. The HMPV virus is a non-surge virus in our country at this point, and it is surveillance is being maintained with respect to this virus, as it falls into the category of ILI, which is illnesses, influenza-like illnesses, as well as severe acute respiratory illnesses. So it is like any other respiratory illness that we have known of, and it is nothing like COVID at the moment, and nothing to worry about as well. What we are understanding from the health ministry as well is that there are, they're expanding labs with respect to testing, if necessary, if the physician gets there. And also the system anyways has been robust with respect to the treatment of this ailment.
Right, Tanushka, thank you so much. There's no reason to panic or worry. This has been around for a while. Cases are being reported, but India is absolutely prepared, is what the health ministry has to say. Moving on now to more news, and it's 8 Jawans and a driver killed in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district when Maoists used an improvised explosive device IED to blow up their vehicle. The 9 that were returning from an operation when the IED blew up, Radhika. That's right, very tragic indeed. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deosai condemned the blast and described it as a heinous and tragic incident. In fact, earlier security forces had attacked Maoists in the Abujmad region of Chhattisgarh and killed 5 rebels. In fact, we will get some reactions for you before we go to our reporter Anurag.
विगत दो तीन दिनों से जिला बीजापुर नारायणपुर दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाका में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्टू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास महोदय द्वारा लाए गए एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट मारने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई थी, उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत होगी। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुंच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे।
डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के 8 जवान सर्चिंग से वापस आ रहे थे और आईडी ब्लास्ट में उनका वाहन उड़ गया और सभी 8 जवान शहीद हो गए। साथ में जो वाहन का चालक था वो भी शहीद हो गया। शहादत को मैं नमन करता हूं, उनको विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। उनके शोक संतप्त परिवार को इस गहन शोक को सहने की ताकत दें और उनका शहादत बेकार नहीं जाएगा। नक्सली लगातार जिस तरह से उनकी पराजय हो रही है उसे बौखलाए हुए हैं और एक कायराना हरकत कर रहे हैं।
Anurag is joining us for more details. Anurag, very tragic incident. Jawans killed in naxal attack. This when Indian government had been working to eradicate naxalism in the country. Give us details. How has security been beefed up there and what have investigations revealed so far?
Yes, this was the deadliest attack by the Maoists since April 2023. When a similar ID explosion claimed the lives of 10 security personnel and their driver. The DRG Jawans were killed, were identified as Subarnath Yadav, Somudat Veti, Budram Korsa, Sudarshan Veti, Dumka Madgami, Harish, Pandru Poyam and Baman Sodi. Few from Bastar fighters and few from DRG. They were coming back when they were ambushed while, after a 2 days operation in the dense forest of South Abujmad, in which they have gunned down 5 Maoist insurgents. And DRG Constable Sanu Karam was also martyred in this attack. But now questions are being raised that whether, SOP norms were not followed, because usually the DRG Jawans and a road opening party was also there. Then how Maoists, planted 60 to 70 kgs of IED and how it got undetected because the road opening party had already sanitized the route, and but they didn't spot, the danger lurking in the bushes, and because they must have triggered this explosion, manually. So because there were 8 vehicles in total in that particular convoy, and the 7th vehicle was attacked. Few of them took the Pamed route, and while coming back to the Bijapur district headquarters, and this particular vehicle took that Kutru Ambeli Karkeli village route when this IED explosion happened.
Right.
Usually the people involved in such kind of operations say that after victory, lethargy takes over. But they can't let down their guard after the initial victory in a war zone. And that's why they were attacked.
Right. Thank you so much, Anurag. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest when it comes to Oyo changing its policy as far as unmarried couples are concerned. That and a whole lot more. Stay with us. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
dharma, earth, calm, moksha. The scriptures reveal their profound connection, the modern manifestation of this timeless wisdom. The incomparable Maha Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. 450 million devotees over 45 days. Budget allocation of 7,500 crore rupees. Mela grounds spanning 4,000 hectares. 13,000 trains in operation. Over 1,60,000 tents. 2,700 AI-powered CCTV cameras. 488 kilometers of roads in the Kumbh area. 67,000 LED lights illuminating the region. The world's largest gathering and the most significant conversation. The country's most esteemed spiritual leaders and economists will unite on a single platform. They will delve into the economic dimensions of the Kumbh Mela and its influence on employment, business, the economy, and India's global image. Gain insights from thought leaders at the Mumbai Conclave. Maha Kumbh Ka Arthashastra on NDTV.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest when it comes to hotel booking platform Oyo that's announced a new check-in policy aimed at restricting unmarried couples from staying at their properties. This has started off in Meerut in Uttar Pradesh, but they are saying that they are planning to expand this to other cities as well. Oyo stated that unmarried couples will no longer be welcome to check-in, and all couples will be required to present a valid proof of their relationship at the time of check-in, including bookings made online. Radhika. That's right, Divya. Currently, of course, the policy is limited to Meerut, but the company has said that it may expand the program to additional cities based on ground feedback. In fact, it has been reported that Oyo has received requests from civil society groups, particularly in Meerut and a few other cities in the past, asking for measures to address the issue and disallow unmarried couples into their hotels. We also have guests joining us on the show. We have Akriti, who is joining us, Akriti Bhatia, who is a social activist and right to privacy activist as well. We'll have Loveleen Anand also joining us in just a bit. Akriti, to you first. Of course, this could be construed as a very controversial move. Done because Oyo as a brand was perhaps suffering for a long time. But how do you think this policy might affect personal rights, individual rights, particularly concerning privacy? Some may call it discriminatory, although Oyo had good enough reasons to implement this measure, but several feel that this could be discriminatory.
Thank you. I think it's a grave violation of the fundamental right to privacy when two consenting and adult citizens decide to, do whatever they feel like and be together in any space. Also, that we know that now the age of legal marrying sociologically across many studies has shown has been postponing. So people this and that too from private sector companies and governments or any such stakeholders. Moral policing of this kind is not something which should be seen acceptable, and this is not something that I am saying. There have been various precedents by the Supreme Court where the right to privacy has been upheld, and it has been said multiple times that living together as partners without getting married is not illegal or criminal offense. Whether it was the judgments on live-in couples, or even Supreme Court has said this about same-sex marriage, when that verdict was happening. Even there they had suggested that living in is an option. So this is something that doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's like a moral policing that's this reflecting in the private sector companies is a cause of concern, I would say. So this is something that that's my opening remark on the issue.
Right.
And there are many more legal kind of provisions as well, which says that this is also, and not just problematic decision, but also not legal in that sense.
Right, Dr. Akriti Bhatia, well, the new guidelines have come into effect after receiving requests, what Oyo is saying, from civil society groups in Meerut, and for Oyo looking to change its reputation. The policy change aims to transform its image. What are the other ways that one could, perhaps build oneself up and, change their image, change their reputation that they might have earned in the past?
You're talking about platforms like Oyo?
Right.
Yes, I mean, there can be so many other things that platforms can do. One is that as an aggregator platforms, they have actually earned a lot of ill reputation because of other kinds of policies of how they've been conducting and deducting very high commission rates, and not letting a lot of these partner hotels earn as much. And if you look at other platforms also, like Zomato and others, what's happening in terms of their profit sharing and data transparency issues, there are a lot of things that are bringing them, these tech aggregators, in news. Secondly, it's also about quality control, right? So if they maintain good quality and do proper checks on the background checks of the KYCs and other kinds of things for their customers to ensure more safety, I think those are the kinds of measures that these platforms should be taking. And going into this way of moral policing would just not only slash down their businesses, but also will have other kind of backlashes, which it's not going to prevent.
Right. Some of the issues that women will be facing these days is that they've retained their maiden name. So every time a couple, say, checks into a Oyo hotel, they'll have to perhaps carry their marriage certificate, because of course the Aadhaar card and the PAN card will have different surnames, Radhika, which is constant, it's going to basically posed to be quite a problem, and how they're going to really handle this. Let's just go to some breaking news coming in. All right, breaking updates there, Divya. Delhi election dates today. In fact, Election Commission all set to announce Delhi poll dates, schedule likely to be out by 2 p.m. So much awaited date of Delhi elections to be announced today, Divya. That's right, Radhika. The dates will finally be announced. Of course, there's been a lot of speculation as they could, the election could take place as early as the month of February. When is it exactly going to take place is the big question. And of course, the Aam Aadmi Party, the BJP warring, that war of words that we've seen on a constantly daily basis in the run-up to the elections. Of course, many accusations and allegations that are being leveled by both sides. Of course, let's just go across to Sunil Prabhu, who has more on this. Prabhu, we have, finally, the dates are going to be announced by the Election Commission, and that is going to be out this afternoon.
That's right. And on expected lines, yesterday was the date when the issue of, the notification in terms of the final electoral rolls for those who are eligible to contest. So that's been finalized. And now the next day, the Election Commission is going to announce this at 2 o'clock. We can expect it in the first week of February, not later than 10th of February. That's the usual timeline, and these are well-established norms. So we'll wait and see. It's a very toughly contested election because the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to continue its reign after being in power for the last 10 years. The BJP hasn't been in the city of Delhi in the state of governance ever since Sushma Swaraj gave up in 1998. So it's been a long road for the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the BJP, and of course the Congress is trying to make a comeback too and fight this election. So it's in that backdrop that the Election Commission, which has been at the receiving end from all political parties on the electoral rolls, will be announcing the much-awaited Delhi election dates, which are expected to happen in the first week of February.
Right, so Neil, interesting elections, of course, ahead in Delhi, schedule likely to be out by 2 p.m. today. But let's move on now, Divya. This is to do with what happened in Kaziranga National Park. In fact, a trip to Kaziranga National Park turned horrific after mother-daughter duo narrowly escaped deadly encounter with a rhino during a safari. In fact, you can see in those visuals, this is a video doing rounds on the internet showing the girl falling out of the safari vehicle in this particular range. And then, of course, her mother also dropping off and then trying to rescue her. Divya. Yes, Radhika, within moments, it was her mother who, tried to rescue her daughter who had fallen off that jeep. And the duo, in fact, managed to have that narrow escape. But this is, of course, highlighting the need to follow protocols by visitors and also safety measures which are in place when it comes to national parks. So that was a very narrow escape as far as the mother-daughter duo are concerned. And to know more on this as to what is really, as far as the situation on the ground is concerned, we have Ambika Shukla, Animal Welfare trustee, People for Animals, joining us. We also have Mehran Uddin, tour guide expert, former nominated Vice President, Tourist Guides Federation of India, General Secretary. Thank you so much for speaking with us this morning. Ambika Shukla, over to you first. When we talk about the measures which are in place as far as the national parks are concerned, we're seeing a lot of incidents coming to light thanks to, mobile phones and these videos that have started circulating, whether it is the tigers who managed to, get out as far as in Rajasthan, and then the tigers were trying to attack the rescue team, to now this incident that's taken place at the Kaziranga National Park. What are the security measures that are in place, and what more can be done?
Well, firstly, I'd like to question the very fact of this kind of tourism within national parks. National parks are actually sanctuaries for wild animals, and all these wild animals are threatened and endangered species. Now, to treat them as picnic spots for people to go in, take photographs, wander about for amusement is firstly, it is in contradiction of the premise that we want to save these animals. When we have human intrusion into their areas, firstly, we need to create roads, which takes away from their space. Then, because of the humans, we need water, so that will take away from the water available for these animals. Then there will be need for hotels, infrastructure, the trash collection, all the things that come with humans going into wild animal spaces. If you love wild animals, leave them alone. The best thing we can do for our wild animals is not to go there, not to visit, just to allow them their privacy, their space, their safety, and their land and their habitat. The less we intrude upon it, the less violations we will see, the safer for us, the safer for them. So I don't see the purpose of encouraging this kind of so-called tourism. We need to understand what these animals need is space, privacy, safety, and resources not to be diverted into human infrastructure, but to be allowed for the wild animals and their needs. So I think we need to rethink this. It's not about safety measures, it is about rethinking the entire attitude towards our wild animals and their sanctuaries.
All right, it is time to rethink attitude towards wild animals and their sanctuaries is what Ambika Shukla has said. Let's also go across to Mehran Uddin, who is a tour guide expert. Mehran, my question is, of course, there are situations when animal safety is jeopardized, as Ambika had been pointing out, and there are situations when human safety is jeopardized, as you can see in that video. But what are the key safety guidelines tourists should follow while on safari? How can national parks ensure tourists are also safe? And what are some of the mistakes that you see tourists make during safaris? How can visitors there ensure they are not, inadvertently threatening or stressing out the animals?
What I can see in this video, indeed, the woman and the child escaped the possible tragedy, falling out from the safari vehicle just a few feet away from a rhinoceros. But we can see a rhinoceros who is running in the background. So possibly the driver took that step. But here the safety lack is the tourist should not keep standing while vehicle is moving. They should be sitting. And in this video, all the tourists can be seen. They are clearly can be seen standing while the vehicle is moving and accelerating. So I think this is the case of negligence by the tourist as well as their guide. Whoever the driver or the naturalist was, he should make them clearly instruct them to sit at the time of the vehicle is driving.
Right.
Because we are seen by the animal as intruder. We are entering into their territory. They are not used to see us all the time. We are not part of their life. So they can take it in any way. And tourism should be in these kind of national parks where there are big animals, the tourism should be limited.
Right. Take us through the challenges, Ambika Shukla, that these animals face and, what is their usual instinct? How do they tend to react?
Well, if you look even at the video you are showing, you are seeing, lines and lines of traffic coming through. Now, imagine if you are sitting in your home and suddenly you have cars barging in through your drawing room, because this is the equivalent of their living area. So you have strangers and vehicles barging through your living space at any given point. You are not aware of it. You do not know any schedules. You cannot be told of any schedules. So for you, it will always be sudden. It will always be unexpected. It will always be strange. It will always be ridden with risks, both to the animals and to humans. So why do we persist with this? There are so many other ways to enjoy wild animals. You have Animal Planet. You have so many other, television programs which are devoted to wild animals, which capture their footage in their natural habitat in secret without intruding upon them and for our pleasure and enjoyment. What is the purpose of going there, creating noise, trash, pollution, water intake, roads? It is a very selfish, greedy way of looking at animals. It's something that we need to completely rejig, understand our priorities. If we really want to keep these animals safe for the next generation, let us do the right thing by them in this generation, let us rethink our policies. Wildlife is to be protected, not to be treated as amusement, not to be treated as toys, not to be treated as holiday junkets.
Right. Thank you, Ambika Shukla, for giving us a perspective on this. Certainly, it is a thin line between ensuring that animals are in safe shelter in their habitats and to also ensure that tourists are also safe. Ambika Shukla and Mehranuddin, thank you for joining us on this important discussion. Let's move on now. Divya, this is from the state of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu Assembly began on a dramatic note. In fact, Governor R.N. Ravi had refused to deliver his customary address yesterday and walked out in protest of national anthem not being sung at the beginning of the address. In fact, Chief Minister Stalin called this move by Governor childish and violated custom. This is, of course, the latest in Governor versus Tamil Nadu government saga. Divya.
That's right, and of course, this is the latest when it comes to the governor versus the government of Tamil Nadu, and it's the DMK that has threatened to hold protests against the governor across the state of Tamil Nadu. Of course, it was R.N. Ravi who stormed out saying that it wasn't the national anthem that played after the state anthem, and which is what he had a problem with. But, it is, of course, the government hitting out at the governor, saying that he has a problem, basically, that he's not respecting, the customary not the national anthem, but the state anthem that was played. And we have Sam joining us to get us more on this. Sam, take us through the trickle effect and the impact of the walkout of the governor. What is the DMK saying? And they're threatening to hold protests against the governor.
Well, Divya and Radhika, around 10 o'clock across Tamil Nadu, at all district headquarters in Tamil Nadu, the ruling DMK would stage protests against the governor, alleging that the governor has actually insulted the Tamil anthem by walking out of the assembly soon after the Tamil anthem was sung. Although the governor claims he walked out because the national anthem was not played before his customary address in the Tamil Nadu assembly, the ruling DMK says he is only hiding behind that claim and that the governor could not digest the fact that in Tamil Nadu, according to the convention, the Tamil anthem is played first in the house. And in Chennai, the protest will be at a place called Saidapet in the heart of the city. And the governor's office claims that the governor respects Tamil and Tamil language and Tamil culture. He reiterates his love for the language and culture and that he faithfully sings the Tamil anthem. And he alleges, according to the code of the national anthem ought to be played before the customary governor's address on the floor of the house. Tamil Nadu for several decades has a custom of beginning the session with the Tamil anthem and then concluding the session after the governor's address playing the national anthem, and the speaker says this ought to be respected and the governor has some ulterior motive. He is raking up this issue. The larger question, of course, as this comes in the backdrop of the alleged sexual assault on the campus of Anna University, and at a time the state ought to be discussing security, law and order and enhancing women's safety, this issue has come as a dampener, as a clear diversion, and the key issue has been pushed to the back burner.
All right, thank you, Sam, for getting us all those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Let's move on now. Hearing in Formula E case, Divya, verdict on KTR's quash plea. In fact, KTR had been seeking a deferring of ED summons. Enforcement Directorate has postponed KTR's appearance. ACB had, in fact, summoned KTR for January 9th.
That's right. So the ED had summoned KTR for today, the 7th of January. Do remember yesterday what really happened when he appeared before the officials of the ACB. He left within minutes and moments from then, leaving that statement, saying that his legal counsel wasn't allowed inside, and which is why he left. He's gone on to say that he's a law-abiding citizen and that if his legal counsel will be allowed, he is ready for questioning. That is what has been said. Of course, the ACB there now summoning KTR yet again in that Formula E race case. So that's the hearing as far as the Formula E case is concerned. And switching tracks now to the weather situation as far as Delhi is concerned, Radhika. So the IMD, they're predicting dense fog conditions as far as Delhi is concerned. It's been clear this morning. In fact, it hasn't even been that cold as it usually gets. So we're seeing some sort of improvement, but it is the air quality that's concerning.
Certainly, air quality is concerning not just in Delhi but in Mumbai as well. Of course, it has improved over the last couple of days at least. Air quality remains in very poor category in the national capital. Flights disrupted as a result, and airlines also issuing advisories to passengers, Divya.
That's right. And to get to know more on this, we have our colleague Shreya joining us from the ground to get us. Shreya, visibly it looks better. When we talk about the air quality, that's still a concern. But take us through: are they commuters who are facing a problem when it comes to flight disruptions by any chance? But that seems to have sort of sorted this morning, right?
Right, of course, Delhi woke up to a chilly morning and the temperature was around 11 degrees Celsius early this morning, and the maximum temperature will be around 16 to 19 degrees Celsius. But we definitely saw some moderate fog conditions early this morning, which reduced the visibility, and that led to several train disruptions. Almost 25 trains are reported that are running late, and flight disruptions are not that major, are not majorly affected the flights. It's mostly the Cat 3 compliant flights which do not have the low visibility landing features. Those are the ones that are getting affected, but the low visibility procedures are underway at Delhi airport. The landings and takeoffs are taking place normally as per schedule. So no major disruption when it comes to flight timings, but definitely it is advisable for people to check their flight status before leaving. And as you said, the air quality continues to be in the very poor category because the wind speed, again, it has reduced to around 6 km/h. Today we will see clear sky and no rainfall, and the smog conditions will also improve as the day progresses. Back to you.
All right, so slight improvement expected there in the national capital. Divya, thank you, Shreya, for getting us those details. Let's move on now to festivities surrounding Maha Kumbh Mela. Ahead of Maha Kumbh Mela, all akharas are entering the cantonment area as per schedule and in accordance with traditions. And as part of the ceremonial entry, city and Mela administration welcomed sadhus and sannyasis with garlands and floral showers, Divya.
That's right. So the Naga sannyasis march with spears and also with swords in their hands, carrying the idol of the Lord Surya. The Maha Kumbh Mela is scheduled to start as early as the 13th of January. It's a 45-day event that's going to carry on till the 26th of February, the day of Mahashivratri.
Right. So just a week to go for grand celebrations there. On that note, this is all we have on this Bulletin of Breakfast show. We'll be back with more same time tomorrow, Divya.
Right, we will be back same time, same place. Do stay with us. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And in the run-up to the celebration of the Maha Kumbh, well, preparations are underway. All akharas, as per the schedule and in accordance with the tradition. So ceremonial entry as far as the city and the Mela administration is concerned.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Dharma, Earth, Calm, Moksha. The scriptures reveal their profound connection. The modern manifestation of this timeless wisdom. The incomparable Maha Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. 450 million devotees over 45 days. Budget allocation of 7,500 crore rupees. Mela grounds spanning 4,000 hectares. 13,000 trains in operation. Over 1,60,000 tents. 2,700 AI-powered CCTV cameras. 488 kilometers of roads in the Kumbh area. 67,000 LED lights illuminating the region. The world's largest gathering and the most significant conversation. The country's most esteemed spiritual leaders and economists will unite on a single platform. They will delve into the economic dimensions of the Kumbh Mela and its influence on employment, business, the economy, and India's global image. Gain insights from thought leaders at the Mumbai Conclave. Maha Kumbh Ka Arthashastra on NDTV.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana.
Election Commission to announce the Delhi poll days, and that is expected to come about this afternoon at 2 o'clock. So the schedule will be announced by the Election Commission as soon as 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Earthquake of magnitude 7.1 hits the Tibet and Nepal border. Tremors felt here in parts of North India, particularly in Bihar. Coal mine flooded in Assam. 15 to 20 miners have been trapped, is what the army has to say. Justin Trudeau resigns as the Prime Minister and the party leader, and it's Donald Trump who's reacting to that resignation. He's referred to him as the Governor of Canada, says if Canada merges with the United States, it could become the 51st state. Tamil Nadu governor versus the government again. Well, it is the governor who walked out after the state anthem was played, but not the national anthem on the first day of the assembly. And this is MK Stalin reacting to that, calling it childish. And it is a DMK that is today going to protest against the governor in the state of Tamil Nadu. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including our top story, which is the election dates are finally going to be announced by the Election Commission this afternoon. So the suspense that has continued for months now, but many have been speculating that elections will be held in the month of February in the national capital, while the war of words that continues between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP in particular, of course, the Congress party in the fray as well, with promises that are being made by all three parties in the run-up to the elections. Of course, it is the Aam Aadmi Party's Mahila Samman that is promising 2,100 per month to women, and it is the Congress party yesterday that also announced a similar amount of 2,500 as far as women are concerned. So, promises that are being made. The Aam Aadmi Party, they're promising 18,000 rupees a month, monthly for priests and granthis. These are promises that the Aam Aadmi Party is making, along with these poll promises as far as electricity and water is concerned. So, a lot of promises that are being made, but that poll date announcement that hadn't been made yet, and of course that decision has been taken, and the announcement is going to be made at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We have my colleague Shreya joining us. Shreya, many speculating when in the month of February are the elections going to take place. Many saying it could be perhaps in the second week. Of course, all that suspense is going to come to an end by this afternoon at 2 o'clock when the announcement is going to finally be made in regard to Delhi elections.
That's right, Divya. The much anticipated Delhi Assembly elections dates will be announced today afternoon by the ECI. And we know that all the three parties, Aam Aadmi Party, BJP and the Congress, have released their candidates list for all the 70 constituencies. It's a three-cornered election, but it is being seen, the elections is being seen as a predominant fight between BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, considering BJP has been out of power for the last 25 years and Aam Aadmi Party has been ruling for the 10 years. There is bound to be ground level dissatisfaction, but we also see BJP leaders positioning infrastructure and housing projects as against Aam Aadmi Party's social welfare schemes model. You know, we've seen for the last couple of years that it is the Delhi's poor who have always been a strong vote bank for the Aam Aadmi Party because of the free subsidies that they receive, be it the improved healthcare, free transportation for women, housing and also improved sanitation. These are the things that have worked for the Aam Aadmi Party. But now the BJP has started their campaigning with the big guns, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi hitting the ground and addressing people and talking about and inaugurating rather, large, big budget infrastructural projects, trying to woo the voters because it will be interesting to see, will the Aam Aadmi Party succumb to anti-incumbency, or will BJP, will be able to bring, fight this Aam Aadmi Party wave that has been going on. It is going to be an interesting elections. It is going to be a true blue litmus test of popularity of the two mass leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Arvind Kejriwal. And today afternoon at around 2 p.m, the Election Commission of India will be announcing the dates of the Delhi Assembly elections. Back to you.
Yeah, all eyes on that announcement that is going to be made this afternoon. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Let's just switch tracks. This is in regard to the national elections with the political parties releasing its way to woo the women voters when it comes to the national capital. Who can carry them across the winning line is the big question. All parties are competing to woo women. If Aam Aadmi Party has announced the Mahila Samman Yojana, it is when the women will be paid 2,100 rupees a month, while the Congress yesterday announced the Pyari Didi Yojana. This was announced by D.K. Shiv Kumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Karnataka, saying that it is Delhi that's mirroring what has really taken place in the state of Karnataka, promising 2,500 rupees per month every month to the women in the national capital.
Political pundits credit the BJP for cracking the wooing women voters formula. But opposition parties too have been quick to pick up on the trend. As Delhi rolls up its sleeves to decide on the next government, Congress announced the Pyari Didi scheme for women in Delhi, promising 2,500 rupees per month. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar did the honours, quoting the Karnataka model.
Whatever the decision has been taken in Karnataka on the same model, 2,500 rupees, this Pyari Didi Yojana will be implemented.
Remember, the Congress rode home in Karnataka on the back of the Griha Lakshmi scheme, promising the same amount to women in the state.
Mahalakshmi, which means rupees 2,500.
More recently in Telangana, the Mahalakshmi scheme proved lucky for Revant Reddy. In Delhi, AAP took the lead, sprinting off the block in the race to woo women voters. The party revised the payout to women to 2,100 rupees under the Mahila Samman Yojana.
महंगाई बहुत ज़्यादा कर दी है केंद्र सरकार ने, उनकी नीतियों ने उनको घर का खर्चा चलाने में मदद मिलेगी.
In 2020, with a record turnout of 62.5%, women bridged the gap with men. AAP swept the polls, winning 62 seats. The free bus scheme for women is what caught the imagination in the last Vidhan Sabha polls in Delhi.
Jai Bhavani! Jai Shivaji! Ladkya Baininsa!
In the Maharashtra Assembly elections last year, many credit the BJP's Ladki Behna scheme for the turnaround in the Mahayuti's fate. The tried and tested formula worked for JMM in Jharkhand with the Maiya Samman Yojana and for Mama Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh with the Ladli Behna scheme. Women voters in Jharkhand took the lead in 2024, clocking 5% higher turnout as men at 70.5%.
मोदी जी ने हमको लखपति दीदी बनाया है। मोदी जी के वजह से हम आज
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Lakpati Didi scheme, targeted at women's self-help groups in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, hit bullseye for the BJP. The turnaround for women in the Lok Sabha polls equal that of men at 65.8%.
Every political party now vies for women vote. There is a race among parties to dole out attractive SOPs for women ahead of the upcoming elections. Now, Delhi election season is no different from it. With camera person Kanan Patra, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
Now, as Delhi elections near, political parties are attacking one another. The BJP doubled down on its Shish Mahal attack on Arvind Kejriwal, receiving fresh ammunition in the form of a CAG report on the expenses involved in renovating the Chief Minister's residence. While Aam Aadmi Party today has in fact also gone ahead and hit out over the voters' list manipulation. The Chief Minister Atashi accused the BJP-led centre of conspiring to remove Aam Aadmi Party supporters from the electoral rolls, fearing a loss in the Delhi Assembly polls.
In a fresh twist to the ongoing political battle ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections, a report by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India on the renovation of the Delhi Chief Minister's residence has stirred up a storm. The report reveals massive cost overruns in the CM's house renovation, giving the BJP fresh ammunition to attack Arvind Kejriwal and his Aam Aadmi Party. In the CAG report, the main objections are regarding the classification of the Chief Minister's residence category, subsequent increase of cost, the declaration of an emergency requirement, and the alterations between the project being permanent or temporary. The BJP, now armed with this report, has launched a fierce attack on AAP, accusing the Kejriwal government of corruption and mismanagement.
इस बंगले को बनाते समय जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार किया गया है, ये 2022 तक की सीएजी की रिपोर्ट बता रही है। लेकिन हमारा सवाल ये है कि ये 33 करोड़ तक नहीं रुक रहा है। 23 और 24 में जो इन्वेंट्री पीडब्ल्यूडी ने निकाली है कि इस बंगले में क्या क्या सामान लगा हुआ था, और पीडब्ल्यूडी ने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा है कि वो हमने नहीं लगाया है। ये 75 से 80 करोड़ का एक ऐसा मॉडल है भ्रष्टाचार का जो अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अन्ना के सपनों को रोंदते हुए अपनी भ्रष्टाचारी इच्छाओं की पूर्ति के लिए बनाया, जिसमें दिल्ली की जनता की कमाई का पैसा लगा है। ये हिसाब उसको देना पड़ेगा।
2700 करोड़ रुपए का अपने लिए घर बनाने वाला, 8400 करोड़ रुपए के हवाई जहाज में घूमने वाला, 10 लाख रुपए के सूट पहनने वाला व्यक्ति, उसके मुंह से शीश महल की बातें अच्छी नहीं लगती।
And as the Delhi voters list finally saw the light of day, AAP re-upped its voter list manipulation charge with a focus on the New Delhi constituency. The high-profile seat will witness a sharp three-way contest between Arvind Kejriwal, BJP's Parvesh Verma and Congress's Sandeep Dixit.
जब समरी रिवीजन हो रहा था, जब इलेक्शन कमीशन के बूथ लेवल के अफसर गली गली मोहल्ले मोहल्ले जा रहे थे, तब ये लोग क्यों नहीं वहां से शिफ्ट हुए दिखे? तो ये साफ है कि गलत तरीके से वोट काटने की साजिश हो रही है।
As both sides are trading barbs, the controversy over the renovation of Chief Minister's residence has become a key issue in the upcoming assembly polls. With the BJP accusing Aam Aadmi Party of corruption and Kejriwal defending his government, this whole issue is set to dominate the political discourse in coming days ahead. With camera person Kanan Patra, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
And staying with news, as far as Delhi elections are concerned, the dates of the elections are expected to be announced today by the Election Commission of India. The schedule for the assembly elections will be announced at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The term of the 70-member assembly ends on the 23rd of February and elections have to be held before that. And usually elections in the national capital are held in a single phase. Well, there have been talks that have, speculations doing the rounds that elections could be held in the second week of February. But all those speculations will come to an end with that announcement that is expected at 2 o'clock by the Election Commission of India this afternoon in regard to the announcement of when those election dates, when election will be held as far as the national capital is concerned. Let's listen in to Basri Swaraj.
आज मालवीय नगर में मुझे कार्यकर्ता सम्मेलन में आने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है। हमारे बहुत ही जुझारू, कर्मठ, मेहनती और अनुभवी एमएलए प्रत्याशी यहाँ पर माननीय सतीश उपाध्याय जी हैं, जो दिल्ली प्रदेश के पूर्व अध्यक्ष भी रहे हैं। अहोभाग्य के इनके लिए आकर मुझे यहाँ पर प्रचार करने का मौका मिला है। मैं जानती हूँ कि दिल्ली की जनता बहुत ज्यादा समझदार है। वो ना आम आदमी पार्टी के चुनावी छलावों में आ रही है, ना कांग्रेस पार्टी के चुनावी जुमलों में आ रही है। वो जानती है, दिल्ली की जनता ये जानती और पहचानती है कि डबल इंजन की भाजपा की सरकार का जलवा दिल्ली में जब होगा तो दिल्ली प्रगति के पथ पर अग्रसर होगी। महिलाओं का सही सम्मान होगा, जैसे कि मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहा है, जैसे हरियाणा में हो रहा है, जैसे जितने भी बाकी राज्य हैं जहां पर डबल इंजन की भाजपा की सरकार है।
कर्नाटक की तर्ज पे हमने मॉडल लागू करा है प्यारी।
सॉरी, मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा।
कर्नाटक की तर्ज पे कांग्रेस कह रहा है कि प्यारी दीदी योजना हम दिल्ली में भी लागू करेंगे। बीजेपी का सफाया, आप पार्टी का सफाया।
कांग्रेस पार्टी से दिल्ली की जनता बहुत पहले विमुख हो चुकी है, क्योंकि वो भी जानती है कि कांग्रेस ने अगर दिल्ली को राज दिया तो वो केवल भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त राज था। कांग्रेस वो है जो घोषणाएं जरूर करती है लेकिन अपने वादों पर कभी खरी उतरती नहीं है। दिल्ली की जनता जानती है कि दिल्ली में कमल खिलाना है, बदलाव लाना है, आपदा हटाना है और भाजपा लाना है।
आखिरी सवाल है, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ट्वीट करके बोला है कि बहुत जल्दी आप मनीष सिसोदिया और ये जो तमाम नेता है आतिशी, उनके घर पर रेड पड़ने वाली है और सूत्र उनके ऐसे बता रहे हैं कि चुनाव करीब है, तो आप पार्टी के जो बड़े बड़े नेता है उनके घरों में सीबीआई
जिस प्रकार के भविष्यवक्ता आदरणीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी होने का दावा करते हैं, उस प्रकार की भविष्यवक्ता में नहीं।
Switching tracks to Canada now, and it's Justin Trudeau who has made the announcement of his resignation in the face of rising discontent over his leadership after the abrupt departure of his finance minister, who also happened to be the deputy prime minister, signalling a growing turmoil within his government. He went on to say that it has become very clear to him that he cannot be the leader during the next elections due to internal battles that he has been facing. He planned to stay on as the prime minister until a new leader of the Liberal Party is chosen. He said that he is not the one to quit when it comes to facing battles, but he said this was in the interest of the Canadian people. Let's listen in to what the situation on the ground is. What are the reactions coming in? We have Maha joining us. Maha, take us through the reactions, especially of Donald Trump, who's gone on to say that if Canada was to merge with the United States and become the 51st state, it would be a great nation.
Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process.
Well, Donald Trump has been talking about it, and clearly, I mean, this is a sovereign country. Canada is a sovereign country, even though Donald Trump is pressuring Canada, and this is largely in the context of the trade tariffs that we're likely to see come in once, in fact, Donald Trump takes charge. He has said that he's going to impose a 25% tariff on Canadian products. So this is one of the reasons he's citing, in fact, saying that if Canada becomes the 51st state of the US, then all these aspects will not be something that Canada will have to face. We have seen one reaction coming in from Pierre Poilievre, who has said that if Trudeau is really a fighter, then he should call in for elections immediately. The other reaction we are seeing, important one coming in from the NDP, is that Jagmeet Singh is saying that time is up for this government. And he had said this in the past as well, when he had spoken about the non-confidence motion. He had said that even if there is a change of leadership in the Liberal Party, they do not have confidence in the government anymore, and that they do not want the Liberal government to continue anymore. So he has pretty much reiterated that point. So these are some of the reactions that have come in to Justin Trudeau stepping down as the leader of the Liberal Party, and will be stepping down as the Prime Minister once a new leader of the Liberal Party is decided.
Thank you so much, Maha, for joining us from Vancouver. Well, switching tracks now to a massive earthquake that struck Tibet and the Nepal border this morning, with tremors that were felt not just in Kathmandu but all across here as well in the northern part of India. Tremors from that 7.1 magnitude earthquake in Nepal felt in the Delhi NCR region, going all the way to Bihar as well. The epicenter is believed to be Gokarneshwar, and strong tremors were felt in several parts of Patna and other various locations as far as the northern part of Bihar is concerned. The earthquake was also felt in West Bengal and the northeastern states, including Assam. Nine people have been killed in the earthquake in China. In fact, is also feeling the tremors of that earthquake. So that massive earthquake that with the epicenter that started in the massive earthquake early this morning in Tibet and bordering Nepal, and the tremors felt all across. Well, 9 people have died in China. Prabhakar joining us. Prabhakar, what a massive earthquake early this morning that has jolted Tibet and Nepal, tremors of which felt in China, tremors felt here back home in India as well. But 9 people have died in Tibet is what the Chinese media is reporting.
Yeah, actually it happened at around 6:30 a.m. to be precise. 6:38 was the timing when actually, as per the IST, Indian Standard Timing, as per the earthquake hit the Indo-Gangetic Plain, especially the Himalayan Plain, and the epicenter was Nepal and Tibet. Nepal and Tibet, the border of Nepal and Tibet. That is the reason why the maximum impact in India was felt on the areas which borders Nepal. If you talk about Bihar, if you talk about states like Bengal or Sikkim for that matter, the maximum impact were felt there. There were 3 tremors altogether. The third was the strongest one, and that is actually what woke people when they were sleeping at around 6:30 in the morning. What we are learning that the few of the houses have been damaged in the northern parts of Bihar and Bengal as well. When we talk of Bengal, the northern Bengal, it is the Siliguri area basically which borders Nepal. So the impact was felt there, the maximum impact, even in Sikkim, the areas of Sikkim and also the Darjeeling area, the Sikkim and the Darjeeling area, and also the northern part of Bihar. But as of now, no reports of damage or casualties as far as the Indian part of the affected area is concerned, but we are learning the casualties from China and Nepal as well.
Right. When we talk about the extent of damage, of course, there is, damage that has been felt as far as Tibet is concerned. 9 people have died is what the Chinese media has reported. Take us to the damage. Any reports coming out of Nepal in regard to the damage that this earthquake has caused? A very powerful 7.1 magnitude earthquake.
Yeah, it was 7.1 on the Richter scale. But as far as the reports coming in from Nepal is concerned, no major casualties we are learning. So the reports are still trickling in. So we are still waiting for further reports to come in. There are a few houses which have been damaged, we are told, from the area which falls near the epicenter. But no reports of casualties from Nepal. What we are learning is that a few areas of China, as we are reporting, 9 people have lost their lives. As far as Nepal is concerned, no major casualties. We are still knocking our sources over there and trying to figure out whether there has been some casualties wrong. Remember, in a casualty, in a calamity like this, it takes time actually for the report to trickle in because it completely crumbles the entire communication network. So it takes time for the reports to come in. So we are still awaiting reports from the parts of Nepal which have been severely damaged by this.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for joining us with all those details. And of course, the Chinese media, of course, reporting that 9 people have died in Tibet because of that earthquake that struck as early as 6:30 in the morning is what Prabhakar just said. And of course, the tremors being felt all the way in Bihar and also in the national capital. Moving on now to a coal mine that has been flooded in Assam. The water that's entered the rat hole, and there are miners, about 15 to 20 miners who are trapped is what the army is saying. So they are trying to access the situation. The army is involved in the rescue operations. Of course, the NDRF and the SDRF team are also involved. There's several laborers who are feared to be trapped after that water that flooded the rat hole mine yesterday on Monday. So a 300-foot deep coal mine is situated in the area. This is a very remote industrial town in Dima Hasao district. The SDRF and the NDRF team that are helping and assisting the army. The army has joined the rescue operations. The army divers have also moved to the spot.
A massive search and rescue operation has been launched in Umrangsu, where in a remote location in a coal mine, there has been a tragedy yesterday when miners had gone inside, and then there was water has filled in the mine, and we are being told that it is a basically a rat hole mine, and therefore the passages inside the mines are very small, and the location where this incident has taken place is not far from the border with Meghalaya in the adjacent East Jaintia Hills district of Meghalaya. In 2018 there was a major mine tragedy of the same magnitude where 15 miners were trapped, and for months together operations did take place, but they were not recovered. Only 2 bodies were recovered. But here operation has been mounted. In fact, NDRF, SDRF and the police, Assam Rifles, they are already carrying out the search and rescue operation, trying to pump out water from deep inside the mine, which is about, we have been given to understand, about 300 feet deep, but there is water from about 50 to 100 feet. So therefore a lot of water must have gushed in from a nearby water stream, which must have busted as the miners were working. And what is important to note here is that this location, Umrangsu, again, which is in Dima Hasao district, the mining blocks fall under the Assam government's minerals and mine department, which issues permit to individuals for individual owners to mine. The government would be probing into how this has taken place, but now the focus remains on the search and rescue operation, where the Assam government has now requisitioned Indian Army, and Indian Army has sent out a task force which would reach there in some time, and that task force has divers, sappers and specialized equipment for this kind of operation. Also, what we have been given to understand by authorities that the government is in touch with Indian Navy, and their specialized divers and equipment might be called in for assistance in terms of this operation. Assam Chief Minister, who on Twitter has given out names of at least 9 laborers, 9 miners, that includes a migrant from Nepal and another from West Bengal, and the rest are from Assam, who are feared to be trapped inside. And at this moment this search and rescue operation there in Umrangsu continues, with Indian Army now joining forces, and they would be actually leading this operation.
Right, thank you so much, Ratnati, for getting us those details. And switching tracks now to the Supreme Court, that will be hearing the BPSC exam round. Cancelling that exam is the plea that has been put up in the Supreme Court. The 70th Bihar Public Service Commission preliminary examination has reached the Supreme Court after that petition that was filed seeking its cancellation. The petitioners have demanded a thorough investigation by the CBI under the supervision of a retired Supreme Court judge, asserting that only a high level and a plea also seeks action against the SP and the DM responsible for ordering action that was taken against the protesting students. We have my colleague Nupur joining us, Nupur Dogra, to get us more on this. Nupur, what time is this case coming up in the Supreme Court?
The case is likely to come up towards the afternoon, as it is listed on the bench of Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna. Before that, he would be hearing the West Bengal school scam case, job scam case. So the case is likely to come up in the afternoon, and the petition has been basically seeking cancellation of the entire BPSC prelims exam, and they are also seeking a inquiry against district SP and DM, who the students are saying are responsible for conduct of the exam and the irregularities that were held, that are alleged to be said that were carried out during the exam. So today the petition is listed for the first time, and Supreme Court is likely to hear it towards afternoon.
Right, Nupur, thank you so much for joining us with those details. We also have our colleague Prabhakar joining us on the phone line. Prabhakar, take us through, the demands of the students and, of course, this plea that's coming up in the Supreme Court. The petitioners there demanding not just an investigation by the CBI, but also, the action that was taken by the SP and the DM against the protesting students. And they had, used lathi charge, etc. And that is also what is going to be coming up in the Supreme Court.
Exactly, and that has always been the demand of the agitating students, the BPSC aspirants, and also the Jan Swaraj party, the Prashant Kishore's party, who would actually be leading this entire agitation from front. So they have been demanding against not only the BPSC authorities, but also against the district magistrate and the superintendent of police of Patna. They allege that it is on their behalf, their order, that the lathi charge was done and the students were caned. So they have been seeking inquiry. Now, remember, a very interesting fact about this petition, that none of them claim that they have actually filed this petition in Supreme Court. Neither the Jan Swaraj nor the agitating students. It's actually been filed by some NGO, some agency, which they claim that they are completely clueless about. And they are also, Jan Swaraj, remember, is also going to file a case in Patna High Court very soon. They haven't told the date yet, but they are very soon. They are saying that they would be actually going to Patna High Court on the same matter.
Right, Prabhakar, thank you so much for joining us with those details. All eyes on that case coming up in the Supreme Court later in the afternoon. Switching tracks now to more news coming in regard to the HMPV, the human metapneumovirus. Now, 5 cases have been reported in the country. We're talking about 2 cases that have come out of Karnataka, 1 in Gujarat and 2 in the state of Tamil Nadu. The virus is believed to have originated in China, has raised alarms worldwide due to its resemblance to the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. The government, however, has gone on to say that, there is a high alert as far as Beijing reports, as far as that surge in respiratory infection is concerned, leading to overcrowded hospitals and strained healthcare systems. However, the government here, the health ministry, has said that there's no cause for alarm, no cause to panic. Health experts have clarified that this is really not a new virus. It's been around. It was first identified in 2001. It has been circulating in the entire world for many years. HMPV spreads through air by way of respiration. This can affect people of all age groups, which is why we're seeing the cases as young as 3 months old, and the children who are being reported as far as those cases are concerned, and they've had no travel history whatsoever. So the health systems and the surveillance networks of the country are vigilant. There's no reason to panic or worry, is what JP Nadda has gone on to say. However, the number of testing, as far as expanding, there's a plan by the ministry to expand the number of labs testing for this virus, the HMPV cases, and task the Indian Council of Medical Research, the ICMR, with a year-round monitoring as far as trends are concerned. And Delhi and Maharashtra in particular have issued guidelines and precautionary measures.
On recent reports, the cases of HMPV in China, the Health Ministry, the Indian Council for Medical Research, and the National Center for Disease Control are keeping a close watch on the situation in China as well as in the neighboring countries. No surge in any of the common respiratory viral pathogens is observed in India. Joint Monitoring Group meeting was held under the chairmanship of Director General for Health Services on 4th of January 2025 to review the situation. The health systems and surveillance networks of the country remain vigilant, ensuring the country is ready to respond promptly to any emerging health challenges. There is no reason to worry
The global spotlight is on the HMPV virus, which is essentially called the human metapneumovirus. Although in India, 2 cases have been found, but those 2 children are recovering as soon as possible. And to get more insight on this virus particularly, I am joined by the former Director General of ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, N.K. Ganguly. Sir, please tell us, we know for a fact that this is not a new phenomena. When was the first outbreak of this particular virus?
Actually, this virus is not new, relatively new, that it was discovered in 2001. And since then it is being detected routinely in Indian surveillance system, and there is a 4 to 12% prevalence. 12% was seen in Vellore surveillance, and 4% was seen in the Manipal. And recently there has been an outbreak in Pondicherry, where they had around 1,000 cases where it was identified as 9.7% prevalence.
Any one particular region which is more susceptible in developing this virus?
At this given moment, the virology center which are there, like NIV in Maharashtra, the Jipmar, the Manipal, Vellore, etc., who are good virology labs, they are reporting it through the routine surveillance system. And there are about 3% asymptomatic subjects also, those who harbor it and they don't express it. This is found during December, January, that is the peak season for most of the northern India. The northeastern, northwestern is a little different. There it is found in the March and April. The incubation period is only 4 to 5%, and most affected are children below 1 year. Recently in Karnataka, 2 cases of children have been, both of them are few months old, 3 months old or 8 months old. And the other susceptible age band is 5 to 9 year. And what they have is the symptoms are like influenza or mild COVID. There is a running nose, there is a fever, there is a body ache and malaise.
साल 2020 में आए कोरोना महामारी के 5 साल बाद एक बार फिर से एक नया वायरस HMPV अब दुनिया को टेंशन दे रहा है। चीन और मलेशिया के बाद कई देश, अब भारत में भी इसके केसेस आने लगे हैं, और इससे क्या खतरा है, इसे क्या ये एक और वैश्विक महामारी का रूप ले सकती है, ये जानने के लिए हम एक महामारी रोग विशेषज्ञ जो हैं डॉक्टर सुनीला गर्ग, उनके पास आए हैं। मैम, HMPV वायरस जो है अब केसेस अब इंडिया में भी सामने आने लगे हैं, आप आम भाषा में अगर बता पाएँ तो क्या ये HMPV वायरस क्या है, क्या ये कोरोना जैसा ही है?
देखिए, इट इज़ ह्यूमन मेटान्यूमो वायरस। दैट मीन्स कि न्यूमो वर्ड जहाँ आ जाता है तो समथिंग रिलेटेड टू निमोनिया जैसे। निमोनिया का मतलब है रेस्पिरेटरी ट्रैक्ट को अफेक्ट करेगा। तो करीबन ज़्यादातर ये देखा गया, आपने कोविड के टाइम में देखा होगा, हम परेशान थे कि वो एल्डरलीज़ को यानी कि बुज़ुर्गों को इफ़ेक्ट करता है, उसके बाद में जो कोमॉर्बिड लोग हैं उनको अफेक्ट करता है। परंतु जो ये वायरस है, अगर हम HMPV की बात करें तो HMPV वायरस की बात अगर करते हैं तो बेसिकली ये वायरस इन्फेंट्स को भी अफेक्ट करता है। इन्फेंट्स मतलब बच्चे जो कि 12 महीने से छोटे हैं, और उनमें से भी कौन से जो कि प्री टर्म बेबीज़ होते हैं, यानी कि फुल टर्म होने से पहले जिनकी डिलीवरी हो जाती है, लो बर्थ वेट बेबीज़ होते हैं, या उनको कोई और सिम्टम होता है, बेसिकली मेल नरिश बेबीज़ हैं तो उनको होता है, प्लस बुज़ुर्गों को तो होता ही होता है अलॉन्ग विथ कोमॉर्बिड कंडीशंस। सांस जल्दी जल्दी चलना, पसलियाँ चलना, बुखार आना, तो ये सारे सिम्टम्स जो आपके कोविड के समय थे, और सीवियर केसेस में निमोनिया, उसमें पसलियाँ चलती हैं, और बच्चों में पर्टिकुलरली निमोनिया इज़ वेरी डेंजरस ऑल्सो।
इसके लक्षण आप कह रहे हैं कि कोविड जैसा ही है? कोविड
जैसा ही है करके, परंतु जैसे मैंने कि बताया कि कोविड वाज मच मोर सिवियर एज कंपेयर टू दिस वायरस।
Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, of course, we heard JP Nadda and also the doctors saying that this is a virus that has been around for a while. It's been doing the rounds since 2001, and there's really no need to panic.
Right, exactly, Divya. What we are understanding about the HMPV virus at this point is that it has been in circulation for the past 20 years in our country. The first case was detected back in 2001. what we have heard not just from the ICMR but also from the Ministry of Health is that there's no need to panic with respect to the HMPV virus. It has been in circulation. There is a robust surveillance system also that is not just tracking the cases that are coming up right now, but also, the past cases as well, so as to understand the nature of the virus as well. This is, just like any other severe acute respiratory illness, and it does fall into the SARI category as well as the ILI category, which is the influenza-like illnesses. What we also know about this disease is that the recent cases that have come up are in infants, a 3-month-old in Bengaluru, as well as another 8-month-old out of them has already been discharged. What we also know about this is that last year AIIMS Delhi had conducted a study on 700 patients, out of which 4.6% cases came around with detection of the HMPV virus, and almost 100% human adults already have the specific antigen antibody required to fight the HMPV virus within their bodies already. Because it is, like any other influenza disease at this point, and there are measures that have been not just put out by the center, but also the Delhi government as well, to combat and tackle with any sort of surge situation, which is unlikely at this point, but, future preparedness with respect to the virus.
Thank you so much, Tanushka, for joining us with those details. Switching tracks now to 8 Jawans and a driver killed in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district when Maoists used an improvised explosive device, IED, to blow up their vehicle. The 9 were returning from an operation when that IED blew up, and it's the Chief Minister of the state who's condemned the blast and described it as heinous and tragic as an incident. Earlier, security forces had attacked Maoists in another region of Chhattisgarh and killed 5 rebels. Well, this is a very tragic incident, and Jawans killed in that Naxal attack. This is when the Indian government has assured to eradicate Naxalism. This is obviously also reflecting on the security that has been beefed up in the area. Let's listen into what the police has to say and the Chief Minister as well.
विगत दो तीन दिनों से जिला बीजापुर नारायणपुर दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाका में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्टू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास महोदय द्वारा लाए गए एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट में आने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई थी, उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत होगी। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुंच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे।
डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के 8 जवान सर्चिंग से वापस आ रहे थे और आईडी ब्लास्ट में उनका वाहन उड़ गया और सभी 8 जवान शहीद हो गए। साथ में जो वाहन का चालक था वो भी शहीद हो गया। शहादत को मैं नमन करता हूं, उनको विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। उनके शोक संतप्त परिवार को इस गहन शोक को सहने की ताकत दें और उनका शहादत बेकार नहीं जाएगा। नक्सली लगातार जिस तरह से उनकी पराजय हो रही है उससे बौखलाए हुए हैं और एक कायराना हरकत कर रहे हैं।
It was the deadliest attack since 2023 when a similar attack claimed the life of 10 DRG personnel and their driver. Now the questions are being raised that, when a road opening party was there, how at 60 to 70 kg of explosive, IED explosive went unnoticed. These DRG Jawans were traveling in a convoy of 8 vehicles, and the 7th one was attacked because few of them took that Pamed route to reach Bijapur district headquarters, and this particular vehicle was ambushed near Ambeli village, which comes under the Kutru police jurisdiction. And the Jawans who were martyred in this attack are from Bastar fighters as well as district reserve guards. Head Constable Budram Khorsa, Constable Duma Madkam, Pandu Ram Poyam, Baman Sodi, they are from DRG, and Constables Somdu Veti, Sudarshan Veti, Subharnath Yadav and Harish Koram from Bastar fighters, and Tuleshwar Rana, he is a civilian driver, he was also killed in this attack. So as I was saying that, now the questions are being raised because usually these DRG Jawans travel on foot or on light motorcycles, but they attacked and this ID was planted long ago because people who visited the spot, they have said the wires were old and somebody must have manually triggered the explosives there. So how, if a road opening party was there, it was unnoticed, though last year was successful for the security forces as they have killed more than 290 Naxals and more than 1,000 Naxalites have surrendered. But this team was also, after 2 days of operation in the dense forests of South Abuj Mad, were returning back, and usually lethargy takes over. The Jawans are hungry and they also wanted to come back, so lethargy takes over, but you cannot allow that, and that is why standard operating procedures are must. So now they will have to find out that what was the lapse in this particular operation and how Naxalites, they planted 60 to 70 kgs of explosives using a foxhole, and how they have triggered this massive blasts, killing 9 of our Jawan, 8 from DRG Bastar fighters and their civilian driver.
Right, thank you so much, Anurag, for getting us all those details. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, we're stepping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Dharm, earth, calm, moksha. The scriptures reveal their profound connection. The modern manifestation of this timeless wisdom. The incomparable Maha Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. 450 million devotees over 45 days. Budget allocation of 7,500 crore rupees. Mela grounds spanning 4,000 hectares. 13,000 trains in operation. Over 1,60,000 tents. 2,700 AI-powered CCTV cameras. 488 kilometers of roads in the
Welcome back. Let's now just get you the very latest in regard to the hearing that's coming up as far as the Formula E case verdict is concerned on KTR quashing the plea. KTR is seeking a defer as far as the ED summons are concerned. The ED has postponed the appearance of KTR. Do remember that the ED had summoned for KTR to appear before its officials today on the 7th of January. And this comes on the heels of, KTR yesterday appearing before the officials of the ACB, but he left within minutes of arriving at the office. Well, he left saying that his legal team wasn't allowed, which is why he went ahead and left. So the Telangana High Court is expected to pronounce its verdict today on that quashing plea filed by former BRS Minister KTR seeking the quashing of the FIR against him in the Formula E case. And of course, this after he left the ACB without being questioned by the officials there because his legal team wasn't allowed. He said that he's a law-abiding citizen and that only if his legal team was allowed would he be there for questioning. We have my colleague Uma Sudhir joining us. Uma, what time is this case coming up?
The Telangana High Court is expected to give its verdict today in the quash plea that was filed by BRS Working President and former Minister Mr. K.T. Ramarao. The arguments had been completed on the 31st of December and the verdict had been reserved and it is expected to be spelled out today at 10:30 a.m. Pending this verdict or the disposal of the plea, the court had said that there should be no arrest that should be carried out. However, Mr. K.T. Ramarao was summoned by the ACB yesterday and he had said that he would not go in without his legal team. The ACB officials reportedly did not allow his lawyer and therefore he left a statement for the officers, a written statement, and left the ACB office after waiting outside for about 40 minutes. His argument was that pending the verdict plea on the quash plea, they need not summon him or question him, and he also said that the documents that they had sought are already available with the government, and in case they require any additional information, they should specify what they would need from him. The Enforcement Directorate had also called him in for questioning today and he had sought additional time citing the verdict that is pending, and the Enforcement Directorate, we understand, has given him additional time now. The Anti-Corruption Bureau from its side has given him a second summons on the 9th of January, and what we understand is that they could also submit in court saying that he has not cooperated with the investigation by not appearing before the ACB when they had called him in for questioning. Of course, Mr. K.T. Ramarao is A1 in this particular case where they are alleging that there is a criminal breach of trust and that there was misappropriation and unauthorized transfer of funds. They have alleged that 55 crore rupees was transferred without getting the proper cabinet approvals or without the HMPV being part of the tripartite agreement, and that it had been transferred to Formula E organizers because someone else, Ace Next Gen, had dropped out of this tripartite agreement that had been entered into, and the ED had booked a case suspecting or investigating violations of the Foreign Exchange Maintenance Act and of PMLA.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with those details. And of course, switching tracks now to the national capital. And the IMD has predicted dense fog conditions that are going to start later tonight to early morning hours and will continue till the 9th of January. The air quality remains in the very poor category and flights have been disrupted. Trains have also been impacted due to visibility that has posed to be a problem. Airlines have also gone ahead and issued advisories when it comes to the passengers to check before they leave their homes for their travel and before making it to the airport. Well, what we do know is that it is going to rain on the 11th and 12th. As far as the Delhi NCR region is concerned, the minimum temperature is up from what it usually is at this time of the year, coming in over 9 degrees Celsius. That's 2 to 3 degrees more than it should be for this point in time. The maximum temperature is expected to fall, and dense fog conditions are expected to make a huge comeback because of snowfall activity which is expected in the higher reaches, and that's going to have a trickling impact. Another western disturbance is going to bring in rainfall towards the plains of the northwest over the weekend. And my colleague Shreya gets us details as to what all can we expect. What does the forecast really hold?
Delhi woke up to a chilly morning, and the temperature was around 11 degrees Celsius early this morning, and the maximum temperature will be around 16 to 19 degrees Celsius. But we definitely saw some moderate fog conditions early this morning, which reduced the visibility, and that led to several train disruptions. Almost 25 trains are reported that are running late, and flight disruptions are not that major, are not majorly affected the flights. It's mostly the Cat 3 compliant flights which do not have the low visibility landing features. Those are the ones that are getting affected, but the low visibility procedures are underway at Delhi airport. The landings and takeoffs are taking place normally as per schedule, so no major disruption when it comes to flight timings, but definitely it is advisable for people to check their flight status before leaving. And as you said, the air quality continues to be in the very poor category because the wind speed, again, it has reduced to around 6 km per hour. Today we will see clear sky and no rainfall, and the smog conditions will also improve as the day progresses. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much for joining us with all those details, and staying with news as far as the national capital is concerned. And in the run-up to the elections, which are expected as early as February, now the Delhi farmers will be meeting with the Union Agriculture Minister. This is a meeting that's going to be taking place at about 11 o'clock this morning. The Delhi farmers are going to be meeting with Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and a meeting that has been scheduled. This is after the Agriculture Minister wrote to the Chief Minister of Delhi, Atashi, over the issue of the farmers. So this is going to be highlighting the plight as far as the farmer situation is concerned in the national capital in the run-up to the elections. Do remember that the poll dates are expected to be announced later this afternoon. So the farmers will be meeting with the Agriculture Minister today, and an issue that has been plaguing the farmers as far as the national capital is concerned. Do remember that it is the Agriculture Minister, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who had written to the Chief Minister of Delhi, Atashi, in regard to the situation with the farmers. And now the farmers are going to be meeting, a meeting that has been scheduled for 11 o'clock this morning. So within an hour from now, a meeting that is going to be taking place between the farmers of the national capital and the Union Agriculture Minister, meeting at 11 o'clock this morning, in order to highlight the issues that are plaguing the farmers of the national capital. So in order to resolve those issues just in the run-up to the elections, an attempt that is being made by the Agriculture Minister to iron out differences and to concentrate and focus on the challenges that are being faced by the farmers of the national capital. And with that, we're slipping to a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. To stay with us.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India,
bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars.
The Election Commission is set to announce the schedule for the Delhi Assembly elections. The schedule will likely be released by 2 p.m. this afternoon. In Mumbai, investors are duped of crores in a Ponzi scheme. Fraud and breach of trust case has been filed against a jewelry firm. Nine workers are trapped inside a rat hole coal mine in Assam's Dima Hasao district after water gushed into a 300-foot deep quarry. Canada's Justin Trudeau says he will step down as Liberal leader as soon as his party finds his replacement. This means he will not lead the Liberals into Canada's next federal election, scheduled for October, but far more likely to take place this spring. An earthquake of magnitude 7.1 hit Tibet near the Nepalese border today, the tremors of which were felt in several parts of India, including Bihar, Assam, and West Bengal. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with our big focus. Well, farmers are expected to meet the Union Agriculture Minister in Delhi. Delhi farmers are expected to meet Mr. Shivraj at around 11 a.m. in about an hour from now. Do remember that he had actually written a letter to Chief Minister Atashi over the farmers' plight and highlighted all their concerns. My colleague Aishwarya has been tracking the latest details for us. He joins us over the phone line at the moment. Aishwarya, what do we know regarding this meeting that's going to take place in an hour at 11 a.m.?
Well, remember earlier it was Delhi Chief Minister Atishi who had written a letter to Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and a letter was also written by Union Agriculture Minister to Delhi Chief Minister, and there were exchanges of the words that were taken place as far as what had been done by the central government in apply to the farmers who had been raising concerns as far as the MSP is concerned. Every Tuesday, Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan holds a meeting with farmers, and today the Delhi farmers are going to meet him at the Krishi Bhavan at around 11 a.m. and this is regarding the plight of Delhi farmers as far as the MSP is concerned. They will be raising the concerns in front of the Agriculture Minister as far as the recent issues of the land acquisition is also concerned in Delhi, and therefore the reason perhaps Shivraj Singh Chauhan has said that Aam government has not done anything for farmers of Delhi, and today he will be hearing in brief and will be responding to all those demands that will be raised by the farmers as well. So this week it is the Delhi farmers who is meeting every Tuesday, as I mentioned. Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan meets the farmers at Krishi Bhavan, and this time it is a special invitation which has been sent. Almost 120 farmers from Delhi will be a part of delegation that will be meeting Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan today.
Right. Earlier, like you had mentioned, Aishwarya, Shivraj Singh Chauhan in his letter had accused the Delhi government of being anti-farmer by obstructing the implementation of the centre's welfare schemes. Meanwhile, Atashi actually responded saying that the BJP is politicizing the matter. Take us through the political war that's playing out.
Well, certainly there were letters that were exchanged between Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Atashi as well. And earlier it was Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan who has openly criticized the Delhi government, accusing them of neglecting farmers' welfare. In response, the Delhi Chief Minister drew a comparison between BJP stance on farmers and Dawood preaching non-violence, underlining the importance of farmers issuing the forthcoming Delhi elections as well. Shivraj Singh Chauhan alleged that Aam Aadmi Party government has failed to implement central government schemes aimed at supporting farmers over the last decade, and therefore the reason perhaps today it is Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan who had called the farmers delegation from Delhi just before the Delhi elections, and certainly he would be offering as to what demands the farmers approach. What the sources have clearly indicated that delegation will ask for the MSP on different pulses, and that would be one of the core demands. 120 farmer delegation is something that we have been told will be meeting Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan today.
Delhi farmers are expected to meet the Union Agriculture Minister in about an hour from now at 11 a.m. We will, of course, get you the latest from that meeting. Meanwhile, the dates of assembly polls in Delhi will be announced at 2 p.m. this afternoon. This is what the Election Commission has said. And the tenure of the 7th Delhi Assembly ends on the 15th of February, and members of the next assembly must be elected by then. Now, while the ruling Aam Aadmi Party is pushing hard for a third consecutive term, the opposition BJP has gone all out to turn the tables. Also in the fight is the Congress, which is going alone and targeting both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, which is its ally during the Lok Sabha polls. We have reactions from the Congress and the BJP lined up for you. Listen in.
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी चुनाव लड़ने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है. हमारे पास सीएम फेस भी है. हमने 70 कैंडिडेट्स भी अनाउंस कर दिए हैं. वहीं भाजपा की या अन्य पार्टियों की कोई तैयारी नहीं लगती. हम चाहेंगे कि हम उम्मीद रख सकते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन एक फेयर एंड फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शंस कंडक्ट करेगा, एंड दिल्ली की जनता भारी प्रचंड बहुमत से चौथी बार से फिर से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को ही जिताएंगे. बार बार हमारे नेताओं ने ये मुद्दा उठाया कि भारी तादाद में इलेक्शन वोटर डिलीशन और वोटर एडिशन की एप्लीकेशंस डाली जा रही हैं. ये आई हैं जब समरी रिवीजन प्रोसेस क्लोज हो चुका है.
Congress party and the people of Delhi are eagerly looking forward to the elections. Very soon you'll see a pollution-free Delhi, corruption-free Delhi, and you will see a Delhi which used to be there in 2012 during Sheila Ji's era. After Mr. Kejriwal has come in, we've seen the way Delhi has faced major crisis. People have started moving out of the city. The whole pride of Delhi has gone down. If Mr. Arvind Kejriwal had only listened to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal of 2013 and all the electoral promises they had made during that election, things would have been much better. It is sad what Delhiites have suffered, and I'm extremely thankful to the Election Commission for announcing the day today. We Delhiites are looking forward to vote against change and vote for a government which has worked in the past. That is only Congress.
स्वागत है चुनाव आयोग का. दिल्ली में निश्चित रूप से बहुत शानदार काम चुनाव आयोग कर रहा है और दिल्ली में निष्पक्ष चुनाव होंगे. चुनाव की डेट आ जाएंगी और डेट के बाद सभी प्रत्याशी मतदाताओं से संपर्क करेंगे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार इस बार दिल्ली में निश्चित रूप से बनेगी। अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनकी पार्टी का जो अनैतिक तरीके से, असंवैधानिक तरीके से काम करने का जो उनका एक तरीका है, आपको ध्यान होगा इन्हीं आम आदमी पार्टी के मुख्यमंत्री ने, इनके मंत्रियों ने दिल्ली के चीफ सेक्रेटरी को भी असंवैधानिक तरीके से, अनैतिक तरीके से रात को घर में बुला करके किस तरीके से उनकी बेइज्जती की थी। इन पूरी तरह से चुनाव आयोग को प्रेशर बनाना, दबाना, ये उनकी राजनीति का हिस्सा है।
And my colleagues have been tracking all the finer details for us. Shreya joins us live from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters at the moment, and Ishika is tracking the BJP at the headquarters currently. Shreya, let's get in an update as far as the headquarters of the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. To what extent is anti-incumbency and these allegations of corruption charges that are coming thick and fast impacting the Aam Aadmi Party's campaign? And is Team Kejriwal doing enough to sway their voters?
Well, of course, Parmeshwar, we see Aam Aadmi Party's confidence is quite intact despite the corruption allegations and also the fear of anti-incumbency, because they believe that their welfare schemes will obviously overpower the kind of allegations that are being made by the BJP leaders. And we have seen for the last 10 years, the Aam Aadmi Party government had a sway over the national capital, and somehow we see for the Lok Sabha elections, the people vote for BJP, but the results get mysteriously reversed when it comes to the assembly elections. And we know that the Delhi's poor is the main vote bank of the Aam Aadmi Party. And now that Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself has started the election campaigning, we have seen him wooing the SC/ST voters, the Delhi's poor particularly, by giving them EWS flats and also proposing a housing accommodation and big infrastructural developments that the BJP is assuring the Delhi citizens that once BJP comes to power, they will come up with this urban development model as against Aam Aadmi Party's welfare scheme governance, which includes, free bus, free water, electricity, improved sanitation, and all of these. And we also know BJP leaders are also banking on the unaddressed issues, the grievances of the people, because it's understandable Aam Aadmi Party has been governing for the last 10 years, and there is bound to be ground level dissatisfaction, and BJP will be banking on that for sure. And today afternoon we will get to know the schedule and time of the Delhi Assembly elections. Although it's a three-cornered election, but people are looking forward to the major fight between BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Back to you.
Just picking up on what you said, Shreya, what role are local issues like pollution, the water supply and traffic playing in this election? Are these issues getting more attention compared to the broader national concerns? Just take us through how voter concerns have actually shifted compared to the previous two elections.
Well, of course, for the longest time we saw that the whole welfare scheme of Aam Aadmi Party working in their favor of how free bus tickets, free transportation for women and electricity and water has worked in the favor of Aam Aadmi Party. But now people are highlighting issues like pollution, which has been a never-ending issue with no permanent solution proposed by the Aam Aadmi Party government, and how the government has failed to curb the pollution issue, as well as the issue of illegal parking, traffic congestion, and these issues are still not being addressed by the Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen the government time and again shifting blame and stating how they are not getting enough funds from the central government, and that's why they are not being able to take concrete action, concrete solutions. So this shifting the blame game has been constant for the Aam Aadmi Party, and this of course will not work in their favor. The citizens of the national capital are now, they are expressing their dissatisfaction and frustration towards this constant blame game and no permanent solution to real issues like traffic, pollution, proper waste management. And this the BJP has, has been banking on, and the BJP leaders have constantly highlighted that these issues need to be highlighted, and only BJP, if BJP comes to power, then the party can bring about the real development which has been lacking in the national capital. We also saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself saying that, the next 25 years is very important for not only India but particularly the national capital, and the national capital has to match up its pace with the development that is happening around the country, and only BJP can bring about that kind of development. And in this sense, we know that development is being referred to the real issues, be it pollution, traffic, waste management, sanitation.
These kind of issues are BJP headquarters, where our colleague Ishika is. Do stay on with us for the update from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. But Ishika, the big question: can the BJP end its 27-year-long power drought in Delhi? Any unique strategies they're employing, or are they hoping that what they call Modi's magic will actually see them through?
Well, BJP is certainly hoping so, to be back in power here in the national capital. And in fact, as my colleague Shreya was discussing about the local issue, they certainly have been something that the BJP has been campaigning against Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen how the BJP entire years, or in fact even more, they have held numerous protests, going to slum dwellers, residents, going to show how, dirty water is what the people of the national capital are getting. Also talking about how traffic congestion is also one of the points that, in fact, the Delhi government has not been able to solve till now. Also the issue of water logging that comes with every rain that we see here in the national capital. Now, after that, they have certainly picked up that slogan that Prime Minister Narendra Modi here in the national capital gave, calling the Aam Aadmi Party the Abda of Delhi. And we have seen now that certainly has become numerous, slogans, numerous posters being printed by Delhi BJP, and all, in fact, showing how the Aam Aadmi Party, especially under Arvind Kejriwal, has failed to deliver even on the promises regarding the local issues that was made by him. They have shown how, in fact, the water bills, inflated water and electricity bills is what the people here are getting. In fact, if you talk about pollution, there is water pollution as well, air pollution, something that the Delhi government till now has not been able to solve. Apart from that, numerous issues. And then, talking about how even the schemes in Yojana of all of these, schemes that have been come into place by the AAP government, there, the CAG audit did not, in fact, was something that the Aam Aadmi Party government till date did not table in the assembly. So now, after all of that, certainly the BJP hopes that they will be coming back to power, because it is this time their campaigning is a mix of Modi's slogan, local issues, and also, various other factors that is, here that we saw the voter, fake voters issue is something that they raised. Rohingyas, illegal Bangladeshi voters also is one of the issues that they continue to raise. Over to you.
Right. Ishika, but as you mentioned, regarding the Shish Mahal saga, as Shiv Sena's mouthpiece Samna has also highlighted, with BJP leaders like Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis who have lavish government bungalows, the AAP has indicated that the BJP's attack on Arvind Kejriwal's bungalow renovation is just a diversion from their own hypocrisy. But has the BJP responded to what the Aam Aadmi Party indicates is the BJP's double standard?
Well, the BJP, in fact, continues to raise this Shish Mahal row, or rather, the Chief Minister bungalow controversy since the day, Arvind Kejriwal was still the Chief Minister.
Right.
In fact, we have seen that closer to the elections, we have seen numerous videos also being released by the Delhi BJP, in fact, showcasing how the taxpayers' money was being used by Arvind Kejriwal while he was the chief minister, how there have been financial irregularities for the renovation of the chief minister's house. Certainly after that, the attack came from the Aam Aadmi Party, especially on the Prime Minister as well, saying that those who wear a 10 lakh suit should not, talk about Shish Mahal. But the BJP continues to say that if there is something like that, if Arvind Kejriwal and his party believes that they have not looted the money of the taxpayers to renovate the 6 Flagstaff Road, then why not open it for the public view? So that is something that they have now posed a challenge to the Aam Aadmi Party as a response, and that too, in fact, closer to the election. So certainly remains to be seen now as to how the Aam Aadmi Party will be reacting to that. Over to you.
Well, as always, Ishka, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown from the BJP headquarters. Well, we have breaking news coming in regarding the Pushpa 2 Stampede case. I can inform you that Allu Arjun has visited the KIMS hospital. The actor visited the theatre Stampede victim, and he is on regular bail in the case. He was recently granted bail in the Pushpa 2 Sandhya Theatre Stampede case, and we are told that he has just visited the victim at KIMS hospital. Uma Sudhir has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live with an update at the moment. Uma, tell us what's happening.
So Mr. Allu Arjun came here about half an hour ago, and it's just a short while ago that he in fact left the hospital. He was inside the hospital for about 20 minutes. He came along with Telangana Film Development Corporation chairperson Mr. Dil Raju, as well as his business manager Mr. Kanta Rao. And I've spoken with Mr. Kanta Rao, who said that Mr. Allu Arjun had gone straight to the ICU where Sritej has been kept in an isolation room inside the ICU in order to prevent any kind of an infections. So he did not really go near him, but he was able to see him through the glass chambers of the isolation chamber. He interacted for a long while with the doctors trying to find out the health condition of Sritej. And what we are being told is that Mr. Sritej, the child Sritej, who has been now in hospital for over 4 weeks, his movements are only involuntary, should I say, or not purposeful. And the neurological condition continues to remain the same. He's breathing on his own, but otherwise neurologically not very responsive is the sad part of it. But yes, Mr. Allu Arjun turned quite emotional, is what Mr. Kanta Rao told us, that he turned emotional on seeing the child and while learning about the condition of the child inside the hospital. And he did not meet with Mr. Bhaskar, who happens to be a complainant in this case. None of the family members, in fact, was present at the ICU, and therefore he did not interact either. Even otherwise, there's a legal kind of a problem, complication if he were to interact, because it is Bhaskar, who is the father of Sritej, who is the complainant in this particular case. What I must point out is that after Allu Arjun was given regular bail by the Nampally courts, what he was told is that he should appear every Sunday at the Chikadpalli police station SHO, before the SHO, and present himself between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. And this Sunday as well, he had gone to the Chikadpalli SHO to present himself, and subsequently he had wanted to come to the KIMS hospital, but at that time the police had written a letter to him. Ramgopalpet police station SHO had written a letter saying that this is not right, because it can cause disorder in this hospital, which otherwise would be having huge numbers of patients coming in, outpatient and inpatient attendees and all that, coming in big numbers, and therefore it would not be appropriate for him to come. And they had in fact advised him in the letter itself that he should come only confidentially to the hospital without informing anyone, and that is exactly what he did. He came confidentially this morning to visit Sritej and left just a short while ago without interacting with the media either. So he has ensured that no kind of a disorder or chaos happens in the hospital. He has come and met with Sritej, which he wanted to do, he said, right from the time that he learnt about what had happened to the child. And he did not meet with the father, because that would present a legal complication, because the father is the complainant in the case. Of course, when NDTV met Mr. Bhaskar, he had said that his focus was really on getting treatment for the child and support for the child, and he was not blaming Mr. Allu Arjun for what had happened, and therefore was even willing to withdraw the case. Of course, there has been speculation whether he will file a plea in the court itself withdrawing his case, but that has not happened so far. But yes, Mr. Allu Arjun, while he was on an interim bail of 4 weeks, he has also been granted regular bail by the Nampally courts, and therefore is on regular bail, and of course following the conditions that the court has imposed, including telling him that he must not leave the country and every Sunday he must present himself before the SHO. And importantly, another bail condition was not to influence any witness, not to meet with any of those witnesses, or not to tamper with any kind of an evidence, and which is what Mr. Allu Arjun seems to have tried to uphold. Back to you.
As always, Uma, thank you so much for joining us with the lowdown from Kim's Hospital in Hyderabad. Well, with that, let's turn our attention now to the financial capital. There's a massive scam that's being reported from Mumbai where thousands of investors have been duped. A jewelry firm has cheated investors with bogus cashback schemes that were offered, and the Mumbai police has now filed a case against the firm. In fact, I must inform you that 2 directors and 3 senior executives of a Dadar-based private company have been booked in an alleged investment fraud, with at least 7 investors claiming that they've lost over 13 crore rupees in a Ponzi scheme. My colleague Anuj has been tracking the finer details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Anuj, take us through the bogus cashback schemes that were offered. We're hearing that many, perhaps thousands of investors have been duped in Mumbai.
Thousands of investors have been duped, and as you said that 7 people have filed the FIR, but the number is expected to increase as this is just day 2 of the amount of crowd you can see outside the tourist jewelry shop. These are the people who are standing here pretty much helplessly, outside the tourist jewelry shop without really knowing what is going to be the future, because a lot of these people have invested, amount or money ranging from 1 lakh rupees to even crore and crores of rupees on a promised guarantee of getting as much as 11% return from this particular shop. But of course they've the shop has failed to do so. Now I've got a few people standing here and we'll try and understand from them what exactly went through this particular scam. मैम आप बताइए कि आपने इन्वेस्ट कब किया था यहाँ?
हमने दिसंबर में किया था।
दिसंबर में? तो आपको इस स्कीम के बारे में कब और कैसे पता चला?
मेरे फ्रेंड से पता चला था ये सब चीज़ें हम लोगों को, तो हमने उनके थ्रू चले गए थे वहाँ पे, तो हम लोग को कंटिन्यू मिल रहा था, ऐसा नहीं था। बट हम लोग को ये पूछना है कि गवर्नमेंट को भी ये टैक्स मिलता था ना इसका, तो गवर्नमेंट अभी किधर है? हम लोग की क्यों आवाज़ नहीं बन रही है गवर्नमेंट?
आप मुझे बताइए कि इसका इंटरेस्ट रेट कैसा था, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि इनका इंटरेस्ट रेट पहले कुछ और था और फिर बढ़ते हुए चला गया, तो इसके इंटरेस्ट रेट के बारे में आप थोड़ा बताएं।
मेरे को ज़्यादा जानकारी तो है नहीं, क्योंकि मैंने संडे को ही 5 तारीख को ही मैंने पैसा भरा और 5 तारीख की रात को ये बवाला हो गया। तो मेरा यही रिक्वेस्ट है सरकार से या ये न्यूज़ चैनल के जरिए जितने भी लोग ये सुन रहे हैं तो मुझे हेल्प करें कि मेरा पैसा अंदर ही है, क्योंकि मैंने 5 तारीख को 9 साढ़े 9 बजे मैंने ये पैसा जमा किया है और मेरा पैसा अंदर जब्त हुआ है, तो मेरा पैसा तो किधर गया नहीं है। तो बस मेरी पुलिस से यही विनती है कि मुझे मेरा पैसा दे दे, और जब तक मेरा पैसा मिलेगा नहीं तब तक मैं इधर से जाएगी नहीं, इधर से नहीं तो पुलिस चौकी के सामने मैं भी बैठने वाली हूँ, क्योंकि मेरा बहुत मेहनत का पैसा था, मैंने 1-1 रुपया जोड़ के जमा किया था और मुझे मेरा पैसा चाहिए, मेरा हक का पैसा है। मैंने 1 रुपया भी मैंने उसी दिन डाला और 2 घंटे के बाद ये सब कांड हुआ और 3 बजे रात को पुलिस आई। तो मेरी यही हाथ जोड़ के विनती है पुलिस से कि मेरा पैसा मुझे दे, और मेरा पैसा जब तक नहीं मिलेगा मैं इधर से जाने वाली नहीं हूँ, और ना पुलिस मेरे साथ ज़बरदस्ती करे।
सर आप बताइए आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा इसके साथ, आपको इस स्कीम के बारे में कब पता चला, और जैसे ही आपको पता चला आपका कितना भरोसा था इस स्कीम के ऊपर?
ओके, तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हमारे यहाँ एक मार्केट में एक बार्बर है, मतलब को थोड़ा दूर का है, वो बोला इसके बारे में बताया, तो हमको एक्चुअली शुरू में बिलीव नहीं हो रहा था, क्योंकि इतना हाई इंटरेस्ट मिलना।
कितना था इंटरेस्ट?
इंटरेस्ट एक्चुअली में 20% जो मतलब कि दूसरे को लाएंगे उस दिन था, और जो जमा करेंगे मान लीजिए 1 लाख करते हो सपोज अबाउट मतलब कि नियर 5 to 6 लाख के था। तो इसमें सबसे पहले मेरा क्वेश्चन है गवर्नमेंट सर, इसमें उसका GST नंबर था और उसका CIN नंबर जो कॉर्पोरेट इंडेक्स नंबर होता है बिजनेस को रन करने के लिए उसका था। इससे ट्रस्ट हुआ और मैं यहाँ पे विजिट किया, देखा तो बहुत से लोग थे। तो बिलीव ऐसे हुआ कि इतना सिस्टमेटिक है तो गवर्नमेंट इसको अवेयर होगी, जानकारी होनी चाहिए होगी। तो सर मेरा ये रिक्वेस्ट है गवर्नमेंट से कि जो इसमें सबसे गरीब लोग हैं, सब पैसा अपना घर बेच के, अपना ज्वेलरी बेच के, अपना रूम बेच के जमा किए हैं, सबका पैसा एटलीस्ट जो उनका जमा है, मतलब जो उनका पैसा जमा किए हैं, इंटरेस्ट मत दो, फ़ायदा मत दो, वो पैसा रिटर्न करना चाहिए सर। अदरवाइज कोई गवर्नमेंट ऊपर ट्रस्ट कैसे करेगा सर? बहुत ही इनजस्टिस और बहुत गलत है सर। अगर ऐसा मतलब नहीं हुआ तो पैसा मिलना ही चाहिए सबका। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
Parmeshwara, this particular shop here is one of the 6 shops.
मेरे को बोलना है, आप लोग मेरी लाइन सुनिए। ये जो इतने सारे, आप पुलिस को दिखाइए पहले कैमरे में, यहाँ पे इतना बंदोबस्त किया गया है उनके प्रोटेक्शन के लिए, उनकी गाड़ी ना तोड़ी जाए, उनका ऑफिस ना तोड़ा जाए, इतना बंदोबस्त किया गया है, इतना व्यवस्था किया गया है। लेकिन ये जो 8-9 महीने से ये बिजनेस खोला गया था, तभी ये सरकार कहाँ थी, तभी ये बंदोबस्त कहाँ था, पब्लिक को बेवकूफ़ बनाया जा रहा था, टैक्स जा रहा था, सब कुछ जा रहा था, तो ईमानदारी से बिजनेस हो रहा था ना। तो जब ये ईमानदारी से बिजनेस हो रहा था तो आज ये इतना फ्रॉड 420 क्यों नाम दिया जा रहा है? हमको पुलिस बोल रही है आप क्या पागल थे क्या, आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा था क्या कि ये 420 है, ये फ्रॉड है? तो ये जब फ्रॉड हो रहा था तब आप कहाँ थे? मुझे यहाँ के एमएलए से, यहाँ के विधायक से, यहाँ के नगर सेवक के, यहाँ के कमिश्नर से, सबसे मुझे जवाब चाहिए कि हमको बेवकूफ़ बोला जा रहा है। हाँ, हम बेवकूफ़ हैं।
You see, these are the voices of a lot of people who are standing out here. Of course, many of them are not ready to speak because they are still in a state of shock, considering the amount of money that they've invested in it, and the future seems bleak to a lot of them, especially considering the trend of such kind of firms or scams that have taken place in this particular part of the country. Back to the studio.
As always, Anuj, thanks so much for joining us with our detailed report and the reactions. I must inform our viewers that police have booked top executives of the jewellery house, as my colleague Anuj Raite is also reporting from Mumbai, for allegedly cheating investors of crores of rupees in schemes that had floated, even as panicky investors gather outside, as you just witnessed, outside one of the showrooms to demand money that they were owed. With that, let's turn our attention now to Assam, where in a grim development from the Dima Hasao district, 9 workers are trapped inside a rat hole coal mine after water actually gushed into the 300-foot deep quarry. The illegal mine is situated in Umrangso, which is a remote industrial town near the Meghalaya border, and the extent of the tragedy remains uncertain. Water has filled about 100 feet of the mine. This is what sources have informed us, adding that it has severely hampered rescue efforts. Ratnadeep Chaudhary has the details.
A massive search and rescue operation has been launched in Umrangso, where in a remote location in a coal mine, there has been a tragedy yesterday when miners had gone inside, and then there was water has filled in the mine, and we are being told that it is a basically a rat hole mine, and therefore the passages inside the mines are very small, and the location where this incident has taken place is not far from the border with Meghalaya in the adjacent East Jaintia Hills district of Meghalaya. In 2018 there was a major mine tragedy of the same magnitude where 15 miners were trapped, and for months together operations did take place, but they were not recovered. Only 2 bodies were recovered. But here operation has been mounted. In fact, NDRF, SDRF and the police, Assam Rifles, they are already carrying out the search and rescue operation, trying to pump out water from deep inside the mine, which is about, we have been given to understand, about 300 feet deep, but there is water from about 50 to 100 feet. So therefore a lot of water must have gushed in from a nearby water stream, which must have busted as the miners were working. And what is important to note here is that this location, Umrangso, again, which is in Dima Hasao district, the mining blocks fall under the Assam government's minerals and mine department, which issues permit to individuals for individual owners to mine. The government would be probing into how this has taken place, but now the focus remains on the search and rescue operation, where the Assam government has now requisitioned Indian Army, and Indian Army has sent out a task force which would reach there in some time, and that task force has divers sappers and specialized equipment for this kind of operation. Also, what we have been given to understand by authorities that the government is in touch with Indian Navy, and their specialized divers and equipment might be called in for assistance in terms of this operation. Assam Chief Minister, who on Twitter has given out names of at least 9 laborers, 9 miners, that includes a migrant from Nepal and another from West Bengal, and the rest are from Assam, who are feared to be trapped inside. And at this moment, this search and rescue operation there in Umrangso continues, with Indian Army now joining forces, and they would be actually leading this operation.
With that, let's turn our attention to the other crucial story we're tracking on NDTV. India has reported cases of HMPV, which is a respiratory virus that recently gained attention after the outbreak in China. The center has said the HMPV is already in circulation globally and that there's no need to panic. In fact, health experts have clarified that HMPV is not a new virus. It was actually first identified in 2001 as per Union Health Minister JP Nada, who said this after reports of the virus emerged in India. But you must note that the HMPV outbreak in China has raised health concerns globally, with countries closely monitoring the situation like we are on home ground in India. Photos and videos of multiple people wearing masks in hospitals in China did emerge on social media platforms, raising concerns. But listen in to what our health minister had to say, followed by a reaction from infectious disease expert Dr. Sunila Garg.
On recent reports, the cases of HMPV in China, the Health Ministry, the Indian Council for Medical Research and the National Center for Disease Control are keeping a close watch on the situation in China as well as in the neighboring countries. No surge in any of the common respiratory viral pathogens is observed in India. Joint Monitoring Group meeting was held under the chairmanship of Director General for Health Services on 4th of January 2025 to review the situation. The health systems and surveillance networks of the country remain vigilant, ensuring the country is ready to respond promptly to any emerging health challenges. There is no reason to worry.
साल 2020 में आए कोरोना महामारी के 5 साल बाद एक बार फिर से एक नया वायरस HMPV अब दुनिया को टेंशन दे रहा है। चीन और मलेशिया के बाद कई देश, अब भारत में भी इसके केसेस आने लगे हैं और इससे क्या खतरा है, इसे क्या ये एक और वैश्विक महामारी का रूप ले सकती है, ये जानने के लिए हम एक महामारी रोग विशेषज्ञ जो हैं डॉक्टर सुनीला गर्ग, उनके पास आए हैं। मैम, HMPV वायरस जो है अब केसेस अब इंडिया में भी सामने आने लगे हैं। आप आम भाषा में अगर बता पाएँ तो क्या ये HMPV वायरस क्या है, क्या ये कोरोना जैसा ही है?
देखिए, इट इज़ ह्यूमन मेटा न्यूमो वायरस। दैट मीन्स कि न्यूमो वर्ड जहाँ आ जाता है तो समथिंग रिलेटेड टू निमोनिया जैसे। निमोनिया का मतलब है रेस्पिरेटरी ट्रैक्ट को अफेक्ट करेगा। तो करीबन ज़्यादातर ये देखा गया, आपने कोविड के टाइम में देखा होगा, हम परेशान थे कि वो एल्डरलीज़ को यानी कि बुज़ुर्गों को इफ़ेक्ट करता है, उसके बाद में जो कोमॉर्बिड लोग हैं उनको अफेक्ट करता है। परंतु जो ये वायरस है, अगर हम HMPV की बात करें तो HMPV वायरस की बात अगर करते हैं तो बेसिकली ये वायरस इन्फेंट्स को भी अफेक्ट करता है। इन्फेंट्स मतलब बच्चे जो कि 12 महीने से छोटे हैं, और उनमें से भी कौन से जो कि प्री टर्म बेबीज़ होते हैं, यानी कि फुल टर्म होने से पहले जिनकी डिलीवरी हो जाती है, लो बर्थ वेट बेबीज़ होते हैं, या उनको कोई और सिम्टम होता है, बेसिकली मेल नरिश्ड बेबीज़ हैं तो उनको होता है, प्लस बुज़ुर्गों को तो होता ही होता है अलॉन्ग विथ कोमॉर्बिड कंडीशंस। सांस जल्दी जल्दी चलना, पसलियाँ चलना, बुखार आना, तो ये सारे सिम्टम्स जो आपके कोविड के समय थे, और सीवियर केसेस में निमोनिया, उसमें पसलियाँ चलती हैं, और बच्चों में पर्टिकुलरली निमोनिया इज़ वेरी डेंजरस ऑल्सो।
इसके लक्षण आप कह रहे हैं कि कोविड जैसा ही है? कोविड
जैसा ही है करके, परंतु जैसे मैंने कि बताया कि कोविड वाज मच मोर सीवियर एज कंपेयर टू दिस वायरस।
My colleague Tanushka has been tracking the finer details for us. She joins us live at the moment. Tanushka, we are aware that Beijing has issued a press statement and called the HMPV outbreak an annual winter occurrence. But on home ground, what are the reactions? Everyone's saying not to panic at the moment?
Precisely, Parmeshwar. The same has been, issued by the Ministry of Health in our country as well, that it is a virus that has been in circulation for the past 20 years. The first case that was detected in 2001, and similar statements have also been issued by the ministry. The latest development that we have is that the Union Health Secretary, Punya Srivastav, held a meeting with the health secretaries of states and union territories yesterday in the virtual mode, and the discussions that transpired in the meeting were to amp up the surveillance with respect to the cases in the country. That means the detection of the cases will be more rampant at this point, and if there is at all any potential surge of respiratory illnesses, which anyway happens during the winter season, and this particular virus affecting infants and mostly children below the age of 5. Therefore, it's not a huge worry. And in the months of December to February are these, months wherein this sort of respiratory illnesses are anyway on a spike. So what the Union Health Secretary also told the health secretaries of states and union territories, that we're well prepared with respect to any potential surge, but as of the moment there is nothing to worry about with respect to the HMPV virus.
Tanushka, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown. With that, let's turn our attention to the showdown that's happening between the DMK and the Tamil Nadu governor. Well, we can tell you that the session in the Tamil Nadu, the Tamil Nadu Assembly session started off on a stormy start. The DMK is now protesting outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly and demanding the recall of the governor. In fact, in a statement, the DMK had accused Mr. Ravi of humiliating the state song and the people of Tamil Nadu. He also alleged that the AIA-DMK was protecting the governor and said the agent of centre who was interfering with the rights of the state. That's what the DMK maintains. Sam has been tracking all the finer details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Sam, as you've been covering, the governor walked out of the assembly. There's been political repercussions after that. Now the DMK protesting outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly.
அவர்களுக்கு என்ன பணி இருக்கிறது என்பதை எடுத்து சொன்னார்கள். ஆனால் நம்மை பொறுத்தவரையில் ஒன்றிய அரசாங்கம் நம்முடைய தமிழக அரசுக்கு நம்முடைய அன்பு தலைவர் முதலமைச்சராக இருக்கின்ற இந்த காலகட்டத்தில் ₹1 கூட நிதி ஒதுக்காமல் தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய ஒட்டுமொத்த வருவாயை வைத்து இந்தியா துணைக்கண்டமே வியப்புகின்ற அளவிற்கு பாராட்டுகின்ற அளவிற்கு பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை உருவாக்கி தந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார் நம்முடைய கழகத்தின் தலைவர் தளபதி அவர்கள். ஆகவே நீங்கள் ஒரு கணம் எண்ணி பாருங்கள், மத்திய அரசாங்கம் ஒன்றிய அரசாங்கம் ₹1 கூட நிதி ஒதுக்கவில்லை. ஆனால் தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய நிதியை வைத்து இவர்கள் சிறப்பான முறையில் ஆட்சி செய்கிறார் என்பதை மக்கள் எண்ணி பார்க்கின்றார்கள். அவ்வளவு சிறப்பு வாய்ந்த ஒரு அரசுக்கு களங்கம் ஏற்படுத்துகின்ற வகையில் தொடர்ந்து இந்த ஆளுநர் அவர்கள் தன்னுடைய செயல்பாடுகளை காட்டி வருகின்றார்கள். விரைவில் அவரை தமிழ்நாட்டை விட்டு விரட்டுகின்ற காலம் வரும். அவர்கள் நம்முடைய கழக தலைவர் தளபதி அவர்கள், கழகத்துடைய முன்னோடிகள், கழகத்துடைய நிர்வாகிகள் அத்தனை பேரும் அதற்கு முதற்கட்டமாக எவ்வளவு சிறப்பு வாய்ந்த இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில் ஏற்பாடு செய்த அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி கூறி இவ்வளவு சிறப்பான முறையில் இந்த கண்டன கூட்டத்திற்கு சிறப்பான முறையில் தன்னுடைய வேகமான அறிவிப்புகளை முழக்கங்களை எழுப்பிய தாயம் கவியவர்களுக்கும் திடீரென்று ஒரு அறிவிப்பை வெளியிடுகின்றார்கள். அவர் உள்ளத்தில் எழுகின்ற உணர்ச்சி, அந்த வேகத்தை பார்க்கும் போது ஒவ்வொரு தொண்டனுக்கும் அந்த வேகம் உணர்ச்சி வருவதை நம்மாலே கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியாது. ஆகவே இவ்வளவு சிறப்பு வாய்ந்த இந்த கண்டன கூட்டத்தில் கலந்து கொள்வதில் உள்ளபடியே நாம் பெருமைப்படுகிறோம். தொடர்ந்து இதுவாறு கண்டன கூட்டங்கள் நடைபெறுவதற்கு இந்த இடம் தரக்கூடாது என்பதை தெரிவித்து எனக்கு வாய்ப்பளித்த மாவட்ட கழகத்திற்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
And parts of the speech with regard to law and order. But however, in 2023, when this happened, the Assembly had adopted a resolution recording only the official speech given to the governor. This happened again last year. The governor raked up the issue of the national anthem not being played before and after his speech. And this time again, he has objected to the same issue. And it's in this context this meeting happens, and this happens across Tamil Nadu in all district headquarters. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has called the act of the governor childish, that he is shirking from discharging his democratic responsibility, and he has wondered that why should he cling to this position when he is unwilling to abide by the constitutional norms and duties. Of course, the governor's office has denied all these allegations, and they stick to their ground, saying that according to the code of national anthem, as the Raj Bhavan calls it, national anthem ought to be played before and after the governor's address. But for several decades, Tamil Nadu has a convention of singing only the Tamil anthem first and then the national anthem at the end of the session. And the larger political question, of course, is whether governors are being pitted against opposition rule states, in states where the BJP cannot come to power, in states like Tamil Nadu, West Bengal and Kerala. But the BJP and the DMK and the Raj Bhavan have denied these allegations. The larger point, of course, is this comes amid the recent...
As always, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with all the action and the latest update. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. With that, let's turn our attention to the earthquake that took place this morning. Tremors from a 7.1 magnitude earthquake in Nepal were felt in Delhi NCR and several North Indian areas, including parts of Bihar. In fact, dozens of people have been reported injured after a powerful earthquake hit near the Tibet's second largest city of Shigatse, according to Chinese state media. Strong tremors were meanwhile felt in several areas of Bihar, including Patna and multiple locations in northern Bihar as well. The earthquake was also felt in West Bengal and the northeastern states, including Assam. Strong tremors, meanwhile, were also felt in Kathmandu, along with parts in India that include Bihar, Assam and West Bengal. Chinese state media is reporting that 32 people have been killed. Prabhakar joins us with the latest update. Prabhakar, take us through any damage that's occurred on home ground. And is it true that 32 people have been killed as per Chinese media reports?
Yeah, thankfully, no. Thankfully, there are no reports of major damage, or for that matter, the casualties coming from the parts of India which was affected by this massive earthquake, which is where the epicenter is believed to be in Tibet. But remember, this entire region, right from Nepal to the areas which actually borders Nepal, right from the north Bihar areas, the areas of North Bengal, actually the Darjeeling and Siliguri area which borders Nepal, and also parts of Sikkim, they were all severely affected. And it happened at around 6:30 in the morning when these parts felt three sets of tremors. The first two were the milder ones, but the third one was large enough, and the people actually it's very strong actually, and people actually who were sleeping, they walked out of they ran out of their houses, and we saw in the morning people actually vacating their houses and going out all in the open as the drill is. So, but thankfully, there were no major damages reported from the parts of India which were affected by the earthquake, not even from Bihar, Bengal or Sikkim for that matter, and no casualties in our part of the area.
So much, Prabhakar, as always, for joining us with that brief update. Well, news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. And now we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The Election Commission is set to announce a schedule for the Delhi Assembly elections. This schedule will likely be released by 2 p.m. this afternoon. Investors are duped of crores of rupees in a Ponzi scheme in Mumbai. A fraud and breach of trust case has been filed against the jewellery firm. The army says 15 to 20 miners are trapped inside a rat hole coal mine in Assam's Dima Hasao district after water gushed into a 300-foot deep quarry. Canada's Justin Trudeau says he will step down as Liberal leader as soon as his party finds his replacement. This means he will not lead the Liberals into Canada's next federal election, scheduled for October, but far more likely to take place this spring.
Dharma, Arth, Kam, Moksha. The scriptures reveal their profound connection.
the modern manifestation of this timeless wisdom, the incomparable Maha Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. 450 million devotees over 45 days. Budget allocation of 7,500 crore rupees. Mela grounds spanning 4,000 hectares. 13,000 trains in operation. Over 1,60,000 tents. 2,700 AI-powered CCTV cameras. 488 kilometers of roads in the Kumbh area. 67,000 LED lights illuminating the region. The world's largest gathering and the most significant conversation. The country's most esteemed spiritual leaders and economists will unite on a single platform. They will delve into the economic dimensions of the Kumbh Mela and its influence on employment, business, the economy, and India's global image. Gain insights from thought leaders at the Mumbai Conclave. Maha Kumbh Ka Arthashastra on NDTV.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Dharma, Arth, Kam, Moksha. The scriptures reveal their profound connection. The modern manifestation of this timeless wisdom. The incomparable Maha Kumbh Mela of Prayagraj. 450 million devotees over 45 days. Budget allocation of 7,500 crore rupees. Mela grounds spanning 4,000 hectares. 13,000 trains in operation. Over 1,60,000 tents. 2,700 AI-powered CCTV cameras. 488 kilometers of roads in the Kumbh area. 67,000 LED lights illuminating the region. The world's largest gathering.
With that, let's turn our attention now to Canada, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said that he'd step down as head of the country's Liberal Party after weeks of speculation that his time in leadership was coming to an end. This actually means that he will not lead the Liberals into Canada's next federal election, scheduled for October, but far more likely to take place this spring. The Prime Minister also actually pulled the plug on the current session of Parliament, paving the way for a leadership race. Now, Trudeau and his party were initially popular. He had a 65% approval rating shortly after taking office. That was nearly a decade ago. But they've suffered following a cost of living crisis due to inflation in the wake of the COVID pandemic, as well as criticism about the government's immigration and environmental policies, as we have been extensively covering as well. But the end of Trudeau's tenure as party leader and as Prime Minister was all but sealed last month after his one-time deputy Chrystia Freeland announced her departure from her post as Finance Minister. In fact, her scathing resignation letter included criticisms about Trudeau's ability to navigate the incoming Trump administration, their proposed tariffs on Canadian goods. But this announcement prompts serious questions about what comes next for a post-Trudeau Liberal Party and also for Canada. Listen to what Trudeau had to say, followed by Pierre Poilievre's reaction.
Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process.
We won't have an election before very late winter, early spring. Then there's the possibility that the Trudeau resigns and then goes to the Governor General and says we need to shut down Parliament, while the Liberal Party then chooses a new replacement. A Trudeau 2.0. Mm-hmm. And so there would be a leadership race. God knows how long that would drag on for during...
You think approximately in March, no earlier than March as far as you can foresee?
Yeah, probably. And during which time we'd continue to flounder and twist in the wind.
My colleague Maha Siddiqui has been tracking all the finer details for us. She joins us live from Vancouver at the moment. Maha, take us through the reactions in Canada. Is this being seen as a strategic exit by Trudeau to preserve his image, or a recognition that his time has passed? Many say it's not a surprise.
Well, certainly the second reason is more plausible, considering there was a lot of pressure on Justin Trudeau for the last over 6 months with internal dissent and members of his own party who were members of parliament asking him to step down, voicing a concern that they would not be able to fight elections well under his leadership, and that there would be a complete rout for the Liberals in the federal election this year if he were to lead the party. And therefore, the internal dissent, as well as the fact that the NDP, Jagmeet Singh's party, had said that they would bring in a non-confidence motion once Parliament reopens, which was supposed to on the 27th of January. Now, of course, it has been prorogued till the 24th of March. And that non-confidence motion would have been absolutely impossible for Justin Trudeau to actually be able to overcome. That's because the other party, Bloc Québécois, had also said that they would support the non-confidence motion, which meant that Trudeau's government would have fallen. And therefore, this does seem like, in some sense, a face saver for him, an exit before it was really too late for the entire Liberal Party, and therefore a change of leadership now in the offing for the Liberal Party. However, Jagmeet Singh of the NDP has said that even with the change of leadership, they are unlikely to support this government any further. So come 24th of March, we'll have to see whether the new party leader chosen by the Liberals over the next couple of weeks, how will that pan out? Now, the Liberal Party constitution, Parmeshwar, allows 90 days time to choose a leader, but there is some urgency here, considering that this is also the election year, and the Liberal Party needs to now come back from really behind and try to at least not face a rout that they were looking at in face of the rising inflation, the housing crisis in Canada.
As always, Maha, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown. The big question remains where the Liberals and Canada go from here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था.
Good morning. You're watching the news here on NDTV with me, Tanima Biswas. Over the next half an hour, we'll get you updates from across the country and also important headline stories from across the world. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines. Telangana High Court dismisses plea by KTR seeking quashing of FIR against him in the Formula E race case. No stay on arrest of KTR. Tamil Nadu government versus governor showdown escalates. DMK leads protest against the governor outside the Tamil Nadu assembly, demands his recall over alleged insult to the Tamil anthem. Telugu superstar Allu Arjun visits the 8-year-old boy who was injured in the Sandhya Theatre Stampede, and his mother had died in that incident. The boy has been in hospital for over a month. Allu Arjun is one of the accused in the case. Election Commission all set to announce the schedule for Delhi Assembly elections. The schedule will likely be released by 2 p.m. this afternoon. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigns. Liberal Democrats start looking for his replacement. Will this ease tensions between India and Canada? Indian origin leader Anita Anand, one of the front runners to replace Trudeau. And earthquake of magnitude 7.1 hits Tibet near the Nepalese border, tremors of which were felt in several parts of India, including Bihar, Assam and Bengal. Chinese media reports at least 53 casualties. Right, we are starting the bulletin with some breaking update coming in, and the Telangana High Court has dismissed BRS leader KTR's plea in the Formula E race case. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir. Uma, what are the updates coming in from the High Court, and what does it mean for KTR now?
And also, of course, the BRS party, with the Telangana High Court now dismissing the quash plea that Mr. K.T. Ramarao had filed, asking for quashing of the FIR that was filed by the Anti-Corruption Bureau in the Formula E race case against him. He had been named as A1 in the case, and there was allegation of criminal breach of trust and misappropriation, and also unauthorizedly transferring money, violating election codes, and also violating norms of transferring money to a foreign country. So RBI not being informed in that particular case. So all these were arguments that were given in the FIR that was filed against Mr. K.T. Ramarao. And he had argued that there was really no corruption because the money that was transferred by the government from here was received by the Formula E organizers in London, and the Formula E organizers themselves had not been named as accused. In case the government thought that there is any kind of wrongdoing, they should have booked also the Formula E organizers as accused in this particular case. He has also argued that HMDA is part of the MAUD, and therefore it is not wrong that HMDA is not part of the tripartite agreement when MAUD, which is the Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department, that was already part of the tripartite agreement, and therefore he saw nothing wrong in 55 crore rupees being transferred. The ACB on its part had given its own arguments in the case. They had said that their investigation as of now was that it was in a preliminary stage, but that they had already recorded the statement of Mr. Danakishore, who is the Principal Secretary now in the Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department, and that his statement was recorded, and subsequently the ED had also called in Mr. Danakishore for recording of the statement, and they pointed out the specific lapses that I mentioned in the FIR as well, and they had in fact called in Mr. K.T. Ramarao for questioning yesterday, and he had said that he is not going in without his lawyer, and even though he waited outside the ACB office in Banjara Hills for about 40 minutes, he refused to go in without his lawyer, alleging that he does not trust the government or the police, and alleging that he had suspicion that they could actually fabricate any kind of a confessional statement against him, and therefore he wanted the constitutional and legal protection. The ACB on its part had indicated to us that they are going to tell the High Court that Mr. K.T. Ramarao has not presented himself, and therefore in a sense not cooperating with the investigation. Even otherwise, a second summons has already been issued to him to appear before the Anti-Corruption Bureau on the 9th of January. Already the Enforcement Directorate had called him in for questioning today, and Mr. KTR had sought time, saying that awaiting the verdict of the High Court, they should give him some more time. And now that the High Court has already said that they are quashing, or rather they are dismissing the quash plea that was filed by Mr. K.T. Rama Rao. The Enforcement Directorate as well will be able to question him. Right. Importantly, so far there was a stay on the arrest of Mr. K.T. Rama Rao by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and that plea now stands cancelled in the sense that the High Court has not agreed to grant any stay to the lawyer of Mr. K.T. Rama Rao on the arrest of the former minister, and therefore after his questioning on the 9th, if they do feel that he is not cooperating with the investigating agencies, that was something that could see Mr. KTR actually being taken into custody, is what sources in the investigators team are indicating to NDTV. Because on the 9th as well, if he refuses to go in without his lawyers, because the ACB has already said that they do not want him to come along with his lawyers inside, so that kind of threat certainly hangs on Mr. K.T. Rama Rao.
Very important there that you're highlighting, Uma, that there's no stay on his arrest, because as you mentioned, the second date when ACB has summoned KTR is on 9th, which is 2 days from now. Remember last time, as you mentioned, that he refused to go in since he was not allowed to go in with his lawyer. We'll have to see what strategy is taken up by KTR and his legal team on January 9th. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Staying with news from the south, and the DMK versus Tamil Nadu governor showdown escalates, and we can see that today outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly, DMK leaders were leading a protest against the governor, demanding his recall. Remember, there has of course been a massive showdown between DMK and the Tamil Nadu governor since yesterday over the governor walking out of the assembly. What DMK claims is that's an insult to the Tamil anthem, whereas from the Raj Bhavan, the governor's team has in fact pointed out that since the national anthem was not played ahead of the governor's address, that's the reason that the governor felt that that was violating the code and also insulting the national anthem, which is why he had walked out. But the DMK, of course, taking charge of the matter today and leading a protest outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. And I'm joined by my colleague Sam, who's right there in the middle of all the action. Sam, so we can see it was Kanimori, some of the top DMK leaders who were leading the protest against the governor and demanding his recall from the centre.
That's right, Tanima. We come to you from the protest venue at Saidapet, not exactly outside the assembly. And the DMK is holding such protests across Tamil Nadu in all district headquarters. And they allege that Governor R.N. Ravi, by walking out of the assembly soon after the Tamil anthem was played yesterday, he has actually insulted the Tamil anthem. And the governor, they say, ought to be recalled by the president. They say this is the third time Governor R.N. Ravi has done this. And although Governor R.N. Ravi says he wants the national anthem to be played before and after his address, not just at the end of the address as the Tamil Nadu Assembly Convention does, the ruling DMK says for several decades the Assembly has this tradition of beginning the session with the Tamil anthem and concluding it with the national anthem, and there is no question of disrespect to the national anthem. And the governor, they say, is acting like an agent of the BJP in an opposition-ruled states, fulfilling the agenda of the BJP as they call it. But the Raj Bhavan has denied these allegations. Governor R.N. Ravi, in a statement yesterday, says he reiterates his love for Tamil and Tamil culture, and he walked out only out of anguish. In his words, he says not playing the national anthem before and after his customary address is against the spirit of the code of national anthem, as he calls it. But the State Assembly Speaker has denied all these allegations, saying there's nothing like that, there's no question of disrespect, and the governor ought to respect the conventions of the Tamil Nadu Assembly. And the larger political picture, of course, is whether the BJP is using governors in opposition-ruled states to take on their political opponents, as alleged by the DMK. They point out this is the case in non-BJP-ruled states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal, and in other BJP-ruled states, everything is honky-dory, as they call it. But the BJP or the Raj Bhavan have denied these allegations. Lastly, this in a sense has pushed the key issue of the question of women's security, law and order in Tamil Nadu to the back burner, as this comes in the context or the backdrop of the alleged sexual assault of a woman student on the Anna University campus in Chennai. Tanima.
Right, Sam there reporting from outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly, where we saw the DMK protest just a short while back. We'll of course have to wait and see if the Raj Bhavan in any way responds to this demand from the DMK. Shifting focus now, and the latest in the Pushpa 2 Stampede case. Earlier today, Telugu superstar Allu Arjun was seen visiting the victim in the Stampede case, one of the victims rather, the 8-year-old boy who's still at a Hyderabad hospital. Remember, the boy's mother was killed in the Stampede that took place outside Sandhya Theatre, which was showcasing the Pushpa 2 Allu Arjun's latest release, and the star had paid an impromptu visit there, which had consequently led to that stampede. The boy is in stable condition but still in hospital, and my colleague Uma Sudhir has more on Allu Arjun's visit today.
We are outside Kim's Hospital in Hyderabad, where this morning at 9:40 a.m. actor Allu Arjun came along with Dil Raju, who is the chairperson of the Telangana Film Development Corporation and also the business head of Allu Arjun, Mr. Kanta Rao, and they went and met the child Sri Tej, who has been in this hospital for over 4 weeks now, after having been caught in a stampede-like situation outside Sandhya Theatre on the 4th of December during a premiere show of Pushpa 2. What we understand from the hospital sources is that he was allowed to see Sri Tej through a glass kind of an isolation chamber that has been created inside the ICU in order to prevent any infections. They are not allowing anyone in close proximity. That Mr. Allu Arjun had interacted with the doctors for more than 15 minutes and found out about the health condition and the requirements for Sri Tej, and he did not meet with any of the family members of Sri Tej, including his father Bhaskar, of course, who is the complainant in this whole case. And legally also, the court has also said that he must not try to influence any of the witnesses or people related to this incident. That was one of the bail conditions imposed by the Nampally courts. What I understand from the manager of Mr. Allu Arjun is that Allu Arjun grew quite emotional looking at Sri Tej. Even otherwise, Allu Arjun has mentioned that he himself has children, and therefore seeing the condition of Sri Tej is very painful for him. But he tried to find out what kind of long-term care may be required for Sri Tej for his recovery. What doctors have told him is that while Sri Tej is breathing on his own and seems to be moving his limbs, those movements are not purposeful, meaning they are involuntary, and neurologically he has not really responded the way one would have hoped he would in the last 1 month of treatment at the hospital itself. But the Ramgopalpet police station in charge had told him that that would cause disorder and chaos at the hospital, and any kind of a disturbance Allu Arjun would have to take responsibility for, and therefore he was advised to come make it a confidential visit, informing only the hospital authorities and the police in this area without media and the public coming to know, and that's exactly what Mr. Allu Arjun did, trying to abide by the bail conditions while going to meet Mr. Sri Tej as well. And of course, he has not met any of the family members of Sri Tej, including his father, Mr. Bhaskar, who had told NDTV earlier that he does not blame Mr. Allu Arjun for what had happened, and he would be willing, in fact, to even withdraw the complaint that he had filed in this case.
And schedule for the Delhi Assembly elections will be out this afternoon. The tenure of the 7th Delhi Assembly ends on February 15th, and members of the next Assembly must be elected by then. While the ruling Aam Aadmi Party is pushing hard for a 3rd consecutive term, the opposition, both the BJP and the Congress, are pushing for change. Take a look at the top political reactions coming in on this story.
Well, joining with me is former MP and BJP candidate from New Delhi constituency, Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. Today, the Election Commission is going to announce the dates for the Delhi elections. How prepared are your party and how prepared are you?
We are all prepared. We are fully prepared, and we are winning the election. And I want to congratulate all Delhi people, and I want to appeal all Delhi people to come forward and take part in our लोकतंत्र का पर्व, which is called election. और मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ कि उन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करी है उनके सारे अधिकारियों ने बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करी है। सारे दिल्ली के जो हमारे सरकारी जो हमारे सारे अध्यापक हैं उन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करी और मैं उनको शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूँ।
सर, पिछले 10 सालों से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार दिल्ली के अंदर है। एंटी इनकम्बेंसी ज़रूर है यहाँ पर, बट आप लोग किन मुद्दों पर इस बार चुनाव लड़ने के लिए जा रहे हैं?
देखिए, बहुत सारे मुद्दे हैं दिल्ली में। जो भी अरविंद केजरीवाल ने प्रॉमिसेस किए, एक भी प्रॉमिस उन्होंने फुलफ़िल नहीं किया। सिंगल प्रॉमिस उन्होंने फुलफ़िल नहीं किया। यहाँ के लोग, चाहे वो झुग्गी बस्ती के लोग हैं, उनको ये विश्वास है कि हमें कोई फ्लैट देगा, हमें कोई मालिकाना हक देगा तो वो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी देंगे। अरविंद केजरीवाल नहीं दे सकता। हमारे बच्चों को कोई भी नौकरी लगाएगा तो वो केवल भाजपा की सरकार लगा सकती है। दिल्ली में हमारी सरकार बनेगी, हज़ारों नौकरियाँ जो आम आदमी पार्टी ने अभी तक नहीं निकाली थी, ये सारी नौकरियों को हमारी सरकार निकालेगी और दिल्ली के बच्चों को सरकारी नौकरियां मिलेंगी।
So there are a lot of counter allegations and allegations that have been leveled between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party this time. Of course, yesterday what we have seen is district election officer writing to the election officer about Aam Aadmi Party MPs threatening them. How big is this issue for you and how concerning is this?
See, I also got to know that Sanjay Singh and Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi Marlena and this guy Raghav Chadha, they are threatening the local DM, the local ARO, और वो उनको बोलते हैं कि हम आपको बाद में देख लेंगे। तो ऐसी धमकियाँ उनको दे रहे हैं। तो ये मैं समझता हूँ कि लोकतंत्र में ठीक नहीं है।
I'm currently joined by Aam Aadmi Party leader Anurag Dhanda, sir. Sir, please tell us, we know that Aam Aadmi Party is going to, this election, upcoming election is going to be toughest for Aam Aadmi Party considering the corruption allegations and also the lavish renovation of the CM house allegations. So how are you planning to fight the allegations and also like what is the main strategy of Aam Aadmi?
I think that is a perception in your mind only because we are fully prepared. We have declared our candidates. We have rolled out our manifesto. Our face is Arvind Kejriwal and we are fighting this election on our 10 years work. So the students who are prepared do not fear exam. So we are fully prepared. Ask BJP, who is their face, what are their issues, and on whose name they are fighting this election, what they will do if they come to power. They don't answer anything. They just say, Kejriwal did this, Kejriwal did this, Kejriwal ने तो घोटाला कर दिया, ये कर दिया. That's fine. लोग देखेंगे.
Is there a fear of anti-incumbency?
I don't think so. We have a pro-incumbency in our favor because the more we work for people, more people connect to Aam Aadmi Party. And you just saw in PM Modi's rally as well, media asked people that whom you will vote for. People said we will vote for Kejriwal. So they were asked ki you are in Modi's rally. Why you will vote for Kejriwal? Kejriwal worked for us. We will vote for Kejriwal. So this is pro-incumbency. More we work for different categories of people, different society of people, more people connect to us.
We see Aam Aadmi Party playing up the welfare schemes which has worked in their favor for the last 10 years. But we don't really see the main issues being highlighted, be it pollution, traffic, waste mismanagement. Will those issues also come in the limelight?
Always, always. These issues are very close to Arvind Kejriwalji's heart. And he said, honestly, he said that we were not able to clean Yamuna 100%, but the 80% work has been done. All the colonies were connected with the sewer line. That's a humongous task. We did it. But because of Corona, 2 years got wasted, and then 1 year got wasted for BJP's petty politics. This case and that case, they put us behind bars.
हम लोगों ने अपनी तैयारी बहुत पहले से शुरू कर दी है। कैंपेन निकल आया है। जो राज्य सरकार है उसने कहां कहां काम नहीं किया है उसकी बहुत एक नियोजित तरीके से हमने आलोचना की है। हम खुद क्या करना चाहते हैं दिल्ली में उसका हम धीरे धीरे उल्लेख कर रहे हैं। अच्छी तैयारी है कांग्रेस की। देखिए, दिल्ली के जो मुद्दे हैं वो तो रहेंगे ही और वो तो हमारे यहाँ और ज़्यादा सामने आएंगे क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ का जो कैंडिडेट है आम आदमी पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री भी है। तो दिल्ली में उसने क्या किया, क्या नहीं कर पाया, वो तो सवाल हम पूछेंगे। नई दिल्ली में एक विधायक के तौर पर उसने क्या किया है 10 साल में, ये तो बहुत बड़ा सवाल बनता है।
Right, so the around 2 o'clock this afternoon is when we expect that the Election Commission will give out the dates for the Delhi Assembly elections. It's 10 years of Aam Aadmi Party's reign in the national capital, and as they say that they are ready to in fact tide through the wave of anti-incumbency because they are going into the elections on the back of the welfare schemes of Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. It's the BJP as well as Congress which are pushing for change in Delhi, as we said. Let me go across to our reporters spread out across the national capital. I'm joined by Shreya, who is at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Shreya, you were speaking to some of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders there, and they are of course saying that yes, it's a 10-year anti-incumbency which faces Aam Aadmi Party, but they are confident that they have a face like Arvind Kejriwal. Atishi is of course the current chief minister, but despite all the corruption allegations against some of their topmost leaders, including Mr. Kejriwal, they are confident of a third term.
Absolutely, Tanima. Aam Aadmi Party is definitely eyeing for a hat-trick in this upcoming election, which is expected to take place in the first week of February. We will get the dates today afternoon. And we also know that the Aam Aadmi Party is very well aware that this is going to be the toughest election because of the corruption allegations around the excise policy and also the lavish renovation of the CM house. So these kind of allegations they are very well aware of, and that is why they are rebuilding their strategy. They are playing up their welfare schemes. They're also rebuilding the trust with the people. We know that their election strategy is centered around the welfare schemes, be it free electricity, free bus, free healthcare, free education, and the new cash transfer scheme for women, be it the monthly allowance of 2,100 rupees for women aged 18 to 60 who fall below the tax bracket. And also we know that women and the auto wallahs were the common people. They are the main vote bank of the Aam Aadmi Party. They have been instrumental in Aam Aadmi Party's victory back in 2015 and 2020. So they will be, they have been promising several schemes for them, be it the life insurance of rupees 10 lakh for the auto wallahs and the monthly allowance for women, and also the scheme for elderly people's pilgrimage. So these welfare schemes are what they are banking on. But then at the same time, when it comes to the real issues of development, be it the broken roads, pollution, traffic, illegal parking, Aam Aadmi Party has always conveniently shifted the blame, said that the BJP has posed hurdles in their development work. While targeting the BJP, Aam Aadmi Party is also quite watchful of Congress's resurgence, because if Congress fights well, then we know that Congress was in power for the 15 years, but after that Aam Aadmi Party kind of captured that traditional vote bank, be it the Muslims, the Dalits, the people living in the unauthorized colonies and slums. They are the ones who are now relying on Aam Aadmi Party, and the main face of the party is of course Kejriwal, and he is the main vote getter, and he is quite confident this time too. He is fighting back all the criticism that he's been getting from the BJP. The BJP has been calling out Aam Aadmi Party, calling it a disaster, calling Apta remarks that he has kind of fought back, and he said that BJP has failed to fulfill the promises that they made back in 2020. Those promises still remain unfulfilled, and the people of Delhi will believe in the honesty and sincerity of Aam Aadmi Party's governance for the last 10 years, and they will be voting in their favor. Today, in fact, we are right outside Aam Aadmi Party's office, and they will be launching their campaign song, and today afternoon we will see the election dates. The schedule will be out this time around. They have said that they will get the elections will take place in the first week of February. Last year we saw it took place around 8th February. So this year around 2 we will see an early election, and we already know that this is a three-cornered elections, but it will be a predominant fight between the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP. BJP is definitely banking on the anti-incumbency wave. They are addressing the unaddressed issues or grievances of the people, because if a government has ruled for the last 10 years, there is bound to be ground level dissatisfaction and frustration of the people. But the BJP is pushing for the infrastructural development and housing accommodation schemes. They are stating that these infrastructural developments will be a strong enough model on an urban development model.
Sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll have to cut across now to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is in the national capital and launching Bharat Poll. Listen in.
के लिए सम्मानित किया गया है, वो सभी हमारे समर्पित अधिकारीगण आज भारत पोल के शुभारंभ के लिए हम यहां पर एकत्रित हुए हैं। सबसे पहले तो मैं जिन अधिकारियों को अलंकरण समारोह में आज असाधारण योगदान, इन्वेस्टिगेशन की दक्षता और उनके समर्पण के लिए सम्मानित किया गया है, उनको और उनके परिवारजनों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि आपके निष्ठा को जब हम इस मंच पर सम्मानित करते हैं तो न केवल आपके लिए ये सम्मान हौसला अफजाई करने वाला होता है, ढेर सारे अधिकारियों को और उनके प्रयासों के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत भी बनता है। और आप सभी ने एक कठिन परीक्षण से पास होकर इतनी कड़ी स्पर्धा में से ये पदक को हासिल किया है। मैं इस मौके पर आप सभी को हृदयपूर्वक बधाई देना चाहता हूं। आज यहां एक दूसरा कार्यक्रम हुआ, भारत पोल का शुभारंभ हुआ। भारत पोल हमारे देश के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय इन्वेस्टिगेशन को एक अलग युग में ले जाने वाली एक शुरुआत है। एक प्रकार से अब तक इंटरपोल के साथ काम करने के लिए एक ही एजेंसी नामित थी, सीबीआई, मगर भारत पोल की संरचना होने के साथ भारत की हर एजेंसी, हर राज्य की पुलिस अपने आप को बहुत सरलता के साथ इंटरपोल के साथ कनेक्ट कर पाएगी और सीधा गति अपने इन्वेस्टिगेशन को देने में उनको बहुत सहायता होगी। एजेंसी तो बाद में ही भी सीबीआई ही रहेगी, परंतु इस तकनीक के आधार पर खड़ी की गई व्यवस्था के माध्यम से ढेर सारी दूरियों को हम मिटा पाएंगे, ढेर सारी सूचनाओं को हम प्राप्त कर पाएंगे और सटीकता के साथ अनेक प्रकार के दुनिया के क्राइम का विश्लेषण कर हमारे यहां क्राइम होने से पहले इसको रोकने की संरचना भी खड़ी कर पाएंगे। मैं मानता हूं ये आने वाले दिनों में हमारे देश के इन्वेस्टिगेशन को एक नए युग में ले जाने वाली पहल है और इसके लिए पूरे सीबीआई परिवार और विशेषकर सीबीआई डायरेक्टर को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई और अभिनंदन देना चाहता हूं। मित्रों, हम सब जानते हैं कि हम अमृत काल में जी रहे हैं। आजादी के 75 साल से आजादी के 100 साल के कालखंड को न केवल हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अमृत काल के रूप में वर्णित किया है, अब देश की 140 करोड़ की जनता ने स्पिरिट के साथ इस कालखंड को अमृत काल के रूप में स्वीकार भी किया है और हमने तय किया है, एक सामूहिक संकल्प इस देश की 140 करोड़ की जनता ने लिया है कि जब आजादी की शताब्दी मनाई जाएगी, 2047 में जब देश आजाद हुए 100 साल हो जाएंगे, हर क्षेत्र में भारत विश्व में सर्वप्रथम होगा और हम हर क्षेत्र में विश्व का नेतृत्व कर रहे होंगे। और ये संकल्प हमें सिद्ध करना है तो इसके कई पड़ाव हैं। हमने ये भी तय किया है कि 2027 तक भारत को विश्व की तीसरे नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था बनाएंगे और वहीं से जो पहला कदम शुरू होगा वो 27 से 47 तक एक पूर्ण विकसित राष्ट्र बनने का हमारा संकल्प चरितार्थ करने का ये 25 साल है। और एक प्रकार से भारत के लिए ये स्वर्णिम अवसर है। हमने एक साइंटिफिक रोड मैप के साथ एक समयबद्ध कार्यक्रम के अनुसार रीजनल लीडर से ग्लोबल लीडर बनने की हमारी इस यात्रा को शेप भी दिया है और उसको आगे बढ़ाने की तैयारियां भी शुरू की हैं। आज जब मैं यहां आया हूं तब हम इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं तो हमें वैश्विक चुनौतियों को भी नजर में रखते हुए हमारे यहाँ की व्यवस्थाओं को अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा। भारत पोल उसी दिशा में एक कदम है। भारत पोल के 5 प्रमुख मॉड्यूल कनेक्ट, इंटरपोल नोटिस, रेफरेंसेस, ब्रॉडकास्ट और रिसोर्सेस, ये 5 मॉड्यूल हमारी सभी कानून प्रवर्तन एजेंसियों को एकल मंच पर सहायता करने का एक सुंदर टेक्निकल मंच ये भारत पोल है। कनेक्ट के माध्यम से सीबीआई को भारत में इंटरपोल के रूप में, जो एनसीबी के रूप में मान्यता मिली है, सभी हमारी कानून प्रवर्तन एजेंसियां कनेक्ट के माध्यम से अब एक प्रकार से एनसीबी बन जाएगी। काम तो सीबीआई के द्वारा ही करना है, परंतु त्वरा इतनी बढ़ जाएगी कि जैसे वो एजेंसी ही एनसीबी हो। इंटरपोल नोटिस के लिए अनुरोधों का त्वरित, सुरक्षित और संरचित प्रसारण भी इससे सुनिश्चित हो जाएगा, जिससे बहुत त्वरा के साथ हम हमारे अपराधियों को लोकेट करने के लिए भी काम कर पाएंगे और दुनिया भर के अपराधियों को भारत में लोकेट करने के लिए भी हम एक वैज्ञानिक व्यवस्था खड़ी कर पाएंगे। और जो इंटरपोल संदर्भ है, रेफरेंसेस है, 195 देशों के इंटरपोल चैनल के माध्यम से विदेशों में जांच के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहायता देना और लेना, ये दोनों बहुत सरल हो जाएगा। 195 विदेशी देशों से सहायता के लिए जो अनुरोध है, ये प्रसारण के माध्यम से हमारे पास तुरंत ही उपलब्ध हो जाएंगे। और रिसोर्सेज के माध्यम से दस्तावेज और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग दोनों को हम जल्दी से प्राप्त करने और भेजने के लिए व्यवस्था खड़ी कर पाएंगे। ये पोर्टल बहुत डिटेल एक्सरसाइज कर बनाया गया है। मैं मानता हूं कि रियल टाइम इंटरफेस इसकी जो विशेषता है, वो पोर्टल अपराध नियंत्रण के लिए हमारे एजेंसियों के लिए सीधा और प्रभावी संवाद सुनिश्चित करेगी। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग इसके माध्यम से पोर्टल वैश्विक नेटवर्क के साथ रियल टाइम डाटा शेयरिंग और रेड कॉर्नर नोटिस, अलग अलग नोटिस को जारी करने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अनुरोधों को और हमारे अनुरोधों को भी बहुत तेजी से वहां पर हम पहुंचा पाएंगे। आज मैं आप सबके सामने कहना चाहता हूं कि कई सालों तक भारत की इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसियों ने भारत में अपराध कर दुनिया में भागकर हमारी कानूनी प्रक्रिया में अड़चन खड़ा किया है। कई सारे अपराधियों ने दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में बैठकर अपराध कर हमारे कानून की रीच के बाहर रहे हैं। अब समय आ गया है कि हम आधुनिक व्यवस्थाओं का उपयोग कर कानून की रीच के बाहर रहे विदेश में बैठे हुए अपराधी और हमारे देश में अपराध कर कर विदेश भागे हुए अपराधी को हमारी कानून की नेट के अंदर ला पाए। हमने 3 जो क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम की संहिताएं बनाई हैं, इसके अंदर हमने ट्रायल इन एब्सेंसिया का एक नया प्रावधान जोड़ा है। इसके माध्यम से एक न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के बाद इसको सुनिश्चित कर पूरा कर कोर्ट के अधिकृत ऑर्डर के साथ उनकी अनुपस्थिति में वो दुनिया के कोई भी कोने में छिपे हों, कोई भी कोने में बैठे हों, इन पर ट्रायल चलाना बहुत सरल हो जाएगा। और अगर एक बार ये भारत के अंदर सजा प्राप्त करते हैं तो उनको अनेक देशों से भारत में लाने की सरलता भी बढ़ जाएगी। एक कानूनी व्यवस्था जो हमने खड़ी की है वो और भारत पोल के माध्यम से हमारी सभी कानून प्रवर्तन एजेंसियों को जो सुविधा मिलेगी, ये दोनों को अगर मिलान करते हैं तो मैं समझता हूं कि आने वाले दिनों में दुनिया के कोई भी कोने में अपराध कर भागे हुए लोगों को सजा कराना और भारत के कानून के सामने उपस्थित करना दोनों बहुत सरल हो जाएगा। इसके लिए सीबीआई ने भारत पोल की शुरुआत के साथ साथ नीचे तक इसकी ट्रेनिंग की भी जिम्मेदारी लेनी चाहिए। टीमें बनाकर भारत पोल का उपयोग और हमारी नई आपराधिक कानून प्रणाली जो हमने बनाई है उसके अंदर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय गुनाहों को रोकने के लिए जो कुछ सुधार किए हैं, इस सब का नीचे तक ट्रेनिंग करने की व्यवस्था सीबीआई करती है, तभी ये हमारी व्यवस्था है लॉजिकल एंड तक पहुंच जाएगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इससे जरूर फायदा होगा और अब जो ट्रेनिंग का और जानकारी का हिस्सा है वो भी हम बहुत अच्छे तरीके से करेंगे। पारदर्शिता, दक्षता और इफेक्टिवनेस, प्रभावशीलता, ये तीनों को बढ़ाने में ये नई व्यवस्था हमें जरूर फायदा कराएगी। मित्रों, आज जब मैं यहाँ आया हूँ तब मुझे बहुत ज्यादा बात नहीं करनी है, मगर मैं कुछ कानूनों के लिए भी ये नई व्यवस्था, कुछ अपराधों के लिए भी ये नई व्यवस्था हमें बहुत सहायभूत होगी। चाहे ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग हो, चाहे शस्त्रों का स्मगलिंग हो, चाहे ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग हो और सीमा के पार से होने वाले टेररिज्म रिलेटेड अपराध हो, ये सभी अपराधों को एक राज्य की पुलिस अपने यहाँ के अपराध को भारत पोल के नेटवर्क के माध्यम से 195 देशों की पुलिस के साथ साझा कर इनका सहयोग प्राप्त करने में हमें बहुत बड़ी सहायता मिलेगी। आज जब मैं आया हूं तब मैं सीबीआई के सभी अधिकारियों को भी अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं कि इंटरपोल के सारे नोटिसों के बारे में स्टेट पुलिस की जागरूकता, हमारी सभी कानून प्रवर्तन एजेंसियों की जागरूकता बढ़ाने की भी जरूरत है। इसका महत्तम उपयोग भारतीय एजेंसियां करें वो भी बहुत जरूरी है। बहुत कम केस में इसका उपयोग होता है क्योंकि अभी उपयोग व्यक्तिगत इनिशिएटिव से होता है। ये सारी इंटरपोल की नोटिस की व्यवस्था को हमने इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करने की जरूरत है, एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म खड़ा करने की जरूरत है। अगर ये ऑफिसर की इंडिविजुअल सजगता और गुनाह को समाप्त करने की इसकी तत्परता पर छोड़ देते हैं तो बहुत कम उपयोग हो पाएगा। अगर हम इसको इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करते हैं, हमारी व्यवस्था के अंदर इसके चेक पॉइंट्स डाल देते हैं, तो मैं मानता हूं इसका महत्तम उपयोग होगा। आने वाले दिनों में सीबीआई ने भी इसके उपयोग के लिए कुछ मानक और कुछ एसओपी बनाकर राज्य पुलिस को इसके लिए सजग और शिक्षणात्मक दृष्टि से भी, ट्रेनिंग की दृष्टि से भी आगे हमने काम करना पड़ेगा, तभी ये भारत पोल अपना तय किया हुआ लक्ष्य प्राप्त करने में फायदा कराएगा। इससे सबसे बड़ा फायदा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय डेटा के उपयोग के बारे में होगा। युवा अफसरों के लिए कई सारे डेटाबेस, 19 प्रकार के डेटाबेस जो इंटरपोल के हैं, वो आज हमारे पास उपलब्ध होंगे। एनालिसिस के लिए भी उपलब्ध होंगे। एनालिसिस कर क्राइम रोकने की हमारी सिस्टम खड़ी करने के लिए भी उपलब्ध होंगे और हमारे अपराधों के लिए, अपराधियों को पकड़ने के लिए भी उपलब्ध होंगे। और साइबर अपराध की नई चुनौतियों को भी एक स्पीड के साथ इससे हम आगे ले जा सकते हैं। मैं आज यहाँ आया हूं तब फिर से एक बार सीबीआई के सभी अधिकारियों को राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग और नए कानून और भारत पोल दोनों के लिए एसओपी, इंटरपोल की व्यवस्था का मैक्सिमम उपयोग करने के लिए एक सिस्टम खड़ा करें और इसको इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करने का हम काम करें, ऐसा मेरा अनुरोध है। मैं फिर से एक बार सीबीआई और विशेष कर सीबीआई के डायरेक्टर को बहुत बहुत बधाई और ये साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि ये व्यवस्था एक प्रकार से मैं जो देख रहा हूं उस प्रकार से ये युग परिवर्तनकारी व्यवस्था बनेगी और हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन को एक नए आयाम देने में सफल होगी। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
ये सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Welcome back. Now, a day after 8 Jawans and a driver were killed in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur, the state government has organized a wreath-laying ceremony for the security personnel. Remember, the Jawans lost their lives after Maoists used an improvised explosive device to blow up their vehicle. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Dev Sai paid the respect to all those killed in the attack. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Anurag. Anurag, if you can just tell us if there is any update from the government's point of view in terms of tracking down those people who are responsible for these deaths.
Yes, Tanima, because the Director General of Police, Ashok Juneja, and Naxal ADG Vivekanand Sinha have all reached to the incident site to assess the situation. Bastar IG Sundaraj P and DIG Kamalochan Kashyap are also continuously monitoring the developments and providing updates on the incident. The body of the vehicle driver, who was also a victim of the blast, has not been recovered yet, and police personnel as well as the divers have been deployed near a nearby drain at the blast site to search for his remains. And as you said, the mortal remains of the martyred personnel have been brought to the police line in Karli, where Chief Minister Vishnu Dev Sai paid tribute, and he will also console the grieving family members.
Right, Anurag Dwari there reporting from on Chhattisgarh Naxal attack there. Now, we've been following Expedite, a very exciting startup accelerator program by Games 24/7 since it was launched in Bengaluru in October last year. And not only has the program been providing critical resources to startups that have applied and got selected, it's also organizing meetups, mentorship and knowledge sharing events across our country. Here's a brief report from Expedite's New Delhi and Hyderabad events.
After a successful launch in Bengaluru, Expedite was in Delhi discussing key topics like funding for startups. While special guest Sri Sanjeev spoke about the need for startups to innovate, how collaborations between the government and private companies can be fruitful, and why successful companies should contribute in germinating an ecosystem of sustainable growth.
The whole concept is to bring private and public enterprises together. We look forward to industry and academia coming together to promote the startups, their incubation, and help the startups reach to the different markets.
A panel of investors and VCs talked about key aspects around funding for startups, how they can get funded, and how they can be frugal by using open source solutions, and what expectations must an investor keep from the founder and vice versa. In the Startup Stories segment, co-founders of Bolt and Bobble AI shared their journeys and learnings, thereby providing valuable insights to the newbie startups in attendance. High-tech city in Hyderabad played host to Stampede in its next chapter, where true to its name, AI was in the spotlight. In the presence and participation of Chief Guest Shri Jayesh Ranjan, discussions around adopting AI, innovating with AI, creating ethical and sustainable products using AI, being frugal with open source solutions, and fostering a culture of innovation and adoption of disruptive technologies in companies was discussed at length.
The cost-benefit analysis of investing time, of investing resources to participate in an event like this, and what you get on the other side in return is huge.
Founders of Hitwicket and Rava AI shared their incredible journey of growth and how they've made AI and its disruption a part of their product development. Stamped's journey continues in choosing startups that will go through this 60-day program to come out on the other side with tangible benefits like tech credits and invaluable benefits like a huge network of industry leaders, peers, policymakers, VCs, and more. Keep following NDTV for further developments.
And as part of Uday Foundation's Blanket Donation Drive, 60,000 blankets are needed. Help save lives in this harsh winter. Blankets can be dropped off at this location on your screens.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Telangana High Court dismisses plea by KTR, who was seeking quashing of FIR against him in the Formula E race case. No stay on arrest of KTR. Tamil Nadu government versus governor showdown escalates. DMK leads protest against the governor, demands his recall over alleged insult to the Tamil anthem. Telugu superstar Allu Arjun visits the 8-year-old boy who was injured in the Sandhya Theatre Stampede. The boy has been in hospital for over a month and his mother was killed in the Stampede. Allu Arjun is one of the accused in the case. Election Commission is all set to announce the schedule for Delhi Assembly elections. The schedule will most likely be released around 2 p.m. this afternoon.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the top news. In just 2 hours from now, the Election Commission will be announcing the dates for the Delhi elections. AAP, BJP and Congress already in election mode. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. The Election Commission set to announce the schedule for the Delhi Assembly elections, which will be at around 2 p.m. this afternoon. AAP, BJP and Congress in election mode with allegations, counter-allegations, also a bid to woo the voters with freebies. 3 miners are feared dead after being trapped in a flooded coal mine in Assam. Since this morning, the Army, NDRF are conducting a joint rescue in the Dima Hasao area. In a setback to KTR, the Telangana High Court has dismissed a plea by the former state minister seeking quashing of the FIR against him in the Formula E race case. No stay on arrest of KTR. The Tamil Nadu government versus governor showdown escalates. DMK leads a protest against the governor, demands his recall over alleged insult to the Tamil anthem after the governor, Ravi, walked out of the assembly yesterday. "53 people have died according to the Chinese media after an earthquake of magnitude 7.1 hit Tibet near the Nepalese border. Tremors were felt in several parts of India, including Bihar, Assam and West Bengal. Canada's Justin Trudeau resigned. Liberal Democrats now start looking for his replacement. Will this finally ease tensions between India and Canada? Indian origin leader Anita Anand, one of the front runners to replace Trudeau. And in a big development, the Seattle police officer who killed Indian student Janvi Kandula in January 2023 when the patrol vehicle he was driving struck her has been fired from the department. Well, the top story, we're tracking the dates of the assembly polls in Delhi will be announced today afternoon. It will be at 2 p.m. that the Election Commission will be making that announcement. The tenure of the 7th Delhi Assembly ends on February 15th and members of the next assembly must be elected by then. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party is pushing hard for a third consecutive term. The opposition BJP has gone all out to turn the tables. Also in the fight is the Congress Party, which is going alone and targeting both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. AAP, remember, was its ally during the Lok Sabha polls. The ruling AAP is showcasing its work in education and health. It has also made several promises, including assistance of 2,100 to women and free treatment for the elderly. The BJP, on the other hand, has accused AAP of corruption, mismanagement of the capital's affairs. Let's take a look at some of the top political reactions.
I'm currently joined by Aam Aadmi Party leader Anurag Dhanda, sir. Sir, please tell us, we know that Aam Aadmi Party is going to, this election, upcoming election is going to be toughest for Aam Aadmi Party considering the corruption allegations and also the lavish renovation of the CM house allegations. So how are you planning to fight the allegations and also like what is the main strategy of Aam Aadmi?
I think that is a perception in your mind only because we are fully prepared. We have declared our candidates. We have rolled out our manifesto. Our face is Arvind Kejriwal, and we are fighting this election on our 10 years work. So the students who are prepared do not fear exam. So we are fully prepared. Ask BJP, who is their face? What are their issues? And on whose name they are fighting this election? What they will do if they come to power? They don't answer anything. They just say, Kejriwal did this, Kejriwal did this. केजरीवाल ने तो घोटाला कर दिया, ये कर दिया. That's fine. लोग देखेंगे.
Is there a fear of anti-incumbency?
I don't think so. We have a pro-incumbency in our favor because the more we work for people, more people connect to Aam Aadmi Party. And you just saw in PM Modi's rally as well, media asked people that whom you will vote for. people said we will vote for Kejriwal. So they were asked ki you are in Modi's rally, why you will vote for Kejriwal? Kejriwal worked for us, we will vote for Kejriwal.
Well, joining with me is former MP and BJP candidate from New Delhi constituency, Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. Today, the Election Commission is going to announce the dates for the Delhi elections. How prepared are your party and how prepared are you?
We are all prepared, we are fully prepared, and we are winning the election. And I want to congratulate all Delhi people, and I want to appeal all Delhi people to come forward and take part in our लोकतंत्र का पर्व which is called election. और मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ कि उन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करी है, उनके सारे अधिकारियों ने बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करी है, सारे दिल्ली के जो हमारे सरकारी जो हमारे सारे अध्यापक हैं उन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करी और मैं उनको शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूँ।
सर, पिछले 10 सालों से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार दिल्ली के अंदर है, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी ज़रूर है यहाँ पर, बट आप लोग किन मुद्दों पर इस बार चुनाव लड़ने के लिए?
देखिए, बहुत सारे मुद्दे हैं दिल्ली में। जो भी अरविंद केजरीवाल ने प्रॉमिसेस किए, एक भी प्रॉमिस उन्होंने फुलफ़िल नहीं किया, सिंगल प्रॉमिस उन्होंने फुलफ़िल नहीं किया। यहाँ के लोग, चाहे वो झुग्गी बस्ती के लोग हैं, उनको ये विश्वास है कि हमें कोई फ्लैट देगा, हमें कोई मालिकाना हक देगा तो वो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी देंगे, अरविंद केजरीवाल नहीं दे सकता। हमारे बच्चों को कोई भी नौकरी लगाएगा तो वो केवल भाजपा की सरकार लगा सकती है। दिल्ली में हमारी सरकार बनेगी, हज़ारों नौकरियां जो आम आदमी पार्टी ने अभी तक नहीं निकाली थी, ये सारी नौकरियों को हमारी सरकार निकालेगी।
हम लोगों ने अपनी तैयारी बहुत पहले से शुरू कर दी है। कैंपेन निकल आया है, जो राज्य सरकार है उसने कहाँ कहाँ काम नहीं किया है उसकी बहुत एक नियोजित तरीके से हमने आलोचना की है। हम खुद क्या करना चाहते हैं दिल्ली में उसका हम धीरे धीरे उल्लेख कर रहे हैं। अच्छी तैयारी है कांग्रेस की। देखिए, दिल्ली के जो मुद्दे हैं वो तो रहेंगे ही, और वो तो हमारे यहाँ और ज़्यादा सामने आएंगे क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ का जो कैंडिडेट है आम आदमी पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री भी है। तो दिल्ली में उसने क्या किया, क्या नहीं कर पाया, वो तो सवाल हम पूछेंगे। नई दिल्ली में एक विधायक के तौर पर उसने क्या किया है 10 साल में, ये तो बहुत बड़ा सवाल बनता है।
All right, well, let's go across now to Shreya, who joins us from the AAP headquarters, and also Ishika, who joins us from the BJP headquarters. And Shreya, first to you, finally today the schedule for the elections will be known, but already we've seen AAP has been completely in election mode yesterday, raising the issue of manipulation of voters' lists.
Absolutely, the much anticipated Delhi Assembly elections dates will be out today afternoon, and right now I'm outside the Aam Aadmi Party office where Mr. Kejriwal has already arrived, and he will be launching the campaign song here at the Aam Aadmi Party office. And we also know that the party has a slight edge over the other parties in the upcoming elections, considering it has been in power for the last 10 years and its welfare schemes have always worked in favor of them, but then they're very well aware of the challenges and the fact that they are trying to rebuild the trust with the people. They are constantly promising them that the free welfare schemes will be in place, be it the free bus rides, free education, healthcare, water supply, electricity, all this will be intact. And with that, they have also started this cash transfer scheme wherein women will get monthly allowance of 2,100 rupees. And also their main vote bank, the auto wallahs, the common people, the Aam Aadmi Party has promised them to give them 10 lakh rupees life insurance and 5 lakh rupees accident insurance. They know for a fact that women and the common people, as in the poor of the national capital, they have been instrumental in bringing Aam Aadmi Party in power in 2015 and 2020. But at the same time, they know that there is this fear of anti-incumbency. That is why they have repositioned the key figures such as Rakhi Birla and Manish Sisodia from their old constituencies to newer constituencies because of potential, vulnerability with their original seats. But they have stood their ground. They are confident that they will come back in power, and they have fought all the criticism that have come in their way, be it the corruption allegations around the excise policy or the whole lavish renovation of the CM house allegations. They believe that they will overcome these challenges. But at the same time, we know BJP has constantly attacked the Aam Aadmi Party government, the Delhi government, and has called it a disastrous Aapta government, and has said that they will bring about the urban development model in Delhi, which is the need of the hour, and they have constantly highlighted the corruption allegations around Kejriwal, and also how several issues such as broken roads and illegal parking, traffic congestion, pollution, these issues are not being highlighted in the manifesto of the Aam Aadmi Party government. Although Kejriwal has said several times that it is the people who will have to give him the certificate of honesty and has to they are the ones who have to bring him power once again so that he can fulfill the remaining promises as well. We know for a fact that this is going to be the toughest elections for the Aam Aadmi Party because of these different challenges, and it has constantly targeted BJP, that it has failed to meet the promises that they made before the 2020 elections. But BJP is also pushing for major infrastructural developments and housing accommodation schemes that they are promising the Delhiites to woo the voters to get the main vote bank, which is the poor and the people living in the unorganized colonies and slums. They are the main stronghold of Aam Aadmi Party, which BJP is trying to woo over right now. Today, it will be interesting to see the election dates, which is expected in the first week of February. And right now, shortly, we will see Mr. Kejriwal launching the campaign song here at the Aam Aadmi Party office. Back to you.
All right, Shreya, thanks so much for that. And Arvind Kejriwal at the AAP headquarters. Let's go across to Ishika. And Ishika, tell us what's the plan for the BJP today. Finally, today the election dates are going to be announced.
Well, the BJP says that they are also one, who's waiting for these election dates to be announced today at 2 p.m. And this time, the BJP sounds rather confident that with the numerous protests and the campaigns that they have done against Arvind Kejriwal, and also with the new slogan that the Prime Minister has given, calling Aam Aadmi Party Aapda Sarkar in Delhi, they are very confident of coming back to power. Now, in fact, we have heard the reactions that came from, in fact, Parvesh Verma, who's also, in this election against Arvind Kejriwal. He, in fact, being a former MP also from Delhi, he says that, he has a strong hold, and that is why, this time the competition somewhere is going to be very, very tough. Now, on the other hand, if we talk about the Congress party, now what is also very interesting is that Congress is also not leaving any stone unturned. We already saw how, in fact, they have announced, a similar scheme for the women to woo the women voters here in the national capital, and rather, taking their Karnataka model, which definitely got them results there. Congress is now hopeful that it will give them a similar result here in the national capital as well. So certainly the triangular contest here in the national capital is only going to be interesting and intense, because this time both the BJP and the Congress party, that is the opposition, is leaving no stone unturned to, in fact, attack Arvind Kejriwal, Atashi and the AAP government over their alleged governance failures here in the national capital. Over to you.
All right, well, do stay with us, both Ishika as well as Shreya. But let's go across now to Neerja Chaudhary joining us for more. And Neerja, as we're going to find out the election dates today, it's going to be a very exciting election. It has been over 10 years, 12 years of AAP in Delhi. Before that, and the BJP has not been in power in Delhi for decades now. So tell us your view of this election. AAP is battling incumbency. BJP really hoping that these allegations and, the Aapada, that the jibes are working and, changing the voters' minds.
Look, finally, the D moment has come for the Delhi elections, and the dates are going to be announced. The assembly has to be reconstituted before February 6th. So, they've given these 5 weeks, the election commission. And the importance of the Delhi elections, I feel, is at 2 levels. It is, of course, very important for Arvind Kejriwal, who's already been in the saddle for 10 years and a little more before that also. And will he make it? If he makes it, it's going to be his 4th term as CM. Fourth term as CM makes him a serious national player, even though his party rules only Delhi and Punjab. For the BJP also, this BJP is better placed this time than it has been in the last two elections. But it is not only the BJP, the Apda slogan that the Prime Minister has given, it is the BJP's fortunes will depend largely on how well or badly the Congress party fares in Delhi. If the Congress party starts to revive and picks up additional 8 to 9% votes than it did last time, it's trouble for Kejriwal. If the Congress party stays where it is, down below, does not revive much, then it is going, Kejriwal may just get through them, though not with the kind of majority he's had in the last two elections. But there is another national implication to this. If Kejriwal wins for the fourth time CM, then this will give an impetus to the regional parties inside the National India bloc. Mamata Banerjee has made a pitch that she be declared the leader of INDIA. Now, if Kejriwal, who's working closely with her, if he comes back, I think this whole move will get an impetus, and this will be to the Congress's disadvantage inside the India bloc. So it's not only the future of Delhi and who rules Delhi that is at stake with the Delhi election. It is also how the entire opposition bloc, how the regional parties versus the Congress tensions are going to play out in the coming months. All that will be decided by these elections.
Right, so the impact at several levels, really, the results of these elections will bring. We're also joined by Manisha Priyam, a political analyst there. And Manisha Priyam, Nirja Chaudhary was telling us about the impact that this election has on different levels. And also this time around, it's a challenge for the Aam Aadmi Party. The incumbency factor is strong. But do you feel the BJP, the lack of a big Delhi face, how big of a factor in all of this is that?
As far as the BJP is concerned, I don't think the lack of a face is a big challenge. They've tried doing faces, and I think it's not worked for them. It's a huge election for the BJP. They must win this. And I think the issue really is that the BJP is indeed able to win the Lok Sabha elections on the face of Prime Minister Modi. Yes. But what happens in the state level elections for the BJP is that there is factionalism that doesn't go in favor of the BJP. I think they would like to do a lot of background work within the party, let the local unit and the local issues not play up. Remember, in the background, there's been a lot of sorting out of, and there has been a kind of a centralized command and control of the BJP in Delhi. You've seen even during the Lok Sabha elections, lots of tickets change, lots of old leaders, Biduri not there, Meenakshi Lekhi not there. Everyone remained surprised. Harshvardhan, for example, eased out of the cabinet. But I think the answers were largely the fact that the BJP was fixing its own BJP house in order and put in a centralized command and control. And I think that's where they will largely pitch on building an anti-incumbency against the Aam Aadmi Party and put in an election machinery that they are very well known for doing. And one has to see how a faceless campaign, yet a more strengthened organizational presence of the BJP would help it or not. That's for the elections to answer. But that's as far as the BJP is concerned. Let me add one last line. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, a lot at stake for them. Their chief minister, their deputy chief minister, their former health minister, their member of the Rajya Sabha, Sanjay Singh, all have served jail terms for what we clearly don't understand what. However, they were still not able to pitchfork it into victories in the Lok Sabha. The BJP did decline in numbers in other areas, in Uttar Pradesh, in Maharashtra. That didn't happen in Delhi. So the Aam Aadmi Party is still trying to figure out why, if they have so much going for them in terms of the school and the mohalla clinics, etc., and of course the Bijli free, pani free, bus rides free.
Right. Though, as all of you political analysts say, the Delhi voter wants Modi at the center, and they want, at least they did in the past, want Arvind Kejriwal in charge of Delhi. Let's see if that holds this time as well, or whether the BJP does managed to, give a big challenge. And let's also talk about the Congress party. As Neerja Chaudhary said, a lot of what happens in Delhi depends on the Congress's resurgence, or whether it stays where it is now, become in Delhi. But we're just going to go across to Arvind Kejriwal, who's at the AAP headquarters. Let's just listen in to what's being said there.
फिर भी रुकता ना कोई काम, अरे दिल्ली की जनता के काम करता है। कौन बोलो नाम बोलो, सबको है पता, बोलो दुनिया में दिल्ली का नाम करता है। बस अपना केजरीवाल महिलाओं को सम्मान देता है। दिल्ली का दिल में ख्याल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल। सड़कें फ्लाईओवर बढ़िया बनाए, उसमें भी वो पैसे बचाए। जादूगर है, जादू करता है, काम की बात ही वो करता है। दिल्ली को सुविधाएं देने वाला, कौन बोलो नाम बोलो, सबको है पता, बोला दिल्ली को दिल में रखने वाला। बस अपना केजरीवाल बहनों को 2100 भी भेजेगा वो। बस अपना केजरीवाल बुजुर्गों को फ्री में इलाज देगा, जो फिर से जीतेगा दिल्ली का लाल। फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल।
All right, so that was the campaign song of the Aam Aadmi Party. If you just heard it there, Fir Laenge Kejriwal. Neerja Chaudhary, your comments on this. We were talking about, how the BJP has this faceless campaign, but it's still... all right, I apologize. I'll have to go back to the AAP headquarters where Saurabh Bhardwaj is speaking. Let's just listen in.
थोड़ा बहुत हाथों से डांस कर रहे थे। हमारी मुख्यमंत्री जी भी कोशिश कर रही थी कि थोड़ा अपने आप को रोक के थोड़ा थोड़ा डांस कर लिया जाए, और सामने भी बहुत लोग जो है इस पे थिरक रहे थे। और ये ऐसा डांस है जिसपे जो हमारे हिंदुस्तानी जो डांसर होते हैं, जो शादी बारात में नाचने वाले होते हैं, कीर्तन में नाचने वाली हमारी महिलाएं होती हैं, सब जो है इस पे डांस कर सकती हैं। आम आदमियों के डांस के लिए जो है ये गाना बना है, और कहा जा सकता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी जो है अपनी म्यूजिक कंपनी भी अब खोल सकती है। तो इसी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हमारे कुछ वॉलंटियर्स हैं जिन्होंने इसके ऊपर एक डांस सीक्वेंस तैयार किया है। तो जो लोग मेरे जैसे लोग हैं जिनको डांस नहीं आता, वो इनकी सीक्वेंस को देख के कुछ चीजें जो है इनसे सीख सकते हैं, ताकि आप आगे कर सकें। एक बार इनकी सीक्वेंस जो है आपके सामने रखेंगे।
फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल, फिर लाएंगे केजरीवाल। उनके रोके ये नहीं रुकता, चलता रहता अपनी चाल। सामने वाले शोर मचाए, कर ले चाहे जितना बवाल, मगर दिल्ली की जनता के काम करता है। कौन बोलो नाम बोलो, सबको है पता, बोलो दिल्ली की जनता के काम करता है। बस अपना केजरीवाल दिल्ली में बिजली पानी मुफ्त रखता है। बस अपना केजरीवाल स्वास्थ्य का शिक्षा का ध्यान रखता है। दिल्ली का रखे ख्याल, फिर लाएंगे।
All right, so there's some choreography on the AAP anthem for the Delhi elections. Neeraj Chaudhary, I was asking you about, this campaign and also the wooing of women. The women voters have become, a big factor in all the parties, formula and freebies. Let's talk a bit about that because that has been something we've seen both AAP and Congress making promises to the Delhi women.
I know the women are emerging as a very important constituency all over the country and for every single party. No party can afford to ignore them. That is a state we have come to, which is a wonderful step forward. Of course, most parties are viewing them as labhartis, the recipients of doles or aviaries or whatever. And you see Kejriwal, Atishi's cabinet declared that they'll give 1,000 rupees to every woman every month. Kejriwal has said we will increase this to 2,100 every month if we come to power again. And of course, the Congress, as you know, you just said, has upped that figure to 2,500. And that has been the story of Maharashtra, that's the story of Madhya Pradesh, that's the story of Chhattisgarh, where women were the game changer. I think women will have a very central role also in the Delhi election. But this is a process, if you look at it in the longer run, outside of just being a constituency, I think, and the Prime Minister is talking about women-led development, I think that is the direction in which things are going to go, because even as being labhartis and getting money in their hands does empower women economically, and it does give them an autonomy of functioning, which is a very important thing for women as a group, as a category. And this is a category that goes beyond caste or religion. So I think you're right, women are going to be a central, decisive factor also in the Delhi election.
And have become in clearly all state elections, in the Maharashtra elections, there was much that both of you spoke about the women voters there and the schemes. And Manisha, Priyam, your comment on that, as well as this point that the AAP has been raising regarding voter list manipulation. That is something that even after the Maharashtra elections, opposition parties there spoke about it. And this time already, before the election dates are even announced, Aam Aadmi Party has been, raising this issue.
I know they've been raising this issue. I know they also held a press conference for one particular constituency, and they said these are the names deleted, but these are the people who actually exist. So the voter list had been tracked down to actual addresses of people living, etc. And I think it's for the Election Commission to come back. India, that it's a robust process even of list deletion. I don't think people have a doubt on the fact that we have a very clean election. Let me be very clear about it. But if there are...
I apologize, Manisha, Priyam. I'm going to have to go across to where Arvind Kejriwal is speaking. Apologies there.
इसे खूब प्रचार कीजिए, इस पे डांस कीजिए, शादियों में, बर्थडे में इसको खूब बजाइए। और जो एक हमारे देश की पार्टी है, गाली गलौज पार्टी, कौन सी है? तो हमारे देश की जो गाली गलौज पार्टी है, उसके नेता भी, मैं जानता हूं उन्हें भी गाना पसंद आएगा, वो भी अगर चाहें तो अपने घर में कमरा बंद करके अंदर से इसको गाने को चला सकते हैं और उस पे थिरक सकते हैं, कोई देख नहीं रहा। आप सब लोगों को फिर से बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
All right, so you just heard Arvind Kejriwal there after the launch of the Delhi anthem, the anthem for the Aam Aadmi Party for the Delhi election. Let's go back to Shreya, who is there at the headquarters. So Shreya, that anthem just released, and Arvind Kejriwal saying that we don't want to, please enjoy this song, play it everywhere, and we don't want to be a gali galoch party.
That's right. We know it's a blistering attack on the BJP party, but we know for a fact that this song, the main hook of this song is Fir Aayenge Kejriwal. They have the confidence that the people of the national capital will vote him back in power, and we know they won the 2015 and 2020 elections. They have been ruling for the last 10 years, and BJP has been out of power for the 27 years, but they are confident, the Aam Aadmi Party is confident that with their social welfare schemes, they will be able to woo the voters again to vote for them, and at the same time they are quite watchful of the Congress's resurgence because they have traditionally captured the vote bank of the Congress, which is mostly the Dalits and the Muslims and people living in the unauthorized colonies and the slum dwellers. This time to around, we have seen that they have declared schemes such as free bus ticket, electricity, water, healthcare especially for the senior citizens, and also a monthly allowance for all women aged 18 to 60 who fall below the tax bracket, and their main vote bank has always been women and the common people who have played an instrumental role in bringing Aam Aadmi Party in power, and this time around too they are ready to fight the anti-incumbency and the corruption allegations around the Aam Aadmi Party, as well as around the Arvind Kejriwal, and the main fact is that there is no real CM face for BJP, and the Aam Aadmi Party will be working towards that, will be banking on that, and today afternoon we will see the election dates will be announced. It is expected to take place in the first week of February.
All right, thanks so much, Shreya. And let's quickly go back to Nirja Chaudhary and get one quick reaction from you, Nirja, on this song that has just been released, Fir Aayenge Kejriwal. We're, counting down to when the Delhi election dates are going to be announced at 2 p.m. today.
Yeah, this is very interesting because...
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting song with the central theme being very clear about Kejriwal and coming back and government that he's promised. And as he says, शादियों पे भी बजाओ, पार्टियों में भी बजाओ, घर के अंदर, even if you're a BJP worker, shut your door and play this song and enjoy it. So anyway, that is typical Kejriwal. But the stakes are the highest for Arvind Kejriwal. The stakes are the highest. BJP can afford to lose. Congress can afford to lose also. But if the Aam Aadmi Party loses Delhi this time, it could lead to the erosion of the party, a splintering of the party, the very existence of the party. I know these are men and women who are very determined and bounce back and work hard, and even when they have setbacks and adverse situations that they are in. But still, it's going to be very, very tough for them if they lose this one. And as I said earlier, much will depend on the Congress. And the Congress started off not so well by giving the impression that it was batting on the same side as the BJP. This would create a reaction and fuel fears amongst the minorities who would want the BJP to be defeated. And had they given a taken a softer stance towards the Aam Aadmi Party and a harder stance towards the BJP being their enemy number one, then there could have been a division in the minority and Dalit votes, which would have hurt the Aam Aadmi Party. Because the Congress, as well as the BJP, for their own reasons, consider Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal as the enemy number one in Delhi.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Nirja Chaudhary, always for joining us on the program. And let's just, speaking of the Congress, let's listen in to what Congress leader in Delhi, Alka Lamba, had to say.
Right now, we are being joined with Congress leader Alka Lamba, also the candidate from Congress from Kalkaji. Ma'am, you are contesting against Chief Minister Atashi and also Ramesh Biduri from the BJP. Today, the Election Commission is going to announce the date for the elections. How does the Congress see it, and how is the preparation so far from the side of the Congress going on?
आज जो तारीखों का ऐलान हो रहा है उसका जितना बेसब्री से इंतज़ार किसी राजनीतिक दल और उम्मीदवार को रहता है, उससे ज़्यादा इंतज़ार मेरी दिल्ली के लोगों को था। बहुत सहा इन 10 सालों में भाजपा आम आदमी पार्टी को आपदा और आपदा विपदा बता रहे हैं। शासन प्रशासन 10 साल लड़ते रहे, दिल्ली बर्बाद होती रही। आम आदमी पार्टी और भाजपा सत्ता में है, मिलकर काम करना था, लड़ते रहे, दिल्ली बर्बाद होती रही। कांग्रेस एक मजबूत विकल्प था और कांग्रेस वापस एक मजबूत विकल्प बनकर लोगों के बीच में उभर कर आ रही है। समस्याएं दिल्ली की परमानेंट हो चुकी हैं। जहरीली हवाएं, यमुना का पानी, भारी बिल, आपका अपराध, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, परमानेंट समस्याओं के हल अब कोई टेम्परेरी सीएम, टेम्परेरी सरकार नहीं दे सकती। और कांग्रेस एक बार फिर से लौटेगी शीला दीक्षित जी की तरह, परमानेंट मुख्यमंत्री होगी। परमानेंट समस्याओं के परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन हम देने वाले हैं। अब टेम्परेरी का खेल जो है भाजपा और आम आदमी का जो चला है इन दौरान, वो खत्म होने जा रहा है।
All right, Alka Lamba there, who is contesting against Atishi in the Kalkaji constituency. With that, we'll slip into a short break. But do remember, as part of the Uday Foundation's blanket donation drive, we've been promoting this. There's 60,000 blankets that are needed in this winter chill. Help save lives in the harsh winter. Blankets can be dropped off at this location on your screens there, the Uday Foundation in Sarvodaya Enclave. So this is for Delhiites. Do donate a blanket.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really
want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the
Welcome back. News now from Telangana, where raids are taking